Ohavim of today could become the Oivim of tomorrow. But conversely also, the Oivim of today could also become the Ohavim of tomorrow. But once again, highlighting the dynamic of the different types of human relationships. And I will say this is incredibly important. It is important to understand how fickle human relationships are. And that's why, again, a person has to be so careful, number one, in the relationships in which they invest, and how much we depend on those relationships to accomplish what you need to in life. Because as much as it would be nice to think that the friends of today are the friends of tomorrow, it doesn't seem to work that way. So if I'm putting all of my, so to speak, accomplished eggs in those friendship baskets, that may be a very dangerous thing to do if you really want to accomplish. Incredible Yisod, though. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, what did the Rabbi do with this? So the Gemara says, so one ultimately, again, is teaching the halachas regarding the judge. Again, the Rabbanon disagree with Rabbi Yehuda, with the kind of combination, right? The Rabbanon don't accept this idea that of an only, yes, but not of it. So what do they do with it? But the Rabbanon can say that even someone who's your close, testify on your behalf, the Rabbanon agree that someone who's your close cannot be a dayan, can't be a judge. So the Gemara says, good. Ida, the sign of Yosef of Yehuda, Behula Oyev Lo, the back of Israel. So, the kind of shape of Chachamim, Sheson Zesh and Yoshim B'Dina. So, what's it? They use the other one to teach us. Two Talmidei Chachamim who despise each other cannot sit on the same basis. Interestingly enough, the halacha l'maisa again, it's because if the basin is not able to work as a unit, that undermines the integrity of the judgment. Like, all right, so halacha l'maisa again. So first of all, you should just know halacha l'maisa. The Rambam does not accept this idea of the Orev and the Soner, right? So halacha l'maisa, even if someone is your close friend, they are believed to give testimony. Even if someone is your enemy, they are believed. I will say now, the next mission we're going to talk about how we cross-examine witnesses. We don't just allow people to roll into basin and give testimony. But just because someone is going to be your close friend or to be your enemy does not automatically disqualify them from sitting, from giving testimony. Now, again, it will halach l'maisa disqualify them from being a judge, right? So in other words, your close friend or your enemy judge on your basis, but they can be a witness. They can be a witness. Okay, let's go right there. Let's say, see, now we're getting into the mechanics. Case of both Timasa'id. So now we spend a good amount of time focusing on who is fit to be a witness and who is not. Then we get into how do we go ahead and cross-examine or just examine the witnesses. Case of both Timasa'id. We might need to also look at it. So first thing we do is we bring them into a room and we intimidate them. How we intimidate them, we shall see. What do we do? We take everybody out of the room and leave the more senior or great of the two witnesses. And we leave him alone. Let's go with this interrogation. Go. And we say to him, tell me, right? Tell me, witness number one. How do you know? Let's take for example, the case was that Ruben owned $1,000. Right? Ruben, that's the claim. Ruben said, doesn't Shimon says he does, and now we say other actually support Shimon that Ruben owes $1,000. So we isolate the greater of the two witnesses. I guess the Pashtas Gadol, we just mean only one who's greater in stature. We go ahead and we isolate him by himself. We say to him, tell us, how do you know that Ruben owes Shimon $1,000? Im Amar who Amar li Shani Chayev Lo, Ish Tony Amar li Shu Chayev Lo, Amar Lo. So witness number one says, I'll tell you how. Ruben told me that he owes Shimon $1,000, right? Or Levi told me that Ruben owed me $1,000, so such a testimony is no longer valid. So that's why this is interesting. I don't know, one would have thought that hearing Ruben say that he owes Shimon $1,000, that's it, right? That's in the bag. We're going to see that from the testimonial perspective, that is a meaningless statement. So we'll see why that is. So what is proper testimony? If witness number one says, we were present when Ruben the borrower admitted in the presence of Shimon, the lender, that he owes Shimon $1,000. That happened. Oh, that's good testimony. So then after again we interrogate witness for one. We then bring in the witness so we investigate him and into the very little one and no. So if it turns out that their testimony is lined up, then again both sides. Now understand, all that does, what do we figure out over here? We're trying to figure out admissibility of testimony. Once this process and now we've established that testimony is admissible, now we begin the case. But in other words, it's interesting that investigation of testimony was like a pre-trial, trial process. First of all, after the witnesses check out, let's begin the dintel. So we'll say now it's back to the basin. Let's say the basin is sitting, and the basin there are three judges. Two say innocent and one says guilty. Zakai. You go from the majority. Guys who say guilty and one says innocent. Okay, majority. What if one says innocent? Or to say guilty, the one judge says, I don't know, he doesn't offer an opinion. What's the said we've seen this already before. When a judge says, I don't know, so happens, it's as if he does not exist. It's as if he does not exist. He is removed from the panel. Now, the process that we do with that, interestingly enough, is Yosifu Dayanim. What we do is we're going to see is we add on additional judges. But the takeaway over here, we'll say, if the judge says, I don't know, I think in the legal system, you have a judge. You have somebody who says, undid, like that. I don't have in the Supreme Court, you say undecided, you have to take a role. Right, but that'll be the same, right? At least in the local, when you go and you don't know, you're out. So based in past the verdict, listen to this. So this is what happens. So now you can see, by the way, right? So step one is investigation of the testimony, right? Let's see. Does the testimony check out? Okay, the testimony checks out. Step two, the actual dintor, the actual adjudication of the case. Then step three is the delivery of the verdict. When they finally came up with the verdict, so what happened? I go through the greatest of the judges went and brought in the litigants and said, Omer, you're innocent or you're guilty. Okay, that's the thing. The Lord said, this is great. About Ma'es Rabu Alai. The Lord said, this is great. And the Mishnah says, but when the case is over, the judges, the magistrates have this form, right? Then what happens? The group decision. And then what happens? One of the members of the group goes to somebody who personally impacts right? I decide with you, but what can I do? The majority of the Mishnah says, Dayanim are not allowed to do that. Operate as a cohesive group. Even if somebody was in the minority, was a dissenting opinion, what the Beis Din delivers opinion, they cannot really be the same. So let you know, Ruben, I was really rooted for you, right? I need to give her up, but what can I do? The other Dayanim, they just didn't. You can't do that. Al-Zen Ne'emar, Holik Rachel Megalas, or Lo Silik Rachel Nefer. So we're going to see this. This is one of the prohibitions in Judas is Lashon Hara, or form of Lashon Hara. So you see from here that Allah Chalamaysa again, so kind of divulging information that you should not be divulging. Ultimately, again, it's a form of Lashon Hara. So Allah Chalamaysa again, once the judge is and which I want to say, by the way, is also a profound idea in group that group dynamics are going to work. You have to become part of the group, even if your opinion is not executed. Otherwise, again, it doesn't really work. Fascinating. Okay, so what are more? So say by the so the first part of the Mishnah was that we go ahead and when the witnesses come, we intimidate them. How do we intimidate witnesses? Right? Let's say it's so great. Right? I always thought this intimidation was awesome. So apparently it's encouraged. Right? So how do you go ahead and intimidate the witnesses? Now, what's intimidation? Obviously, what are we trying to do? We're trying to show them that giving testimony is incredibly important. Incredibly important. And take seriously what you're doing. So intimidate doesn't mean we're trying to get them to say one thing or the other. The only thing we want out of them is the truth. So how do we intimidate? This is what we say to them. So actually, put over here the Gemara quotes over here from Mishlei, and it says sometimes the clouds and the wind could be there, but ultimately again the rain doesn't come. Why? The penalty of lying is that lying can often result in the withholding of rain. So essentially what we tell this person is, if you lie, don't understand you're not just impacting yourself. Your lie and your corruption of justice is going to have could have an impact on everyone. Because it's very profound because a lot of times in the psychology of sin, right? So there are many different averos. But one of the reasons why we commit averos is because we think kind of like on a macro level, what I'm doing matters. It matters on a macro. In other words, I'll accept what I do matters, but I convince myself that what I do does not really have an impact on anyone else. I live in a silo. And it's really not true. Yesterday's daf, and whatever you do impacts me. And I will say sometimes that is the greatest thing to say. Because when I read at the end of the day, so my actions have an impact not just on me, but on everyone. So we tell Dayanim, if you lie, just understand that could result in withholding. So the Gemara says, Rava, that's not impact on everyone. This is why. Sometimes the famine extends for 7 years. So the witness can always say, the good news is my profession is not dependent on the rain. Right? So I'll be all right. Even if it rains, even if it doesn't rain, it's not going to impact. So essentially what Rabbi is saying is you're presupposing that the witnesses care about anyone other than themselves. So if they care about other people, that might be a good argument. If they only care about themselves, even the withholding of the rain is not necessarily going to be a motivation to tell the truth. Amarava, what should you say to them? We say to them, Mapats the Cherev the Chaitz Shinon in Shagor. So we'll say again. Quote another pasuk, and this pasuk talks about again the fact that there be swords, terrible punishments that happen for someone who testifies falsely. Rashi, so the witnesses can always respond, even if there are severs of a terrible plague, a person never dies earlier, which means, again, these are theologically astute witnesses. And they can say back, I got it, I hear what you're saying. A person never leaves this world and wants them to leave this world. Although Amar Rashi, Amrinasan Bar Zutra, Aminalahu, Adi Shagri, our guy who's listen to this. So here's what you say to the witness. Guys, just understand, people who lie, false witness, even the people who hire them, don't respect them. והושיבו שניים אנשים בני בליעל נגדו ויעידו אלוקים ומלך. So what's the idea that the comments over here that even from an episode hired, but the hired witnesses will be out. But even the people who witness it, you tell the witnesses, if you're willing to see your integrity, no one respects you. Because even the people who hired you, even the people who bought you, recognize that you could be. Say, interesting enough, the Gemara says, that's it. That's going to be what saves the witnesses. It could be that punishment come up, but it's not going to be enough to win the day. That if I lie for testimony, from the based, and no one will respect me. Even people who hire me, I'm doing what they want. People who hire me, they also look down on me. Part of them look down on me. They know that I can be bought. Once I said the notion that zero integrity and no one respects me, that's how we intimidate the witnesses. Incredible. Incredible. So the goes like, Amar who? Amar Achiyomu Bifanemu Holdoshu Chayva Masayim. Remember again. Interestingly enough, so the Mishnah said, when is the testimony did, or when does it become credible? Only if witness number one says, we were present when Reuven, the borrower, admitted his debt in the presence of Shimon, the lender, which indicates to us that just if Reuven were to admit the fact that he owes money to someone, even the witnesses, right, or to someone stand, not in the presence of the lender, that statement has no validity to it. So let's realize that. In general, when a borrower admits that he owes money to lenders, the statement is only meaningful if he appoints people as witnesses to witness the God, to witness the admission. If right now we are clear about Rabbi Yochanan, so I'm not leaving that. I'm going to so let's listen to this. So Shimon goes over to Reuven. Reuven, you owe me money. Reuven says, yep, I do. The Macher, I'm going to the next day, Shimon goes over to Reuven and says, give it to me. Amar, Mishatan, and Reuven says, I was just kidding. What's the halacha? Reuven is part of why both sides. Because an admission that takes place between the borrower and the lender be valid. Be valid. Right? Shimon goes over, you owe me $1,000. I'm going to look. And Reuven says, yeah, I do. The next day, Shimon says, Reuven, give me my money. And Reuven with you. I was just kidding around. Again, what's the halacha? So this is Potter. Ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be Potter. Again, the admission that was made by Shimon has no halachic standing. Not only that, listen to this. Listen to this. So Shimon learns that film. So Shimon does like this. Shimon goes over to him, and Shimon has two witnesses hiding right behind the wall. And he says, Reuven. And Reuven says, yes, I do. And Shimon says, are you willing to admit the loan in front of two witnesses? And Reuven responds, and Reuven says, no, I'm not admitting it. I admit that I owe you, but there's no way I'm admitting it in front of witnesses. If I do that, you drag me to Beis Din. So listen, I mean, remember again, there are witnesses who hear this whole thing. Shimon knows about the witnesses. He brought them. Reuven has no knowledge of that. The next day comes Reuven and says, Reuven, give me my money. Ultimately, again, and Reuven says, I was kidding around. Nevertheless, Potter. Okay, now what's the condition over here? The condition over here, even though there were witnesses, right? But because the witness is known by or appointed name, therefore the halacha l'maisa has no validity. However, there is limitations. So I'll say, somebody cites his friend's rebel. Beis Din does not advocate on his behalf. What are you talking about? Basis man the Tashmei. Who's talking about a basis? So it's rebel. He's listening to me. Give a look on in coin law. So we'll say in general, within the first in general, when a person comes to base has an advantage on that. Someone. In other words, I will say sometimes with a court case, and the Dayanim know, oh, you could make this claim, you can make the case, and doesn't do that, right? Basin is not your advocate, is a basin, negative lawyer. Basin is not your advocate. However, when it comes to capital cases, Basin will advocate that if there is a claim that the free himself from a death penalty and he doesn't make it, Basin, however the Gemara says, right? The influences, but this doesn't apply to Avodah Zarah. If somebody is on trial or is trying to incite other people to idolatry, in that case, when that is the case, Basin will not do that. My Shna basis is that. Rabbi Kavach, they fear kids, but they about Abba, shiny basis that one of Sachmo, Sakasa. Those do not be compassionate and do not go ahead and cover for him. Amr Yonasan. Denying Shein on the Lamesis. How do we know that Allah we do not advocate for somebody cites Avodah Zarah? We learn it ultimately again from the snake. The snake in Bereshis. The snake could have advanced many different claims in order to some punishment, and it didn't do so. And therefore, and the emotion you see did not advocate the max. Why? Because the snake was inciting rebellion against Hashem. He was inciting rebellion against Hashem.
And whenever you come together like
what could the snake have said? Did you ever have Showman? Snake could have said, what are you getting angry at me? You're right. I, the snake, was telling you one thing. You at the was telling you something different. When the Rabbi tells you one thing and the student tells you something else, which should you listen to? The Rabbi. Don't put it on me. Don't put it on the snake. Or the snake says, put it on Chava. Remember this year. Here you see that as much as you will go ahead and advocate on someone in capital cases, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, Casing does not advocate on that person's behalf. Where do you learn that from? From the snake. There's a snake regarding the snake inciting Kaaba to sin was a form of Avodah Zarah. And we do not advocate on behalf, even though there was deceit that he's out. Furthermore, the Gemara says, how do you know there was in general? When it's a mitzvos, you end up subtracting the ne'emar. Chava, where she responds to it, says Hashem told us not to eat shrimp and not to touch it. Now God never told them not to touch it. If you touch it, it's true. The fact that Chava ended up adding on, to go ahead and from here, I'm assigned the piece. Rashi Amr Ashtei Esfeiriyah. So it's about the Mishkan. It says I'm assigned. If you take off the olive, so what could happen? Or again, reposition out that becomes Masai. 5 curtains. Ashtei Esfeiriyah means 11. Go ahead and take off or remove the eye. It becomes Shtei Esfeiriyah. 12. Okay, so what do you see from here? What do you see from here? If you change, as we said, you end up with all kinds of problems. So the idea is so again, you find from the left about what we see prohibition. So because that's the prohibition, she ended up retracting from it. Don't work with the system. The Shpar tells what to do and how to do it. The Torah is the system for us. They're a place for rabbinic safeguards. Absolutely. One has to be careful when those are implemented, because sometimes when you begin to tamper with the system, you're adding on more to make Rabbi. Furthermore, again, when is Rabbi not believed? I was just kidding, right? Remember again, Shimi came over to Ruben. He said, Ruben, you owe me $1,000. Ruben says, yeah, I did. Yeah, I do. Then the next day, Shimon comes to collect, and Ruben says, I was just, right? Ruben says, I was just kidding. So the Gemara says, he's Potter. What is he Potter when he Mamish says, I was just kidding. Aval Amar, I'm a days. Aval Amar, lo hayu tvarmi. Oh, so ultimately, again, but if he said, no, this, I never borrowed money from you, so Rabbi says, he's literally doing a 180. Yes, I owe you money. He's saying, I don't owe you money, it's a liar. If he said, yes, I owe you money, and then today she comes to collect it, Ruben says, I was just kidding with you, that's fine. That's fine. We can justify that. But if he says, I don't owe you money, so our Papa raised up, so Papa is right. He says, no, even if he says today, I don't know, I don't owe you anything, that's okay. He's not a liar. Sometimes people will forget. And it's possible that he said yesterday that he owed Shimon muscle, that maybe he forgot, and then he could be lying, but rather he actually forgets. So what's the stop to continue tomorrow? Tremendous. Let's point out, we did a block of Gemara. Just the wrong block. I was right. We did it. So okay, we're right on target. We will catch up in no time. Shkach, everyone. All right, so say, everyone. I feel like you're a more forgiving audience than live audience. Thank you for your understanding. Well, we'll get there. Let us begin. Sorry, no difficulty. Sorry for the delay. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for production page 5785. The first newsletter dedicating all the Rothschild this year, as is the host from Soros Phobos, Israel, and Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tevei Sabah with King Mishpacha, dedicated to Rothschild this month in memory of Admit Levi, from the Bracha, a strong and valiant for the Dubai Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza on the first day of Hanukkah. We hope that his Neshama has an Aliyah and his family in the family of the America are learning that Rebbe brings all of our passages home, the Shalom and the that our homies are successful. The whole Maas. Let us begin. Today's chapter is podcast 28. We are America Hashem on Zion Day. There's a lot to do today. We are at Mishnah in their session. So Brian is looking ahead of us today. The Eidul Hein HaTlov is one of the things that we established is that a car of a relative is not permitted to go ahead and adjudicate a case. So that's both serving as a dayan, as a judge, as well as going ahead and as a Mishnah says what is clothing. The Eidul Hein HaTlov. These are the relatives. Okay, a brother, the of it, and father's brother, uncle, the mother's brother, so it's like triggers some Australian bonus, right? Sounds like also, and the husband of his sister, and the husband of father's sister and uncle, and the husband of the mother's brother, and the husband means mother's husband, V'chamov, a father-in-law, V'giso, a brother-in-law, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, we'll say Hargo, I'm going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss in Meretz Hashem this very interesting case, the case of stepson. The Hargo about it. And ultimately, again, a ba or stepson. A stepson, but don't means no other associated relatives. Again, we'll get into that in the emergence a little bit. From the Yosef, Yosef says, "Zu Mishnah this up what we learned up until this point. This is the Mishnah. This is the statement of Rabbi about Mishnah Rishonah, but again, the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, Oben Dodo Yarsho, ultimately uncle, the son of uncle, and who is in line to it. So as I said, this is interesting. First version of this, and again, we'll get into the same tomorrow, but again, the first version of this is Rabbi Akiva. In other words, again, they really made this about this. And whoever ultimately, again, is in line to inherit, either son's father. Now, interestingly, also, what's the definition of a relative? The definition of relative is related to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if it was related to you, so they're kosher ladies. For example, if you were married, if you were related, and then ultimately again you're distance from them. So again, that would be a case. Let's say divorce. Divorce almost seed well. So halacha l'maisa, even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person, halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for age. Rabbi says, because Rabbi gives an example of this. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries, right? They have a child. What happens? And now what happens? They have children, and then the dies. So let's say again, so Reuben has a daughter. Reuben's daughter marries Shimon, and then Reuben dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. Right? Technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, relation to Shimon is because Shimon is the husband of the daughter. If the daughter is dead, technically speaking, Reuben is not related. Yet again, interestingly enough, the Mishnah says they are still considered to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition. Sorry, this is a fascinating case. So we'll say Oiv means a very close friend or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the verses, these individuals are also possible angels. So this is interesting. What's the definition of an Oiv? So an Oiv is that Shoshvino. So an Oiv is someone who is like your groomsman. Now Rashi points out something interesting over here. He says Shoshvino, this is a person ultimately again. So Shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This is what is possible. This wedding party itself be like some kind of shuvas. Besides the wedding celebration itself would be an extended thing. So during the days of the Chassan, so this individual would be possible. A definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. In other words, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm definitely not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called an oye. That's called an enemy. These individuals are going to both say, obviously, the ohe, the very close friend, is not believed to testify on my behalf because he's a very close friend. He is also not believed to testify to my behalf because he's my enemy. However, they say, responded back to him, no. Well, actually, Israel, that's not how Jews operate. No, actually, so says over here, no, actually, Israel, well, how you check the Abba. It's interestingly enough, he responded, Israel is not cautious for that. That's not the why because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not cautious or something like that. People see that my focus is exactly exactly in the Gemara? Suppose the Gemara. How do we know this? How do we know what? From where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and adjudicate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept? So the Gemara says as follows. Torah says that mothers shall not die because of their sons. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? So if you want to tell me that's going to teach me that a father held responsible, father is not going to die because of his son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of the father. The Torah is teaching about responsibility. So I already know that. The person dies because of his own sins. The person is not going to die because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So Elo says that fathers won't die because the Eidos Banim. It means because of the Balabos. Sons won't die because of their fathers. The Eidos of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say so. This is the makar. So how do we know that again relatives can't testify for each other and they keep each other? Because the pasuk says, their fathers indicates to us that only cannot be given to son or from son to son. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Because it's not more kind of made a declared statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers. Fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. And sons don't the sins of their fathers. The Gemara made this declarative statement. People don't die for their own sins. The Gemara says that's true. But there's a pasuk. The pasuk says that it's of the fathers on the sons, which sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. To which the Gemara says, no. That's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children perpetuate that same behavior. That is where there's going to be responsibility for the sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in sin behaviors and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the son, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. What does it mean when it says also for the sins of their fathers, they will be held accountable? When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. So, maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only sons that are responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate those very sins? Maybe sons are responsible for the sins of their fathers. As the passage says, each person only dies for his own sins. See from here, general are not responsible for the sins of the fathers, unless, of course, Allah they continue to perpetuate very same averos. Incredible over here. You see that the sons are not responsible for the sins of the fathers, but yet they perpetuate the sinful behaviors of the father who are responsible. So Rosa, what do you see from here? What you see here is something that we know, like we don't choose the family you were born into. You don't choose your parents. Sometimes it can happen that a person is born into a functional situation. sometimes a person is even born in a sinful situation. What Chazal are sensitizing us to is, while it's true that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose the life you want to create for yourself. In other words, perpetual dysfunction is a choice. Growing dysfunction is not a choice. But at a certain point in time, a person has a free choice about the life they want to live, the person they want to be. You don't make change in yourself. So to be brought up in a sinful, okay, what are you going to do? You're brought up. But at a certain point, I will say it, when you choose to perpetuate the same behavior you were brought up with, that's on you. At a certain point, Kosh Baruch Hu says, you know better. You know different. You do not have to continue down that same road of spiritual dysfunction. You could choose something different for yourself. Create personal responsibility. Also, it's tremendously so. People spend a whole lifetime blaming their parents for everything that goes wrong in life. My father didn't do this. My mother didn't do this. My upbringing wasn't this. And by the way, they might be 100% they've had the worst parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have the worst parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunctional. And there's a lot. There could be a lot. Freud wasn't the first person to discover that a lot of fluid buffy parents has long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life going forward. Maybe my parents are young. It's possible. It's possible. But and now I have to make a choice. Do I raise Maaseh Avoseh or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? Because all of you here is such a lesson of empowerment. It is so tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. Because I'll come along and say, no, if you're fortunate to have a good Chisa, because sometimes a person wasn't fortunate to have a good Chino. But then there comes a point in time where you gotta choose what you want for yourself. You can't spend your life leaving at a certain point in time. You have to decide who and what you want to be. Looking for the life you're going to live. So Gemara says, "Oh, 1 second, is that true? Is that true that you're not responsible for other people's behaviors? What about literally again, a person will stumble, quoting over the person from Vayikra, the Tocha. The Gish person will stumble over his. What is this talking about? Ish it means one Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? So what does this teach us? This teaches us that Halakha and Maisa, each of us are responsible for each other. In other words, listen, it's kind of like fully tolerating Zebos.
English?
Zebos are all responsible for one another. So does that mutual responsibility mean you can be held accountable for yours? You could be held accountable for my sins. To which none of the
Why is it in
that's what I say, when is there accountability for each other? So that's when Allah saw there was the ability to object to someone else's negative behavior you didn't do. So Allah says this is profound. When I see someone doing wrong and I don't do anything to object. I don't do anything to object. And also when we say object is anything to try to help them making this mistake, I share in the responsibility for their Adera. I share in that responsibility. Again, that's what we don't do anything again. I guess that's responsibility. On the other hand, someone's coming in Adera, and I don't really have the ability to do anything about it. Okay, then there's no responsibility. This is even a different So this is the concept of articles. Remember again, a guarantee. Holy Scholar even Zebazet. We are all, especially if I see you doing something, you see me doing something, but we don't feel your case. You're being creates responsibility for the community of the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase in two different ways. It's called Yisrael, Arabian, Zeh and Zeh Baza. So interestingly enough, that's because the word Arabian is understood in two different ways. Arabian could be understood as a guarantor, right? A guarantorship. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, if you're doing something wrong, and I could have stepped in that or helped them, and I don't, the guarantor is on the hook. If our faults, so again, we are responsible. But remember, again, Arabian is also a of harobas, also a of a mixture. And again, that's why you'll find Zeh Baza and Zeh Baza. When it's used ultimately, again, in the context of guarantorship, so it's because our Zeh Zeh. We are guarantor one for the other. But it also means a that is Holy Arabian Zeh. There is a mixture. So we are all one mixture. As I saw so beautifully, I just saw it earlier this morning. Yismach Moshe,
My man,
the Rabbi of Siget, said something so beautiful. He said, listen to this. He says, Arabian, Hainu, Urabim Zebazah. The Klal Yisrael is like more like a tarot, that's a mixture. And he says, in don't sell liros and slow. If you want to see how you're doing in life, you want to kind of like get like an instrument where you're holding your spiritual life. Look at your friend. What do you see? What do you see when you look at another? All you see are the shortcomings, and all you see is negativity, and all you see are all the Jews that are broken. Every Jew is your neighbor. So if that's what you're seeing in self, and in reality, that's what's happening in this land. Even said, we are taroves. We are a mixture. Again, sometimes it is the most dangerous thing when you speak about different factions or different groups. So even if we vehemently oppose them, we are all mirror images of each other. There is a taroves. There is a mixture. So if you look at it and you see something terrible, and you see something horrible, and you see something that you just can't understand, part of that is your reflection. Part of that negativity is what you're seeing. That's why I will say you see the greatest tzaddikim. Right? If you notice this, by the way, the greatest tzaddikim all possess what? Right? I would say differently. What is the greatest metric? It's tzaddik and tzaddik. It's not the Torah that you learn. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest metric of a tzaddik is Avas Yisrael. To love every single Jew. That means you see the beauty in every Jew. When you see the beauty in every Jew, that means that's a reflection of you. So when you see the beauty in every single Jew, that's because you're so possessed. That conversely, when you dislike that, dislike this one, can't stomach this one, can't think, I can't get this one, that. Notice that's a reflection of something broken inside of me. Someone who possesses true Avas Yisrael is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that there aren't imperfections in broken. That's what it means to have. That's what it means to be a tzaddik. To be able to see beauty means that beauty is reflected from me, the individual, from the other individual entity. So just two concepts. Kol Yisrael Raven Zeloseh. We are gathered towards one another. That's what you are saying over here. that Allah said someone sin, and I don't ready to stop it. I am responsible for that. Because a raven zebazeh, your own strength. What you see in another is often a reflection of what's happening inside of us. Ashkechan avos lebanim ubaram lo'avos, akoshkim avos la'adadi. So I understand now that again, sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father on behalf of the son. So we just
Program number on the
and
playground.
avos la'adadi means
Turn
brothers.
amateur.
Baram, how about cousins? Your cousins can't testify for each other. The father can't be testified. My bun. What's bunning? So the Gemara says that bunning mahadadi. Even cousins of each other can't go ahead and testify. Ashkechan bunning mahadadi.
That woman.
Cousins and relatives for that matter can't testify for each other. So that relatives can't form a testimonial unit on behalf of someone else. How do I know that? What's the spark? You descend as we learned in Ha'idin Nasim Zol. She has so it becomes Zomin. Both of them become Zomin, right? Okay, we have to see this. It's nice. Yeah, Marcus is nice. Very exciting. So we will see that witnesses only become a the testimonial unit is made in his. Or you could display.
What's the name of that fucking forest?
But if you want to make a then you have to go ahead and be massive the group. So the actually these are that I'm sharing. If you think that it's our relatives, have you testified? Again, I want to say, just want to point out what's happening over here. Up until this point, what we've proven is that relatives can't testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form a testimonial unit to testify on behalf of someone else? Right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. So the Gemara says, so remember again, witnesses only come so both of them can testify on behalf of someone else. Say can turn out that you can have relatives making another relative into an eighth. And so then potentially in a capital case where again either executed, it would turn out that one person is
fucking yawns, dog.
Only other relative. Okay, I'm really rebel time. Let's go into your logic. It's logic. And that's what you learn. You have three brothers, the Ephraim side, and one person is combining with them. These are three different testimonies. Now, what's the case? So look at Rashi. Rashi's right across to the right. Shosha Achim Be'echad, Mina Shok and Kol Echad. So you have three brothers, Reuben, Shimon, another from a piece of land for 3 years. Okay, Yitzchak comes along and says, "Hey, Abraham, get off my property." Abraham says, "What are you talking about? I've been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I was this the way his testimony works is like this. There's one witness. We'll call him Yehuda. Yehuda one witness has seen Avram living on that land for 3 years straight, uncontested. The problem is Yehuda is an Eid Echad. Ruvain saw Avram living year 1 uncontested. Shimon saw Avram living year 2 uncontested. And Levi saw 3 uncontested. So now what we want to do is like this. We want to have Yehuda, who is the witness who saw all each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested use of the property. Now look at Rashi. Rashi says, that's 3 brothers, right? That's Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and 1 guy. Unrelated, right? And together, all of these guys testify about Avram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Al Karkasha Adam bin Ashok, who made והבא מן השוק אשר ראשון אחד מן האחים והבא מן השוק השלישי והשלישי ראינו 3 אדיוט והסוקה קיימס. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this works. This is considered to be 3 distinct testimonial units. In other words, Reuven with Yehuda's unit is 1. Shimon with Yehuda's group 2. Levi with Yehuda's group 3. And together, they establish a Zok of Avraham. I'm just finishing Rashi. But Lord Amina equals Achos. You don't say that this is 1 testimony.
How many of these fucking things
So I say, interestingly enough, even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself, it's 1 testimonial unit, and it's invalid because it's 3 brothers. Come on, no. We look at this as 3 different testimonies, and therefore it's unrelated testimony, therefore it's kosher. The Gemara says as follows. It wasn't interestingly enough, but fascinatingly enough, they are considered to be 1 testimony for Hazama purposes. Nimsa don't say so. Again, here's the problem. Because they're one unit, 1 brother will end up having testimony of a relative. Ella, some of it amakasi. That's what you have to say. This ultimately, again, Hazama is not considered to be that they're paying on behalf of each other. Hazama is something that externally and then is in co-respective groups. They are considered to be linked. They all suffer the same Hazama punishment. They are considered to be involved in each other's Hazama process. Haganami, Hazama fun. Ben Al Avos. That's what the Pasuk could have just said on his father's. Now name Al Avos. Banim. Why does it say Banim? Afilu Banim La'alma. Means that relatives can form a testimonial unit. Go ahead and testify in general about other things. So it's almost like in the same Pasuk. We'll go different derivations. We learn 2 things. Number 1.
See that.
Find out the Mishnah. Can't testify for each other and all of that, but the part number 2 or less than 2, relatives can't form a testimonial unit to go ahead and testify for something else, or they can combine to testify for someone or something else. Up until now, we've focused on relatives of the father, paternal relatives. Remember again, but the blush of the plastic that we're using is also, fathers and sons. And from there we derive other paternal relatives. How do I know paternal relatives applies to maternal relatives as well? So the Gemara says, Avos praising Avos twice. So the Gemara says, well, they have, but I don't need this between relatives of the father. So the Gemara says, finger the east. So they use it relatives of the mother. I understand that these individuals can't testify for what we call like no purposes. The Zakos, I don't know, even what's it? Sometimes they can't testify against each other.
Look at this.
Go ahead and yeah. I don't know even for an examination purpose. I'm a crowd. You say they can't be death twice. It's interesting. Even the football, maybe Lucifer discussing. So again, in one group he teaches you that they can't go and testify against each other for a couple of days. What do you the other? Even for generation purposes. Okay, actually from the Dina Nefashas. So I understand that you can't testify each other in capital cases, in monogamous, I don't know, even in financial cases. I'm a crowd, Mishpat Echad Yiyalocha. So when it comes to testimony, there's one spot. Mishpat Hashav Elocha. So therefore in this area, there's one uniform, one uniform Elocha.
Folks, look at this tribe.
Rabbi says, the father of my brother can't testify.
Are you fucking serious?
Qualified from testimony. So he wants to
Did you share this? Curious.
Well, that's my uncle. Even though my uncle's son, the husband, my uncle's son-in-law, and presumably again, Abani, I love. I also, the nephew also can testify on behalf of my uncle, and actually, I and my son-in-law. Why is that? How did the so let's say if you notice by the way, by the end of this, like son-in-law, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, or against the uncle's son-in-law against the nephew, that's already like a third grade relative. So why can't the third grade relative and go and testify against the first grade relative? So the Gemara first level. First the Anna, I believe that. Change the shoe, right? Second, so like the second level of relative. Can't decide against second level relative. Okay? So you know, so the Anna, change the shoe, right? Change Rishon, right? Rishon, so it says we must see more closely with what the Chazal call like a relative against a second level relative, or even a second level relative against a relative. I understand why he has to fight. But it's just to illustrate, once you talk about again, let's say the son-in-law of a nephew can't testify against an uncle. That's already multiple steps removed. So okay, those people testify, on behalf. Somebody says, looks around. So my chasno, the same reference, when we talk about the idea of a chasno, means the son-in-law of his son. His son's son can't go, which essentially would be like a son-in-law. Again, that's the listening Ben Beno. So why don't you just go ahead and write Ben Beno? That's going to teach us another lesson. Teaching us that a husband is treated like his wife. Because that the son-in-law has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, happens to be the daughter of the father. So take my message all of it. Should not testify here. Rather, just you think you might be thinking it's a fool. I'm savvy. This is one thing that doesn't apply to me. So say the class that we just comes up all the time. It's customers, right? Again, by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. A big time, a big suicide. So the problem is related to you anyway. You do not use them in any testimony. Again, even though, but I want to point out that it does come a point in time, but let's say like cousins, by second, that you are but again, we're going to in general the way again. This is sometimes someone has testimony that you so you have to know where it ends, but okay, so let's go. So one says, who represent 24 extended relatives. So, honey, so that's the case where you're going to go with even the son-in-law of the son. Honey plus, so that's when you break out all relatives. Honey plus, so the tax that would be 32. And when we all plus no when we speak about son-in-law, son-in-law, the Amai so why are we calling him the son-in-law of his son? Since he's married into the family, right from outside, he's considered to be like a separate and distinct generation. He hardly again, isn't that considered to be a third level relative testifying against a Rab actually testify against or for a shady. The Rab Damash never lost it. That was it was the same loss or Omer to shame Shah the Abalo just like father of my brother cannot testify for me. That means who's in the brother of my father, which is my uncle, just like my uncle. That's he's included in the provision of uncle. It's who the uncle, but no, the uncle's son, plus no, and the uncle's son-in-law. So the Makah, so to again, Allah says, so to me, the nephew, I okay. So to again, the son of my uncle, i.e. my cousin, also can't have who will be so let's say this is dramatic. So let's say what Rabbi Lazar is in here. So Lazar says, we know my uncle can testify on that. Rabbi said, uncle, we already know from the Mishnah. Rabbi Lazar says, by the way, who's else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle, my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify on my dad. And who's included in my cousin? Who's included? That's ultimately my cousin. Who? You know, my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. Now, I will say, by the way, cousin's son-in-law. Cousin's son-in-law. I don't even know his name. Right? Who's my cousin's son-in-law? So interestingly enough, now again in the expanded, whatever. Don't make any judgments about my family. Okay, right? But because of that now expanded family tree, so that again we see how again this what we call disqualified this pool is now expanded. I can't be you should be ashamed. Those say, but if we're already getting into my cousin's son-in-law, can't testify, then those are only can't testify against second of all because we should see that way. You must have Rav actually Rav Samalik Kawasi the Chadav, the Polygon the Chadav. Okay, so Rav agrees with certain statements and this agrees with other statements. My time is Rav. What's Rav's logic? The Amakra, Vayumsu Avalim Ubba. Sigmar says, Ubbanim, Ilabos Dor'akat. So the pasuk that fathers shall die, right, because of the sons, and when it says a different Ubbanim, that comes to include in addition to this. The Belazar, Albonara, Hotsubai, Avos, Shadi Abonim. Most Rabbi says like this: whatever disqualification is, and when we say disqualification, Christian, we use for testimonial purposes. Whatever familial disqualification of the father, disqualifications are immediately passed to their children. So, by the way, now once we say that after the process, so the Lord is saying like this: for me, so right, my uncle can't testify again. When I say my uncle, it's my uncle's son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son, which is my cousin, right? My cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. Right now, whoever's disqualified from whatever disqualification my cousin has is passed down to his kids also. That's why again my cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law also can't testify that. That's the law. So what we literally see over here, and this is a fundamental approach, how far down these disqualifications actually go. Okay. Around that, Achi Chamosi, father of my father-in-law, can't testify for me. And brother, we say testify. Testify for me, testify against me. Father of my father-in-law is not permitted to go and testify like that. Ben Achi Chamosi, at least read again, the son of the brother of my father-in-law. My father-in-law's brother's son can't go ahead and testify on my behalf. Then Achos Chamosi, literally again the son of the brother of my mother-in-law. Well, you kind of familiar also in this as well. Again, the husband of my sister, right, or or the husband of my father's sister, or the husband of my mother's sister. These individuals, children and their children-in-law, are not permitted to testify my behalf. So I said this, and I was in the house of Allah. What about the brothers of my father-in-law? What's their status? So the Gemara says, Ben what about the son of the brother of my father-in-law? Ben Achos Chamav, the son of the sister of my father-in-law. No, Amrullah, he said, so as I said, pretty much all these people will be disqualified, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, then their children are all disqualified. So Rav takes off the Nisbah. So Rav went to go ahead and purchase Vili Arachim. So Rav went to purchase cloth, right? So again, the only, not actually the point of the story, what it's just saying is, Rav is going out shopping. And I will say what happens, right? So Rav can't shop in peace. Because what happens when Rab goes right to Salman? Rab goes to so what happens? He gets asked him, but is a person permitted to testify against his wife's stepson? I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. So the Gemara says. So what is? Look at actually just a moment. Now, what's the case of where a man would be testifying for his stepson's wife? Right? It says, essentially, watch this. So essentially, a man, there's a court case. Right, Ruben married Rachel. Rachel has a child from another marriage. That child got married. There's now a court case regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's wife. So is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of a stepson's wife? So we must then a husband is like a wife. Essentially, the wife of the stepson is like who? Like a stepson. And you can't testify regarding a stepson. Right? A stepson is still considered to be a relative. So, go ahead. You can't testify. You can't be involved in testimony on stepson's behalf. You also can't be involved in the testimony of the wife of the stepson. So again, in the Talmud says that a woman is like her husband. So look at Rashi. Fine. The Amar from where do we know that a woman is like her husband? In other words, we'll say status-wise, that essentially again the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore in this case over here, because Ruben can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law, therefore he also can't testify on behalf of his son-in-law. The Sid Erbas Achi Avicha Los Al Ishto Los Sidrav Del Das. So the passage literally says again, the Erba, the nakedness of Achi Avicha, of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. El Ishto Los Sidrav, do not come close to wife. This is the wife of your father, your uncle's wife. She is your aunt. So but she's not your aunt. You want to say, who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father or the sister of your brother. This is not your aunt. This is the wife of your uncle. Or rather, what do you see? So we'll say what we see from here is what it does is halacha treats the wife and gives her the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your uncle is your aunt. That's not technically how we define an aunt, right? As a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but the Torah treats wife of your uncle like. So you see from here that a wife is given the status ultimately can't testify on behalf of the wife of your stepson because the status essentially as daughter. It's just that Torah Allah so you can't test. I will say, it's interesting to know is that, why does tell us that Rab was like shopping for parchment when he got asked that question? Who cares? It just tells Rab was asked the question, and that's it. So say perhaps the shot is like this. Sometimes in life a person is thinking, and the truth is they just want to be left alone, right? So when you're shopping for parchments, only shop for parchments. You don't want to do anything else. You don't want to conversations. Just want to go ahead and maybe have a few minutes shop. What is he here? When another Yid needs something, there is no such thing as being critical. Another Yid needs something, it's never a hassle. It's never about, say, come on, wait till Ray gets back to his message, send him an email. Don't write, when another chooses something, they'll say that the story is Rabbi doesn't say, I'm talking right? Not doing with it then and there. When there's an opportunity to do something for someone else, opportunity to help someone else in some way, that is the greatest success. Okay, now maybe the person shouldn't have asked the question right now. Should have waited a little bit later. Okay, that's a different Shiloh. About having that's when you see it doing something else. That's a different issue. But once he did it, once he asked him to and was dropped out. I know like move it up. So that's no, I know Akhir. So again, I will say the way it says the way the son over here, son is really his brother. So now he's talking about again. So we'll say so essentially, brothers of your brother would be an unrelated stepbrother. So the Chista, Chista said no. The brothers of your brother. So people who are not related to you are related to my brother. So those are kosher. Those really are totally unrelated to me, and therefore again, kosher for Eidos. I'm really like what about what Rabbi Yirmiyah said? Rabbi Yirmiyah literally just said a while ago. Rabbi Yirmiyah said that the brothers of your fight. So now you're saying they're not fight. I'm related to Shmuel. He said, I never heard that. But yes, you did. You heard it. You just said it. Because Lomar, where he said I didn't hear it, and you said I didn't hear it. Or rather, I don't hold that one. Yeah, so if that's the case, then again, so then the brother of my brother, the same thing as brother. So why do you have to break out the cases? So Tana Akhir bin Ab, Tana Akhir bin Ab. Okay, just breaking it up because it's talking about paternal brothers and maternal brothers. About this stuff. Abi Hasan, Abi me this is fascinating. Turning. Let's take it. Ruben married Rothschild as parents. Like Rothschild as the father, and Ruben is the father. Ruben, so what is the saying? Ruben's parents and Russell's parents are absolutely unrelated. You're like, I knew this my whole life, right? Right? Our absolutely unrelated are not related for these purposes over here. They are permitted to testify against each other. Now again, I'm using the word against. I'm trying to say that I don't mean against. It's testify. It could be for the idea over here. They could be involved in testimony that has an impact on the other because they are not considered to be related. So the Gemara says, "Aviyah Chasam Aviyah Kalo Yeidin Zalzal." Lo dami lahadar, lo damu lahadar. Ella, ki Allah b'shana. This is such an interesting question. Lo damu lahadar, lo damu lahadar means that ultimately again they are not. Rashi says over here, lo damu lahadar. They're not linked. They're not linked. So what are they compared to? Ella l'dano. What do they do? They're compared to the lid of a barrel that doesn't fit on the barrel. So, now again, so just understand what's being said. So really incredible, which is that. So first of all, on it's on the left. They're not related. They're not related. And then, again, because there's at least again, to be honest, after all the people just included relative pool, I would have thought sure are theoretical, but again, because there is there's something that links them, something that relates them. Therefore, they are permitted to testify without involving each other. So therefore, the Gemara says, they're like a little bit of barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel. I mean, there's really no connection between the two of them, even though their children are not. It's also a really profound sort of because I was telling us, sometimes these things make a man over people want everything to fit. They want the hustling like and people have this family where everybody loves each other, gets along with each other, which is beautiful. If that could happen, actually, it certainly does happen. Because I was telling us that's not a prerequisite. If it happens, it's a bonus. But the idea, because I was saying, is more often than not, are like the battle leaves that just don't quite fit together. And that's just because almost like the notion of blending an entire family, pretty uncommon that it actually happens. And it's fantastic. But again, if it doesn't happen, it's okay also. It's not the ignorant. The ignorant is that the husband and Kala are able to live a blissful life together. If the families are kind of like upward, right? These are like, the barrel and the lid. They just don't fit together. It's fine. You know what? Not even really related. Right? It doesn't have to be even related. It's okay. It was like something. Sometimes we make like a very big deal about. Let's say this is an aside. People like to talk about the crisis. There's no shidduch crisis. There's a people crisis. Right? There's a people crisis. They put emphasis on all the wrong things. That people focus on all the wrong things. That people are looking for all the wrong things. There's wrong with the system. There's something wrong with people. Right? People create flawed systems. That's what ends up happening. If people correct themselves, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of that we're looking at, but it's interesting to see that again, Chazal understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two families together is virtually full. And the barrel doesn't fit and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal saying, you know what? All good. He's going to say fasting halacha. A man could testify on behalf of his wife. So again, Ruben did Erusin with Rachel. And now what is it? When I say again, he can test her behalf. So the Gemara says, Lo Amr, first by line, Lo Amr Allah. That's only to extract money. In other words, he can testify against her. However, the Gemara, but to testify on her behalf, he can't do why I will say that's a conflict of interest. Why? Because Allah saw anything that she did is going to become his. Although it's not true. It's not true actually, regardless. Whether it's for or against her, he's not believed. I have to stop over here. Well, we had excellent ground. Excellent. But just remember where we start. We'll say it's not always about where you end. It's also about where you start. I'm short daf tomorrow. We're good. We'll be fine. I think I have not. I'll get to where you need to get. Sorry for today. All right. I feel like this Simcha has more than any person. All right. I'll say have a great. That's what I'm on. I just can't in life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and little cheese sandwiches, handcuffs on. I can't look at whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making it in. I give you what's on my mind in the morning. All right, Rabbi, say good morning. I thank you for our sponsors. What's our sponsor? Dedicating all the Shur Midrashos this year as a Zuchus for B'Sara Talbos for Am Yisrael. Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Habadim L'Tov for the Kalman Mishpacha for dedicating all the Shur Midrashos this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, a strong and valiant soldier who died al Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza first night of Hanukkah. We hope that his neshama has an aliyah, his family in the Chum of America are learning to be Rothschild brings all of our hostages home to Shalom and the Kara, and that our holy soldiers are successful. Please that is podcast. A lot to do today. We are picking up at Mishnah in the session. So, brand new sugya ahead of us today. One of the things that we established is not to go ahead and adjudicate this. So that's both as a diamond, as a judge, as well as as well as going ahead and serving as a commissioner says who are the quote. These are the relatives. Okay. A brother, Rabbi, and father, uncle. So it's like triggers some of us vomits, right? So and brother-in-law, the husband of his sister, and the husband of father's sister, and husband of the mother's brother, and the husband means mother's husband, a father-in-law, so a brother-in-law, them, their sons, as well as their sons-in-law. The Hargo, we'll say Hargo Levad. So we're going to say Hargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss Hashem is very interesting case of his stepson. And ultimately, again, a brother-in-law or stepson, Levado. Levado means no other associated relatives. Again, we're getting into that in the Gemara a little bit. From Yossi says, this up until this point, this is the Mishnah, this is the same for Rabbi Akiva. Mishnah is shown up, but again, in the first iteration of this halacha, Dodo, then Dodo, ultimately, again, uncle, and he is in line to inherit. So I say this is the first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously in the Gemara. This is Rabbi Akiva. After again, they really made this about inheritance. Whoever ultimately aligned to inherit, that ultimately is apostle Eido says, well, that interesting enough. Also, what's the definition of relative? The definition of relative is someone who is to you at the time of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related. So they are related. For example, in Israel, if you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again distance from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, of divorce. Divorce always see death in just a moment. So even if you were related to someone, but now you're not related to halacha l'maisa, the individual is kosher for a. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Afilu mesa bito." Rabbi Yehuda gives an example of this. Afilu mesa bito. So let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter marries a guy, right? They have a child. And what happens? The yeshlop on a minero, and now what happens? They have children, and then so we'll say. So let's take it. So Reuben has a daughter. Daughter marries Shimon, and then Ruth's daughter dies. So is Reuben related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. No, because at the end of the day, Reuben Shimon is the husband of the daughter. If the daughter is dead, then technically speaking, Reuben is not related to Shimon. Again, the Mishnah says, Hari Zekaro. They are still considered to be relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Right? It's the existence of grandchildren by definition who raised them. Okay. This is a fascinating case. So say oiva so means a very close or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. So these individuals are also hostile eagles. So this is interesting. What's the definition of oiv? So oiv is shoshvino. Oiv is someone who is like your groom. Now Rashi over here he says shoshvino hustle lo bimei. This is a person over again. So shoshvino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is hustle lo during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the party itself, the again some seconds to this. Besides the wedding celebration itself is even extended day. So during the days of the chasana, so this individual would be hustle. So today was the definition of an enemy. Interestingly enough, so this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. Right? In other words, it could very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days. Right? But if I'm not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called the only. That's called it. And these individuals that was the Ohe, the very close friend, right? Close friend, not find that because he's my close friend. The enemy is also not believed testified or adjudicated by that because he's my enemy. Honorably, he responded back to him, well, actually, Israel Al-Khan. So actually says over here, don't actually Israel Al-Khan. Checker the Shukiva, the Abba. The Dafka process. Interesting. He responded, that's not happening. No one's going to because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not kosher. My focus is exactly. Let's take you out. How do we know this? How do we know what? How do we know? Where do we know this concept that relatives are not believed to go ahead and debate the case? Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that known from? So the Gemara says as follows: Torah says that one shall not die because of their sins. So the Gemara says, what is this? So almost and the father is not going to be responsible. The father is not going to die because of his sins of his son, and it's not going to die because of the sins of his father. So it's teaching about the presence of the so you know that man ish the chato you person died because not when you know because of the sins of someone else. Okay? Say, hello. Well, you see almost what does it mean when it says that fathers will die because of their sons? The age was funny. It means because of the testimony of their sons. Sons of their fathers. The age was almost because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so we'll say so this is the makar. So how do we know relatives can't test right for each pieces of it says again, right? The fathers can't die because of their sons can't because their fathers indicates that's the testimony given from father to son to father. So the rest of 1 second. Statement that fathers don't die for the sins of their fathers don't die for the sins of their sons. The sons don't die for the sins of their fathers. Remember that is a clear statement. Ish the numbers people only die for their own sins. Versus is that true? Well, say, okay, although one is a person. Will be the sins of the father on the sons, which sounds like children can be responsible for the sins of their fathers. And this Gemara says, no. Awesome. That's the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children perpetuate that behavior. That is going to be responsibility. Sins of the fathers on the sons. In other words, when the fathers engage in behavior, and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the sons, not only for their behaviors, but the behaviors of their fathers. What does it mean when it says, for the sins of their father, they will be held accountable? When the sons decide to perpetuate the sinful deeds of their fathers. So maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's only responsible for the sins of their fathers when they perpetuate? It's very simple. Maybe sons are in general responsible for the sins of their fathers. Because it says each person only dies for his own sins.
Like these motherfuckers. They're gonna be like, who's that? This is fucking Rabbi.
Unless, of course, perpetuate those that are sick. So let's say I just point out some beauty. See this dynamic on one hand, right? On one hand, so the son is responsible for the sins of yet, if the son perpetuates sinful behaviors of the father, responsible. So we'll say, what do you see here? Would you see this? Yeah. You know, this is like, don't use the family to avoid don't choose your parents. The person is born into a dysfunctional situation. Sometimes the person is even born into a sinful. What Chazal is saying is one thing that you don't get to choose your upbringing, but you absolutely get to choose what to yourself. Or
56. What's Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi. Thinking about me, thinking about you. This is the worst. These people are the worst. Yeah, these motherfuckers in this fucking. Okay. Worst. Suburb. Rabbi skank. Game recognized game. You let Rabbi talk. God, they've got Will Chamberlain. I was watching people in the dribble. Some people are throwing the ball in the air, and he just sitting there like, got the piece of paper that says 100 on it. Come on. Dog. Let me fucking talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. Chupa Chan. Chupa Chan. Shit. Stop. Shut the fuck up. Damn, it's okay. I'm dog. End of the day, shut the fuck up, me talk. You are the yes, it is. Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh yeah, will absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the past. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "10 is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global, and here's why. In 20, The Economist magazine stated that data has over petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to put your friends financially. I'm going to all in that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a camera. to view these cameras, there is a link in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTubes. You're also going to find a link tree in there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You will also find a video on me, and you will have a link to my Discord. We have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and I've grown every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural greenhouses, saltwater, hydroponics, seeding, and world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do wells and water towers in developing such as Nigeria, especially in rural Nigeria, we've built these wells and water towers for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a trader, send me I will respond. You follow me, I will follow you back. I want to help you to be successful in whatever it is you're passionate. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give with that. I sincerely want to thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you. Do you have any question for some? Well, I'm just laughing to be a Rabbi speaks at home. Like, just came over and he just started speaking that it's gonna make you, it's gonna make us rich, then make this, make that, and take away from your job and all. So I was like, well, he talked about this, like I don't really get that. And he said also that they help countries like Nigeria, like Nigeria, it's like maybe water, maybe light, and all things are something we have had, like we have that project, but people that don't think they are building a world peace coin. So I was like, is it that is the same person that use another account, or I don't know, maybe lost in church?
I have one of the OG meme coins. You can see in the pinned post of the Jumbotron, we built wells in a village in Nigeria, and I'd like to do more good like that. You can see the people there enjoying clean water as it's being built. Any other project that you meet on here doesn't do any. It doesn't do anything for Africa. It doesn't do anything for the developing world. I'm saying, look, at least I have been a project that has helped. That's something. Now, when it comes to making you rich, I have a 4-pronged strategy, which is better than most anybody else is going to tell you. And then I'm going to teach you. You're going to make more money. So the skepticism. I'd be skeptical too. So I don't take offense, Mr. Favor, to any laughing. I would be laughing as well. All right, Rabbi, Rich, how are you going to do it? This is how we're going to do it. Well, firstly, as I described, data is its number one reason. I have more data art on the internet. When I go viral, we're going to be able to monetize. And that means that we're going to take all that money and put it in a not-for-profit nonprofit, a big trust, 5013, 501c3, which is what is the tax of states. Basically, it is going to be a huge amount of money. Take that money, and everyone has helped me along the way. We're going to help, and that's not going to be millions of dollars nor billions of dollars. It's trillions of dollars. You have to understand, I've been live streaming in my life from 20 different angles for more than 4 years. That's a huge amount of data. Nobody's ever done that. The world is going to learn a lot from that. AI is going to use me as an example, its models. This is going to be extremely lucrative for the world. Say we're going to make you rich. Is I have more social media than any person out ever. We're going to monetize that. We're going to take all the money from that. We're going to put it in this big trust. So how else am I going to do this? The third pillar of this is through endorsements. Right now, it's worth about $100 million. I wear their merchandise. They sponsor my betting. They sponsor my. We're going to be able to do this with much bigger needs, not just for $1 million a year, but $1 billion a year. I will wear logos. I will do interviews. I will do endorsements. And then the fourth, we're going to be able to make you rich is just through crypto. The amount of crypto investments that we have will be able to launch coins and be able to change lives. I want to just change your life. I don't want to just make you rich. I want to make your friends and family rich as well. Now, how can I make you rich now? Or how do I want to support you? It's really that I'm going to try. So here we go. Be able to market, probably have some social media, but you don't have all the social media that you could potentially be having to make sure that you're as successful as possible. And I want to help you be as successful as possible. So everything I'm telling you is free, and I'm never going to charge you. I don't want to charge you. All I want for you to do is use this free strategy. First thing you do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it is a link that has all your social media on it. If you don't have one, you need one. You can get one at linktree.com. You can also download their app. All right. Once you do that, we're going to connect not just your Twitter account, not just your Gmail account, but all of your social media that you have for business purposes. So if you have a Facebook that's personal or an Instagram that's personal, not that, but I want you to have the top 30 social media platforms. You're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of work. Well, guess what? You have to make these accounts one time in your life, and then you're going to dominate the search and have tools. I analogize this to Web3 marketing is basically we're digging for gold. Now you are digging for gold, the tools. One or two shovels. Your Twitter account, maybe Discord, maybe Telegram. I want to give you 30 different tools. I want you to be able to utilize Gmail, Google, the number one website in the world, YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Facebook, the number 3, TikTok, the fastest growing social. This has a 4-year strategy. The first gives you 30 different places you can promote yourself. Secondly, it gives you 30 different places you can promote your customers. Thirdly, it gives you 30 new avenues for you to be able to get business. And finally, it makes it much more difficult to be able to in person have a reputation. Once you create the account, and you don't have to download the apps, you can have a browser. Each one takes 5 minutes. You can do this in a couple hours. Once you link them all, and what you do is you come back to me, we look at it, and we make sure it's good. Then I'm going to help you optimize the profiles, make sure that it makes you sound professional, and optimize your profile. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put content on them. So we can use to create AI videos that promote you. These are things that are going to have excellent titles, excellent descriptions, and hashtags that you trend in YouTube Shorts, you trend Instagram Reels, you trend on the TikTok algorithm. We want your accounts not to be skeleton accounts and bare. I want to put a little something on their customers. Look at this. They say, wow, okay, you've got something there. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities, not just on X, but on Telegram, on Facebook, and on Discord. We want to increase your network. As you all know, your network is your network, and I want to increase both of them. I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You may say, I know how to make memes. That's fine. I want to teach putting your at in the using LinkedIn in the corner so people know the force was behind this great meme. Additionally, I want to teach you how to clip spaces so that when someone drops out in a space that you're in, you clip it, you tag the co-host, you put, and that's going to get you on radar so that when you come up to talk, they're going to bring you up right away because they know who you are, they know your reputation. I'm going to teach you how to create a Fiverr account. If you all don't know what a Fiverr is, it's basically a marketplace where you will earn USD, United States dollars, if you want, for doing very simple things on your social media for people in the United States and Western countries. And you'll make anywhere from $5 for something easy, maybe posting a video on YouTube, to posting maybe on 10 of different social media, and you make $100. That's good money, and that money is more. It's consistent. You'll be able to do that regularly for people, and this is a platform that you can trust and a customer can trust. You don't have to do all kinds of work, and then that customer never pay you, and the customer has a guarantee that you do a good job for them. So it's basically with some growth system. It's a middleman. And then the final thing how to do is I'm going to teach you to go to these spaces and learn how to show yourself. You're going to get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. I don't want you going into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say. I just need a job. Please send me a job. I don't want you doing that. I want you to be able to go in space with confidence and say, GM, my name is XYZ, and I am the best Web3 social media marketer around, and here's why. I'm going to take your content and I'm going to put it on my 30 different social media platforms. That means a few things for you. It's going to mean you show up number one in YouTube. You show up number one in Google. You show up number one on Reddit. You show up number one on TikTok. You show up number one on Instagram. When someone Googles you, you're going to be the top 10 results. And on top of that, you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people, 30 times more people who buy your crypto, 30 times more impressions. And guess what? I'm going to do this all for the same price as any of my competition. I want you to know that we're going to have lifetime partnerships. When you partner with me, you will never want to go to anyone else for your social media needs. Connect, send me a DM. I look forward to doing business with you. And then when you're done in the space and you've got a bunch of DMs that go, you go every chill. And then what I want you to do is to the host when you're done and thank them. It goes a long way. Sending thank you cards in the real world goes a long way with people, and so is tagging posts, sending them a message saying, hey, I appreciate you letting me up. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know. That will go a long way with you. So those are the strategies that I want to use, not just for me to make you all rich. I give you a 4-tier strategy for that, but then also ways for you guys to make yourselves rich in the meantime. Thank you for the
coming down to your as well, but you also drop proof, like you drop proof that your main value that you drop here right now, at least the ranking, and most of the things you are saying is like you are talking about just the basic minor thing that each and every one of us here can do. There is market project and all, and you can be able to do it in a good way. No was winning currently in this space, like if you are good, you are there, you have they're already looking for you, then there's a reward for you. We get so it's you, the ranking, and people to like to talk about the project and get more respect and get more impression and get more engagement. You get because I know that SEO will make your content make it yes, people will see it and like interact. You get then yeah, it's the SEO to ration of like quality because I like I have things like a very, very bullish once I post the brand to really have a lot of quality content. One way or the other, we have quality content, but I can't wish that you get the concept reach all those data points and entry and putting all your social media accounts there. The room is going to help. Is that going to make me a faster or how? Because like if the space to pitch to that you can that's how you feel come out in some aspect in marketing try to amplify as really make it simple now. The campaigns
absolutely. So yes, you are going to be able to rank higher in SEO, search engine optimization, and you can just about guarantee it to your customers with this strategy. So in the Jumbotron, I put the list of all the social that I think you should have. Most of you already have the ready. What you're going to be able to say to yourself and to a customer, I can say to you, is type in your username into Google right now and take a screenshot on today. Today is Monday, November 24th. And you'll be able to say to your customer that by December 24th, to give you 1 month, that when the person searches their name, your posts for them will rank in the top 10. They're going to search their name today, and they might see one of their maybe if they're fortunate. You're going to be able to say to them in 1 month, you're in these things to crawl my social, and I'm going to take your name, your content. I'm going to put in the title of my videos. I'm going to put in the descriptions of my videos, and you don't have to tell them this way. I do this to really have utilize the best hashtags for you and the best description, the best SEO words, and month your posts for them on YouTube will show up as the first result, probably because YouTube's the second strongest. On Instagram, maybe the third result or the fourth result. TikTok, fourth or fifth result. Reddit will be perhaps the first result. It could be very easily because Google ranks Reddit very highly. The same with Imager, but basically you're going to dominate that 10 pack. Say to a customer, look, here's our deal. If I can get you to rank in the top 10 of Google for your username in 1 month, you give $100. If I can't do it, that's okay, I tried. No harm, no foul. And you're going to get customers to run at you. Wait, you mean to tell me that if I go and search my username right now and it only shows up maybe 0 times, and you're going to tell me that in 1 month I'm going to be able to track that and actually see that it's going to show up 10 times in there? All 10 I'm going to dominate, or maybe 7, 8, 9 of the 10 spots are going to throw money at you because that's very, very valuable. Not only that, you're going to be able to say the same thing to them on YouTube. You're going to say, look, put your username into YouTube right now, or your project name, show nothing because you don't have any videos for your project. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make some AI promotional videos, and you'll be able to do this through Grok. And in the past, when AI video wasn't that good, it's excellent now. I'm going to tell you what, without naming a name, there's someone in here who I was working with yesterday. They sent them yesterday. I was shocked how good they were, and they're loading those currently to their different social media websites, and they're going to start ranking on all of these, and you'd be able to do the same, not only for yourself, for self-marketing, but also for your customers. So you have to think that when you upload to YouTube, that's going to give you 10 different results. And so you might show up all 10 of your videos on Google. When someone searches in YouTube for their project, you're going to show up maybe the top 7, 8, 9, 10 of the top 10. That's your goal. Same with Reddit. Same with Instagram. Same with TikTok. And the way that you do this is you take the person's name of their project, you put a nice description with it, a nice title, and hashtags. That's exactly what social media websites crawl twice a day, and they basically crawl the whole internet like a spider does a web. And they document these changes. It doesn't happen within 1 day. A week it takes or so, and you'll start to see results, and a month you'll definitely see results, so that you'll be able to say to your customers, hey, now ranking in the top 10 of Google, you've got 6 of the top 10 positions, and on YouTube you've got 7 of the top 10 positions, and on Instagram you've got 8 of the top 10 positions, and on TikTok you've got 7 of the top 10 positions. I did what I said I was going to do, and we have an arrangement, and it's time for you to pay me whatever your arrangement is. You're also going to be doing something for not just yourselves, but your clients in a very underrated but incredibly important and growing important in the world, and that is AI. AI uses this data on social media to create its large language models. Your customer, if I put you into AI, it's going to say I've never heard of a project, but give me a month, and once AI has a chance to look at all of the content that I've created for you on my 30 different social media profiles, it's going to say XYZ launched in November of 20 2025, it has a market cap of XYZ. You're going to give AI the information that it needs to be able to provide data to people who search for it. So you're going to be optimizing not only engine optimization, but also AI or large language modulation. Nobody else on at least Twitter Spaces is saying that they're going to be able to market you. It's all free. Everything that I've just told you is absolutely so. You're not only going to be able to themselves well, and if you name in Google right now and see where you, and also ask Google of your AI, ask about yourself, and it knows anything about you. These different social media, their business accounts in 1 month. Large language models will know who you are, and also you will top 10 pack of Google. To my friend, Mr. Fay, you asked a few questions, but there's some alpha that I want to share. Is what I'm making sense to you? And also, did I not miss any of the questions that you made?
I would like to see first of all, to see, okay, yeah, take it now, for example, the we are getting, be it on Facebook, be it on Twitter, we can start getting us in all these platforms. I believe the idea is going to work out the same thing with it. I can start seeing myself, I can start seeing my account that goes through, but it's just that these days are like, what I say, you have to be really master it. You get your areas when it comes to make tests and all, but you really know this is free. We get to so what we are willing to do this. We are willing to how can we go the way are you willing to keep it on? You can't stick on.
Thank you. Yeah, I am willing to wait. I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day. Without naming names of people in here, there are people who have been in my Discord 15 times last week, just going to me for questions they have about their social media. You can reach out to me whenever you want, DMs or in person. I'm live on camera, not just on 20 different YouTube streams at this very moment, but also live in Discord. You can just connect and ask me any question that you want. In terms of gaining followers, this will get you followers, but if you want to gain followers, there are probably better ways to do it. And those are just generally be like follow for followers. If you want to make a lot, I can tell you I've been using this account while I created it earlier this year. It had 0 followers 3 weeks ago, and I'm at like 1,400 followers. And that's how I do it. I just basically tell people exactly what I'm saying. They like what they hear. Realize this type of strategy. You should know as well when it comes to the search engine of this. Really, it's just about. It's almost like what we call Mad Lib. So whatever keyword your customer wants to rank for. Let's say it's an NFT. Let's say it's a dog NFT, just as an example. Okay, we're going to say to them, okay, well, what search what search keyword do you want the most, or key phrase? They're going to say best dog NFT. Okay, great. So we're going to go to ChatGPT. We're going to say, give me the best title and description for best dog NFT, and we're going to name what the NFT is, and we're going to put, and it's something like dog NFT Twitter, and then it'll give a description. Your descriptions can be up to 2,000 characters. They can be very robust, and we'll have all kinds of hashtags. Then what we're going to do is go to Grok and say, make me a video for that you think would be. It'll give me one, and maybe I don't like that. I'll ask it to do 10 of them, and I'm going to choose the 10. All of this is free. And so I get this really good video that's futuristic, that's cool. I'm going to take the best NFT title, put it in there. I'm going to put the best NFT description, put in the description. I'm going to upload that to and then I'm gonna let that go. Then I'm gonna do that 10 times or however many satisfy the needs of the customer, and I'm gonna let it wait for one. And in one, type in best dog NFT with the name of their NFT. It's going to show up in the top 10 of YouTube. That will also show up on Google. And it's, I know what you're saying, like it's a science. It used to be more of a science, I would say. But uh, search engine optimization has really defaulted to social media being the strongest sites that they promote. They don't like to promote people's individual sites as much. Those are the hard ones to be able to promote. If people just want to get their name out there, remake the wheel. Basically, YouTube is the number 2 website in the world. YouTube's rank for Google is extreme. Put anything on Google, and it's going to put any. It's going to rank very highly in YouTube. Same with Reddit. Same with TikTok. Same with Instagram. It's not like we're creating a brand new website and we're competing with all of these. No, we're gonna use these tools that are already there for us. These social media platforms. We're just gonna change the words to focus on the phrase that we want. So I agree with you. At one time, search engine optimization was. I mean, it still is. It is. There's some science to it, absolutely, but it is very hard to outrank YouTube. It is very hard to outrank TikTok. It's very hard to outrank Instagram. And if you know how at least Google ranks things, it prioritizes videos. So there's a very good chance that we could even get it, depending on how someone's viewing Google, that when you've been best dog NFT name of the project, that show on the search engine page. Even though you didn't video, you guys know that videos show up above even the search results. And there's a very chance those could be the videos that we uploaded 1 month prior. And it like the thing is, you never know until you try. And basically, if you want, just do this for yourself. It's not going to hurt you. You don't have to get content, but I recommend that. What you could do is just take a YouTube account, whatever you search engine result for which you want to rank. You could see, well, just like for you, Mr. Mr. Favor, you could just write Mr. Favor, best social media marketer on X. That's the phrase that we want to go for. And we're going to have that in it. And then we'll say hashtag social media, tag Twitter Spaces, all of it. We'll have a title description, a robust description. And in 1 month, when somebody searches Mr. Favor, best social media, you don't have to say on X, that video is going to show up. And if it doesn't, then you can tweak it. But that's a winning strategy. And really, Mr. Favor, you never know until you try. So this is an experiment. But I'm telling you, I just told you is absolutely. I don't want you to have to pay for anything. According to The Economist, this happened in 2018.
Nice conversation. We talk about things. Also, so we discuss other things.
much for your kind words. I'd like to connect with you as well, and your words mean a lot to me. Thank you very much.
So before then, like people say, so that it will not look like for just hijack this place, come and stay in this space. Then the other people that want to be called, they want to say something. We start being mighty, and we just see them. Yeah, I know very well. To Rabbi, other species, actually, I just think that's what I say, like, I'm going to try fast, like, thank you so much. And shout out to everybody on stage, and that's very much. Okay, thank you. He just came to just tell his mood. So, and it's like, without coming to, greet them, it looks like they are nicest people. So, nice one, that's that. Your next class is money, and connection is money, right? There are a lot of people that just for connection, they meet people online like this in Australia. Somebody will be like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna get to a little station or I'm gonna process it. So I see somebody also getting it. So connection is the key, right? So be mighty, let's hear from you. Making it to the first way on Rabbi, because I'm one of Rabbi, what Rabbi is saying is beautiful. And I've been, I just wish for everybody to just work through it, not gonna lie, that's the future, because what we are doing now is not right. So Rabbi making you to have more than 3 is for free, because I've been making myself for someone Rabbi to come up and bring up his own idea, because not just my eyes, it's you that know someone to share it. That's what I want for them, just came. But if you go deep down into it, you see that most of it is for himself, just to know to me. Eager to teach. I'm not gonna lie to you, just try it. If you're not trying, just try. So that's I'm sure most of you have heard. You see the telegrams, you can say, you can connect the freelance that connect both content creators, YouTube leaders, connect everybody together. So making sure at least it was very nice. Something else people cannot just connecting with spiritual believers. I will be part of the Indian community of African nation. With the you can just search on Gandhi. So you can search on the true base. I was part of the major meeting of other as well. Even there is because for yourself. Thank you. And also back to Rabbi. Rabbi, thanks for what you do. Thank you for being not just African Nigerian. Because
Function is a choice. Growing up with dysfunction is not a choice. At a certain point in time, a person has three choices about the life they want to live and the person they want to be. If you don't make choice in yourself, that is on. So to be brought up in a sinful home, okay, otherwise I can't choose to be brought up. But at a certain point in time, focusing not on say avosei. When you choose to perpetuate the same behaviors you were up with, it's just like the Rothschild who says, you know better, you know differently. You do not have to continue that same mode of spiritual discipline. You can choose something for yourself. You're willing to choose something different for yourself. The age of is such a tremendous assault because people spend a whole life their parents for anything that goes wrong in their life. They do this, my mother did this, and by the way, they might be 100% right. They might have had worse parents in the world. Or even if they didn't have worse parents in the world, it could be that the whole life was really dysfunction. And there's a lot. There could be a lot done before the first person discovered that a lot of who and what we are. Long story short, it's long before that. But there does come a moment where a person has to make a choice about who they want to be in life. And maybe across the back of the head. Possible. But when I say now I have to make a choice. Do I want to be always not say I will say or not? Do I want to perpetuate that? Or do I want something different for myself? Such a lesson of power. But it's tempting to think that, you know what, the way you were brought up, that's the way you're going to be. I saw someone say, know, if you're fortunate to have look yourself. Sometimes the person is unfortunate to have what started somewhere in the traffic street. He's certain points on the outside. Who and what you want to be. Responsibility for the life. Yeah, that was so you want to below. So I was saying, is that true that you're not held responsible for other people's happiness? I believe God for Rothschild. Once it says literally again, a person will stumble. According to the person, a person will stumble over his fellow. You want to talk about ish one Jew stumbles over the sins of another Jew. What does this teach me? The language are reading their brothers. So what does it teach us? This teaches us that halacha of myself, that each of us are responsible. It's like only following these levels. What's that? We are all responsible for one another. So doesn't that mutual responsibility mean that I could be held accountable for your sins? You could be held accountable for my sins. Hassan, Shai, the Yadam, when for each other's sins. When Allah himself, there was the ability to someone else's negative behavior you didn't do. So also exists down. When I see someone doing something wrong, and I don't do anything to object. Or unless when we say object, I don't do anything. I share in responsibility for it. Yeah. I share that responsibility. But again, if I don't do anything again, like I said, I share that feeling. On the other hand, someone's going to get a date up, and I don't really have the ability to do then there's no responsibility. Both sides, there's no contrast. This is even a different concept. So now the articles, remember again, guarantorship. Holy Scholar reasons like that. We are all responsible for each other, especially I see meetings and you see meetings like only people don't fill your responsibility at the idea. I just want to point out something very interesting. You notice, you'll often find this phrase written two different ways. There's called this stuff I read Loza and Zet Loza. So the word I read because it is a guarantee. Each of us is the guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, wrong, and I could have stepped in and prevented that or helped, and I don't. Just guarantor. It's so responsible. But remember, again, Also, of a mixture. And again, that's how you'll find Zeb Bazet and Zeb Bazet. When it's ultimately in the context of guarantorship, so it's often because our Zela Zeb, we are guarantor one for the other. But it also means Tarobas means a mix. That means coinciding Zeb. There is a mixture of qualities. So all one mixture. So as I saw so beautiful earlier this morning, Yismach Moshe, the Rabbi of Sighet, says something so beautiful. He says, I don't put Zebas that. The father sounds like more like a parallel that's a mixture. Because if Rothschild is unspoken, if you want to see how you're doing in life, generally more kind of like that, like a little bit of a greater holding in spiritual life. You stop with the idea of your life. Look at your friend. What do you see? What do you see when you look at another you? If all you see as all you see is all the things you're looking everything so that's what you're seeing in someone else, and in reality, that's what's happening inside. That's so I reading said from Zach. We are Arobas. We are a mixture. That's what I was saying. He was something that was the most beautiful in the world when you speak about different factions, different groups, we are all last year. It's a mixture. So if you look at you and you see something powerful, you see something powerful, you see something that you just don't like. Have you understand part of that is your reflection. Part of that activity is prison. That's why I was you notice this, by the way. The great psychic often push us what? I would think the great what makes the fact inside learn a lot of the greatest metric of a side is when you are able to love every single Jew, that means you see just every Jew. When you see that's your reflection. So you see the beauty of every single year. That's because you yourself possess all of that. Conversely, when you just like that one, just like this one, can't stomach this one, can't make eye contact with this one. Those like that's the reflection of broken inside of you. Someone who's got true love, is able to see the beauty. Doesn't mean that the harmful perfections is wrong. That's what it means to have. That's what it means to be able to see you. That beauty is reflected from me because there's two different concepts. Cause already Zebozer, might say someone else sin. And I was like, stop it. I am responsible for that. You're only what you see in your view is not going to reflect what's happening.
Thank you so much in advance. So let's he's having connection.
GM, every day is a holiday. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates made the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than that, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financially independent. If you're already, I want to ensure that you have generations you don't already, and I want you to be charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 YouTube streams. I'm live on over simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 300 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my link, they're in my profile. Also in my pinned post, you'll find a link to YouTube and Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. I have more social than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord. I have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing every day. In addition to making you and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agriculture, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. Personally and professionally, be a positive person. And I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Awesome, Rabbi. And I just got to your profile and I see that
give to people, but here's a quick overview. You need a link tree. It's your business 21st century. I believe you want to make sure that on your link tree, you of course have your YouTube, and you have about the top 30 social medias out there, everything from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok. What you want to do is it's a four-pronged approach. Number one, give you more opportunity to be able to promote yourself and your YouTube channel wherever you need. Number two, it's allow other people to be able to your YouTube channel. Number three, it gives you more visibility when people search for you on any social media. You're going to show up number one in Google, number one on YouTube, number one on Instagram for your YouTube channel. And then finally, it makes it more difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you on YouTube. So that's the approach that I use. Make sure that you're utilizing all of the social media available to you and pushing people to your YouTube channel. It is more opportunity that people are going to be able to connect to you there. I hope that answers your question. Edu, hi you. How are you, my friend? Edu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Okay. So I'm going to go over the strategy with you, and this is going to make you money. Excellent. Okay. So I gave you the list of all that social media, and I know you're saying, Rabbi, what? You gave me 30 different social media. Nobody has that much, but they do. So social media managers need that. And what does this do for you? It's a four tier strategy. The first is that having 30 different social media accounts allows you to post content in more places. Second, allows you to push your clients' content in more places. Thirdly, it's 30 more places that you can get jobs from people, because you're going to have DMs and you're going to have people who are following you and connecting with you. And finally, it makes it more difficult to impersonate you. Does that make sense to you, Edu?
Yeah, it does. I'm going to do it.
Excellent. Once you do it, here's what we're going to do. Then you're going to come back in here in a day or two after you're done. Rabbi, will you please look at it? We'll look at it. Once it's good, then we're going to put content on it. We're going to make 10 videos to dominate TikTok, algorithm, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts. And when your clients look at your accounts, they just won't look. They won't be skeleton accounts. They will be. Then we're going to optimize profile. You've got a Doginal dog. That's cool. Your social media. You might want your brand. So we can work. Then I'm going to teach you how to join on X, on Discord, on Facebook, and some other places. Network is your net worth. And we want to clip people's Twitter spaces, and that will get you on their radar, and they'll invite you up. We're going to teach you how to thank people when you're done, so that they you up in the future. Additionally, I'm going to teach you how to make and market yourself with memes. Basically, if you know how to make memes, that's great. And then we're going to put your link tree so people know who was behind this meme. I'm going to account what can do jobs for people nationally, and it's a real marketplace for you to be promote social media. I pay for period to on projects, and they've been on Fiverr. And then I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself. You're going to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that when you go into these spaces, you sound professional, you sound motivated, and you're going to get your clients more business. And they're going to send you DMs, and then you do the work for them. Does that sound like a plan that you do?
Like, thank you. First of all, I appreciate you for the time and this kind of possible. But I will ask, this is like kind of so much. Is there any agreement? Maybe do I need to pay for the mentorship or
no. I don't want your money. You're so sweet. No. You keep all the money. I don't want anything from you. No, nothing. Ever. I don't want your money from you. I want you to make money. I'm fine. Fortunately, I've had success in the past, so I don't need your money. I don't want your money. This is not. This is not a for-profit operation. This is not for profit. We're just making people better. We're educating people. I'm a teacher at heart. I mean, I'm also a certified management professional. I'm an app developer. I'm a marketing expert. But in addition to that, I'm a teacher. The term rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I want to share the knowledge that I have with other people. So there's no agreement that you sign. You don't have to do this, but it's all free. The strategies are free. So I want to just give you a heads up. If you ever go on any of these websites and they say for a premium, don't do it. Everything that I'm telling you is free. So just look around the website or on the app. There's a free version for everything. And also, so you don't have to download all these apps. You can make the accounts in a browser, and then what you do is you connect them to your link tree. You just need the links. If you ever have any issues, like let's say, sometimes people have an issue, maybe like making a Facebook account banned or something. Use a VN and then connect to an virtual private network. But run into any challenges, just come to me. One thing on that list, Sora, it's like the second to last one before Grok. If you're in Nigeria or like in some countries you can't get that yet, that's okay. Don't worry about that one. And then another one, WeChat. Sometimes you have like a connection to like China. If you don't have that, that's fine. But everything else you're going to be able to get. If you run into any challenges, I'm here 24 hours a day. I do sleep, but I sleep online. So I'm in here. But just drop me a DM and I'll get to it immediately, essentially, upon it. We can come in here and then we can talk about strategy. I'm here to be your mentor, your coach, your friend. Really here to be your colleague. I don't want you to feel like this is a boss-employee relationship. We're friends. I want to help you as well as possible, and you're going to success what you do. So thank you for your generosity. Just reach out. No, I don't need your money. I don't want your money. Don't think next week I'm going to come to you and say, oh, yeah, if you want the secret of secrets, then you got to pay me that. There's no catch. I've done this with, in the last 3 weeks, 50 people or so. You can ask around. Very good reputation on Twitter Space in life, and there's no catch. It's going to take you a couple days, maybe. I mean, you could do it all in one day, but don't worry about putting like or anything like your biography or anything. And once you create all the accounts, we're done everything. The one thing you do streamline are your handles. So like your handle on Twitter is Dane Suzy. You can get that. That's a unique name. You'll probably be able to get that on every social media. So do best to do that, so that when you're in a space, you can just say, "Hey, this is Mendel." You can follow all the social media. Also, go to my link tree, and it has all my social media if you want to take a look. But don't change the numbers or anything like that, or change the name. That's a fine name. And I'm trying to think anything else. Oh, yeah, a lot of people say, "Hey, Rabbi, this is a really great plan, but I don't have time to babysit 30 different social media platforms. I've got a life to live." And I totally understand that. Create the accounts. We will program them so all the notifications come to your email, and then all you have to do is check your email. If you get a DM or you get somebody who follows you, and then it's kind of fun. You check your email in the morning, you might have two different messages from people on different platforms. You connect with them, and maybe one or two of those will be a job that you can do, and you're going to be very successful. So I'm glad we met. You did the right thing. If you have any questions, to answer them either now or in the future. Okay, you do. 100%. If I'm asleep, just send me a DM. If I'm
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Best wishes. Shout out to Edu. That's how they all should go.
But you can stand down. That again, can't testify on behalf of the Father. Father can't on behalf of the Son, so he just did. And all the more so, almost like the others for each other. How about cousins? And cousins can't testify for each other. You see almost out bet. I was going to just say, the Father can't testify the Son. My funding. What's funding? Mercy's got you. Funding the high. You can cousins. Can't go ahead and testify. Actually, bottom line does. Bottom line $1 was it? It's not cousins and relatives for that matter. Can't testify for each other. Relatives can't testify on behalf of someone else. How do I know that? All right. What's the smart? You decide as we learned in National Government actually doesn't use they had so each number can't become even so both of them right both of them have this skill. That's very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting. We'll say so. We will see that witness is amazing. You could just make agent children in your head and massive actually these one of the how much children do think that are relatives testify. Again, one thing. So what we've proven is that this can testify for or against each other. Now we pivoted a little bit. How do I know that relatives can't form to testify for or on behalf of someone else, right? Brothers, cousins, uncles, right? Can't be a unit. It says, remember, unity only comes to goal. Until both of them these are like the one of the Amish to testify, find out something else. Into so in there, I think it's not that there was a turnout another relative. And I love the money, so then we protecting the capital case, but again, we were executed. They put up that one person. Okay, I'm going to read all the time. I'm just going through your logic. It was having 20 weeks logic. Pakistan, that's what you learn. Social. You have three brothers that and one person is combining with them. How do you what's the light? Okay, it's hard. Get off my pocket. What are you talking about? I've been using this property for 3 years, and I have witnessed it now. Testimony works like this. There's one witness. We'll call him Luca. Adam living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is he's an 8 after. So we'll want to but then there are 3 brothers. They saw year 1 uncontested. Shimon, Adam living there years 2 uncontested. And maybe living there years 3 like this. We want to have enough who is the witnesses for all 3 years, combined with each of the brothers for their respect. And that would give Avram 3 years of testimony of uncontested peace. That's 3 brothers, right? That's really true. And 1 guy. unrelated. Right? It's all that from the effort. Together, all of these find about Abram used the landscape for made just interesting enough, this works. This works. This is what Shimon with Yehuda's group 2, Levi with Yehuda's group 3. Together, they established the Chazaka. The Lord done 8 was after. So you don't see that this is one testimony. Right? Even closing Elohim Edus is one testimony enough, even though these are 3 brothers. Right? You might say to yourself, oh, it's one testimony, and it's entirely the 3 brothers. Come on, so look at this as 3 different testimonies, and therefore there's unrelated testimony referred to Kasha. The Gemara says as follows: wasn't interesting enough, but fascinating enough. Allah start, yeah, consider testimonial unit for Hazal purposes. The Gemara says, Yimsa Ichon Shalim among the philosophy. Those say, again, here's the problem. The problem for Shabbat and Allah because they won't have a unit, so one brother will end up having to pay based on some of these testimonies of the relative Hamakas. Rather, what it says as follows. Ultimately, Hazama is different. Hazama is considered to be that you're paying on the Hazama is considered to be comes externally and then is imposed on those groups. They're not supposed to be linked, even though suffering the same Hazama. They're not costs. You find Elohim looked of God, who eventually just said, son on his father. It's Aim al-Avos. My Ipan, say, Panim, Afi Panim La'al. Going to expand from testimonial units to go ahead and testify each other about other things. So almost like in the same passage. We don't choose one relatives, and we define relatives in the Mishnah. That, but the part number 2 and lesson 2 is can't force the testimonial units to go ahead and testify for something else. Or if they testify for someone or something else. Right? Ash defense Klavia Ab. Klavia Aiming now. Because once remember again, the classic that we're using is the Yumsu Avos Haban. The bottom Alavos, fathers and sons. Right? Paternal relatives. But these paternal relatives apply to maternal relatives as well. So the Gemara says, Amakra Avos places. Avos place. The Gemara says, I don't need to continue out there. So the Gemara says, similarly, ask it from the whole lot. So I understand that these individuals, no purposes. That's, I don't know either. So let's say, science and they can't testify against each other in order to go ahead and for like a guilty purpose. I don't know. Even for an examination purpose, Yom Su is tracing. They can't be put together twice. But even the Chova, again, one Yom Su teaches me that they can't go and testify against each other for culpability purpose. What do you for examination? Okay. From the beginning of Parshas. So I can testify in capital cases, meaning Mamanis, Amakra, Mishpat, so when it comes to testimony, there's one Mishpat and Shabbat. So, also in this area, there's one uniform Allah. That's like this. The father, my brother, can't testify from testimony. So you must, and that's not, and who's included in uncle? Who below my uncle's, or my uncle's son-in-law. And similarly again, the nephew also inherit the class of the and that includes me and my son-in-law. That I understand why is that? How did these two Hebrews, notice by the way, back end of this line, right? Son-in-law, right? In other words, the nephew's son-in-law against the uncle, again. The uncle's son-in-law against the nephew. That's already like a third grade. So why can't the third grade relative go ahead and testify against the first grade relative? So you must first level. But I've already changed the sheet, right? Second, we'll define these ones as like second level relative. Can't testify against the second level relative. So you must say, those things we're going to see more closely related relative. As I'll call it the first level relative, the second level relative, second level relative. But it's these two shifts. Let's talk about again. So let's say the symbol of a nephew against multiple steps. So you can testify, against each other. So my class now telling us what does it mean when we talk about the idea of class? No, Hassan bin no. Son-in-law of his son's son-in-law can't go essentially be like a son-in-law. Can't that's I. But listen, let's just go ahead. Trying to do the same thing, but
I'll be with you in just a second, my man. Hi, Benedict. Yes, sir.
I think you were trying to finish. Yeah, so I did this. My choosing of my layout was the link tree. The video you said didn't comprise on that particular knowledge I was trying to get. For students, I didn't really get on.
That's okay. That's okay. Benedict. And ChatGPT and ChatGPT had it. I would help you more right now, but okay, what did ChatGPT say?
Yeah, I have already. I asked ChatGPT. Yeah, he gave me the I checked.
Benedict, did you download the? Did you download? Did you download the link? Yeah.
I did. I have my phone right now.
Okay. Can you share your screen on your phone?
I can actually.
That's okay. I understand. It's not that big. It really isn't. We can figure it out another time. Okay. So now, do you have the Graph app downloaded?
What? So I didn't get you.
That's okay. Do you have the Graph app downloaded?
Grok app, yeah, Grok app is downloaded already.
Okay, excellent. You want to make 10 videos of yourself. Do an example account yet? Of a YouTube? Did I?
Your voice is I can really hear.
Did I send you YouTube account yet?
No, you haven't. You haven't yet. You edit your link tree, create videos for.
Oh, just Benedict. Give me 5 minutes. Let me talk in this space, and then I'm all yours, and we'll walk through it. Okay?
All right, man. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity, Matt. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 65 days a year for world peace. I'm doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king and queen. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a real life timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data has I have more data archived on the than any person ever. I'm a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charity public organizations of your own. I'm unlike any YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these, the links are in my profile. Additionally, I have a link to my YouTube streams in my pinned profile post in my profile. You're also going to find a link to my link. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody's dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You're also going to find a link to my Discord in my post. It's discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,500 people and are growing every day. In addition to making you all and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help hunger through the use of technology, drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a crypto that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and colleague to help you with whatever it is you need to become successful, send me a DM. I will reply, I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life, have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to share. Talk about futurology. So things about science like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things narrow intelligence, artificial intelligence, artificial super. But to people in here, relevant is I teach you how to make more money as a marketer. And really the basic breakdown is this. We make sure you have a Linktree account. We connect all your social media to it. Ensure that you have more social media. If you don't already have these, this is a 4-tier strategy. The first is it gives you more to be able to post your content. Secondly, it gives you more places to post your clients' content. Thirdly, it's about ways for you to be able to get for yourself for more jobs. And then finally, it makes it difficult to impersonate you. Additionally, I teach people how to optimize the videos, how to clip people's spaces, how to join communities, and then generally I finish with them get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that they can get more business and all is free.
Alright, because it's what to follow back. If you have any strategy you want to share with people or any collaboration package, alright, it's the YouTube has its 4 years, you know what I'm saying? It's going to do answer, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so I'm going to do the needful if you have any. Alright, because we engage and put us on the job with you. We engage, alright? Yeah, and everything. So I wanted to know it's just kind. He said, it's just kind.
Benedict. 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 Benedict.
Yeah, I need to watch.
Good. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna help you make videos to be able to promote yourself. So just one moment. So you have the app. Do you have the Grok app downloaded?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I want you to open it up. And do you see at the top one part says ask, and next to that it's imagine?
Yeah, I saw that.
Excellent. Okay. So I will show you what you're going to want to put in the.
Okay. No, is it in?
Just let me check.
Okay. All right. Because I was like a template you wanted me to use for.
Okay. So it's going to be I'll just repost. It is that message. So take the message and put it in the Grok Imagine section, and then send a video.
Okay, I should send the particular video first to that it starts to generate from.
I heard you. Okay, so the text that I just gave you, that copy it and pasted it into the Grok Imagine part, and then it should create a video. Let me know when it's done.
Alright, I'll let you know when it's done then.
Okie doke. Put this, pick up the sun and shoes, Mary. Honey, Jack, get back. How long can I like that? Lose. And I can't lose. Oh, baby. You're burning your poor soul. So and life is passing.
the right bed, Mil Sagav Arche Kamash Molas. The Baal Kishno, the husband is treated like his wife. Velahar, the idea of working, the idea of being son-in-law, right, has the status of the son because the husband has the status of the wife, obviously the daughter of the father. So it's like, secret message of all this. Anyone from everyone has to what's about this yourself? It doesn't apply to by weddings, you have like a lot of testimonial stuff going on. Again, even though, but I want to point out, it doesn't your cousins, my second cousins. Already you are far enough removed, but again, we're going to see that in general the way. Again, this is different. This is different because sometimes someone has testimony. Okay, so let's go ahead. Someone says, how the time Rabbi Shmona Avos Shein Esrim Ba'arba. Suppose you had 8 fathers who had 24 extended relatives. Sahani, so the Gemara says, if that's the case, but if you didn't the son-in-law of the son, Untrusted, that's when you can break all relatives, Untrusted, the time to 32. Elohim, Olam, plus, either way, when we speak about the son-in-law, we really mean all in the son. Am I part of the son, so why are we calling the son? Kid of the Amakas, since he's married into the family, back from the outside, it's like a separate and distinct again for a sheep. Son plus no, son-in-law. So it's Kach, so like Rabbi says, so to me, the nephew came Kach, then Aki Abba Loyari. So to again, the son of my cousin also came to have. Who belongs to who? So don't say this is dramatic. So don't say what Rabbi is over here. So Rabbi says, we know my uncle can't testify. And our uncle, we already know. Rabbi says, by the way, who else is included in my uncle? That's my uncle, right? That's my uncle, my uncle's son, and my uncle's son-in-law. Not only that, my cousin, the son of my uncle, also can't testify that. And who's included my cousin? Definitely my cousin. Who? My cousin's son and my cousin's son-in-law. That was it. Cousin's son-in-law. Cousin's son-in-law. I don't even know his name. It's just going on. Okay? But stand the family tree. So that again, see how again this disqualified aid support was now expanded back. Having they should be shamed. But once again, if we're already my cousin's son-in-law, can't testify on that, then those are only third level relatives. Can't testify the second level. We don't have to see that. You must have Rav Akshashani, Rav Savalek Kawasi, or Polygon. My time to do that. What's Rav's logic? Amaskar, Abos Albanim, Umar says, Ubanim, Labos Dora. So the passage says that fathers shall not die, like because of their sons. And when it says that comes to like this. Whatever disqualification is, and what we say is of the father, those disqualifications are immediately passed down to your children. So if I say that actually, for me, consider my uncle can't testify against uncle is my uncle, my son and my uncle's son-in-law. And now that my cousin, right, my uncle's son is my cousin is not allowed to testify on my behalf. And by the way, now, whoever is disqualified, whatever disqualification is passed down to his kids also. That's his son and my cousin's son-in-law also. That's the law. So what we literally here is a fundamental laws about how far down the father of my father-in-law can't testify. Because by the way, we say testify is testify for me, testify against me. The brother of my father-in-law is not permitted to go to testify. Then we see again the son of the brother of my father-in-law. My father-in-law, brother's son, can't go ahead and testify. Then, literally again, son of the daughter of my father-in-law. Oh, you are so again, the husband of my sister, I thought Achos others, or the husband of my father's sister, or the husband of my mother's sister, and the Chasneya. Individuals, their children, and their children's law are not permitted to testify. Yeah, Dina Baby. So I said, so you buy it. What about the brothers of my father? What's their status? So you said, Ben Aki Khamid Kamav Mahu. What about the of my father? Ben Achos Khamid, sister of my father-in-law. Now, I'm the Lord. So we learn this. Achiv, Vaki Aviv, Vaki Imo. So pretty much all these people stuff, right? The brother of my father, the brother of my mother, that the children, the sons-in-law are all disqualified to be. So that's the club. Go ahead and purchase a few. So again, that is not actually a problem. It's just God is going on track. And I was what happened. Right? So again, God can't shut. Because what happens when Rab goes right to some mama? So Rab goes explains by parchment. So what happens? He gets stopped. By the way, they ask him, by the way, Mao should not eat other than nutrition. So he's a person permitted to testify against wife's stepson. Aisha's cargo. I'm sorry. The wife of his stepson. Aisha's cargo. Where it says. So what would that be? Now, what's the case of where a man who testifies for his stepson's wife? Because I'm mixing so essentially a man, there's a point right, Ruvain married Rothschild has a child, that child got married. There's regarding the mixing of the property of the stepson's wife is a stepfather permitted to go ahead and testify in the case of stepson's wife. It was that a husband is like a wife. Most essentially, wife of the stepson is like who? The stepson. And you can't testify regarding the stepson. So it's still considered to be a relative. You can't go ahead and testify. You can't even testify as a stepson. You can't be involved in the testimony of the Bishop Rabbi. So they say that a woman is like come out, fine. From where do you know that I'm saying like her husband? I was going to say status-wise. That essentially, again, the wife will have the same type of status as her husband, and therefore, in this case, Ruben can't testify his son-in-law, therefore, he also can't testify on behalf of us. Most of thus, husband literally says, the Arab, the name of the brother of your father, you cannot uncover. You should almost seek love. Do not come close to his wife. This is the wife of this is the brother of your father. His wife. That's his wife. So thus, she is your aunt. She's not your aunt. She's not your aunt. Who's your aunt? Who's your aunt? Your aunt is the sister of your father. This is the wife of your uncle, or rather, what you see, and that's probably the tricky violence. So listen, the thing is that, what Halacha does, Halacha treats the wife, it's the same status as the husband. So in other words, interestingly enough, the wife of your is your aunt. Is your aunt. That's not technically how we define it. Right? Aunt is defined as a sister of your mother, the sister of your brother. No, but you see, the wife of your aunt. That a wife is given the status of you can't testify on behalf of your stepson because she has the status essentially as your stepdaughter. There's your stepdaughter, so you can't testify. It's interesting to know. Why does the Gemara have to tell us that Rav was shopping for parchments when you got asked that question? Who cares? Who cares? Rav was asked the question. There's some things that was the person and the truth is right? When you're shopping for these, all you want to do is just shop for parchments. You don't want to have conversations. Go ahead and just shop for parchments. So it's racist. And another means something. No such thing. Another means something never asked. I maybe you can say, come on. Wait for that. Like when another Jew reads something. That's all. Talk to me. Something to else. If you help someone else in some way, that is okay, that's a different Shiloh. They're doing something else. That's a different issue. But once you get it, once you ask, it was like I chose like a moving over custom. No, I knew often. What the way this is the son or the son. I'm not young. Talking about again, brothers. Sorry, yeah, brothers of your brother. So essentially, brothers of your brother would be it's like someone who's a brother to my brother, but not really the brothers of your brother. The people who are not related to you are raised by my brother. Those are kosher. Those really are those that are related to me. And they're kosher. Like, or not, or really, I'm really dead. The brothers of your brother disqualified. And now you're saying you're not disqualified. I'm really listening to him. He said, I never heard that. Just like, yes, you did. You just heard it. You just said it. The lowest here, when you said I didn't hear it, and you left it, or rather, I don't know. Yahaki, I know Yahaki. So if that case, then again, so the brother of my brother is the same thing as brothers. So why do you have to do that? So the Yahaki bin Ab, the Yahaki bin Ab. It's just talking about personal brothers and the so I'm going to say stuff. Avi, also, Avi, Kala, that's when I started reading the let's say you're really married early on, the guy's up there. Right? Father, and Reuben is a father. Reuben, so what is the mercy? Reuben's parents and Rachel's parents are absolutely unrelated. Like, do this my life, right? Like, our Mitzvah are not for these purposes. They are permitted to testify. Now again, I'm using the word against, just so that I don't mean it just means testify. They could be involved in testimony that has touch on the other, because they said it to be related. The Lord told me that Allah was the Akhlaq Midana. They are not necessarily linked. You're not linked to Allah Akhlaq. What are they compared to? They're compared to the barrel that doesn't on the barrel. So now again, so just understand what's being said over there. There's a number of passages. So really incredible, which is that. So first of all, on just on electrical, they're not related, and therefore again, because there's again, to be honest, after all the people we just included in the relative pool, like I would for sure are relative pool. Again, because there's something that links them and that relates. Involving each other. I will say, so therefore the Gemara is just like a little barrel that doesn't quite fit on the barrel, no connection between them, even though they are not. I will say, it's also really profound because sometimes in the world of medical they want the customer to reach it's like my body physically so that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, I want to be related to that situation. It certainly does. But sometimes they are. That's all else to if you get getting those opportunities, I feel like when I'm on TV, but that is often when not, are like the barrel, just go right together. And that's just because the notion of blending two entire families is like but again, if it doesn't happen, the families are kind of like right? And the families are like, the barrel and the lid, they just don't fit together. You know why? Because not being related, it's let's say something that, let's say, this is an aside, people like to talk about the shooting crisis. There's no shooting crisis. People crisis. Right? There's a people crisis. Just like often this is an overall thing. And people focus on things. People are looking for overall things. There's nothing wrong with the system. People can eat flawed systems. That's what people correct themselves. Have like hashkafa sachayim, then ultimately everything else falls into place. So again, all of them are original, but it's interesting to see that again, well understood that sometimes the dynamics of blending two things is virtually impossible. The barrel doesn't fit with the lid, and the lid doesn't fit with the barrel. And Chazal say what? All good. All good. I was like, Shabbos. This is going to say fasting. A man could testify. On behalf of his wife. So again, moving to now what ends up happening? Again, to testify in her behalf. You know, well, on the first part, I'm respect. In other words, testify against however you do about relay, but to testify on her behalf, you can't do liable as a conflict of interest. Why? Because ultimately, Mesa, anything that means what is going to be although it's not true. Most moment has regardless. Whether it's for or against her, he's not. My dad. Others, to have to stop over here. Well, we got excellent ground, excellent, but just remember where we started. It's not always about where you end. It's also about where you start. Right? You start in the middle of the days yesterday, so we're going to be fine. Short off. We're going to go. We'll be fine. I think I have not failed you yet. I'll get you where you need to get you. All right, Chevron on Zoom. I feel like the Zoom Chevron has more fame than the in-person Chevron. Right. I'll say have a great day, everyone.
So came back and was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not. I was out of character, and I agree. It was out of character. I was in a, but it was also having a typical manic episode. All delusional, check, not sleeping, check,
Good morning.
So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's their social, and I was just going on it.
All of our sponsors to think.
Doing manic episode.
I'm the tight response
I was just doing that. I was out of character, and I was also biotic. Throw that into the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I was on Twitter, basically with the fighting period. And I can fly, but it was all right. Well, anybody was like, sure,
and his family
not him, but his
Yosef, the remember I can't go. Nishama having a year, his family are called holy Israel. We bunch on our hostages, Shalom, and we call our holy soldiers. Successful, the whole Magdalene. Also, with that, let us begin. Today's that each comes at 27, we are picking up at least 26 and you left off. You're allowed to do today. So, so we left off. Actually, this is the which is about 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up before it gets wide. We actually did this part, but just reorient the see a little bit. Why is Torah called Toshia?
I laugh now. It's like when I got taken.
Because Torah sacks you of your weekend. And that part we spoke about yesterday. I'm not going to go through that again today. So the Gemara says, another possibility is Toshia. What do you mean Toshia? Torah was given part because of the Satan. And interesting, what exactly does it mean? It's almost very fussing with the Satan. She will concentrate the armor to static values. The next round was the admission. So apparently the Satan was against the giving of the Torah. Should remain this year. And if Torah should not be given to man, and so as far as the Torah set the Satan did know about it. So it's actually very interesting because Torah wasn't so what does this mean, the Chashai? So this is a couple of different things. So possibly one could be that this is actually a reference to the second glucose. Remember, again, the first glucose had a lot of, and that's why part of that is why the Gemara attributes the fact that the glucose didn't last. It was too much. It was too much fancy, too much publicity, and that's why again the story doesn't end well. The first set of glucose. The second glucose was given in a much more sensual fashion, and that's an ultimately again the endurance. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately again to the second set of glucose. That's possibility one. Possibility two is what you are talking about over here is not even as much about as much as it's about as much as it is about the way in which we acquire Torah. That is the Torah to be acquired the Kashrut quietly. What is that mean? It's easy when we call Baal Gaiva. That's what I'm doing, what I'm accomplishing versus this fine line. This is what I'm doing. How to be accomplishments. And some of how you getting the proper sense of Torah only works if it's accompanied by Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the substance gets it. The possibility. Toshia, what does it mean, Toshia? Shaul Meshus Aslay. This is so beautiful. The formation is fascinating. Torah is words of Torah. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good. Remember, again, our association with Torah is gracious. That's about all these astonishingly empty. What do you mean Torah? Words of Torah. Look at Rashi. Dvarim shel Torah. Dibor Kusiya Ba'alma. The whole Dibor in the Shisha. Mishkita Lazak. So Torah is comprised of words. And listen, words often don't have any emotions. They don't have a sense. And yet, Olam Meshusas Alein, which is supposed to have beautiful is this. Torah's words. Words don't have mamosas. Don't really have substance. They don't have a substance to it. And yet again, it's those very words of the world is created. The great anomaly and with wholeness of Torah. But on one hand, it doesn't have substance. Everything else is materialism. Yet the world can't endure without it. So good luck. Machshava Ma'aretz Torah. What's his right tongue remark? So this says, once again, there's so many issues that are interesting. Machshava Ma'aretz Torah is a Daigos Halid and also the person is Parnasa. So worry about Parnasa could undermine one's development. And I make them not human, although Taseh and Toshia. So it's a very profound Gemara. I think who has not even he got mad at me, but he also got mad at you. It's in the book. Every person knows this. I'm worried about myself, but I'm worried about being able to my goals. I'm worried just about my material life. I don't need material excess. Just the ability to maintain my carnal self, but I undermine the ability to truly focus on spirituality. Meraba in Asushma Inawalas. But so it's totally Shma. Then even if at the end of the day he has worries about his carnal self, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual growth. What does this mean? So if you think about it, sometimes not being able to engage in spiritual development because as long as it's about parnasa, in and of itself is inherently contradictory. My parnasa comes about in terms of struggling with my parnasa, those are dafka the times that I need in almost most. So he was pointing out that the nature of man is that one without parnasa often creates an obstacle to spiritual growth and to growth in Torah. Yet, again, Rabbi said, but if you recognize that parnasa comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so dafka in the struggle is the kind that to become closest, then ultimately, again, even struggles with parnasa will not undermine my spiritual development, which essentially was to use life challenge. In this case, it's parnasa challenge. Parnasa. You should do stages in life in one of two ways. Either it could see the wedge between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or to the wedge. Now, when you say the wedge, I don't mean the fact about questioning how the HaKadosh Baruch Hu do these things. I mean, basically, sometimes challenge a person to allow all of their energy to be devoted to keeping the buffalo, keeping themselves fit, and not having anything left in the tank for spiritual development. This is, dafka during this kind of challenge, that's when I know for all of more than anything. Or using challenge as a springboard for closeness. It's all a question of perspective. How a person wants to utilize the opportunity of Shnei Rabos Mashal's Lavish, Vatzas Hashem Yisakum, in the Olam. So it's a understanding of it itself, which means spiritual development. Shiush B'Dvar Hashem, which is Lishma, which is Lishma, for the purpose of coming closer to Yisakum in the Olam. This, on one hand, Iran describing the human condition, struggles with parnasa, to distract the person from spiritual belief. Understand that this Rabbi coming along saying, just understand, challenge also presents development. Because challenge me, I have no one, nothing else to rely on in this world, but is the kind to solidify, concretize, foster, and build that relationship with Hashem. The question of how to utilize the activity of life challenge. Incredible. Almost like closing this memory again, but we just having back a little bit. And we really say, so all of these people who are apostle or evil, the Kubya, the gambler, so the Hebrew says that's only if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have none, then these individuals won't be isolated. It must Elohim. When it says only fashion, it's not for pigeon racing or all of these other detrimental things. And Allah said they are calculated. It says the Gemara, I'm not such content on TV to keep up. So much content. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you go to videos. DVDs everywhere in face. Before you officially cancel them for a list, you can announce it in days. Again, what's the point of that? What's the point of that?
Let's be honest, you can get long.
Actually, so what's the idea of the announcement? So before you cancel someone from your age, because he's a pigeon racer, he is the merchant or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. Here's the chance to which is actually where why? What are they known for? Right? Theft. just was I thought of it's always essential with me how all of our greatest leaders throughout the generations were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David and Melech, right after David, Shmuel, Rabbi, right? All he's Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu is Loath's son, right? Husband. He's Moshe Rabbeinu shepherd. In his first encounter with Naz, because he was out there. Just by the way, how like sometimes it's not the profession, but it's the man. Everything is about so the majority of shepherds seem to be unscrupulous, except for his wife. So interesting. What about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds, we didn't even get to know days to as well. So we buy that cover, one opinion said yes, even Shavin, that's what other shepherds says you don't need to a shepherd. That's because everyone knows stand shepherd is puzzle Samuel Hustle, going to the opinion that says that even a shepherd needs an announcement. What do you do about the statement in the Brisa that in general you have to make an announcement about shepherd? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, what do you do about the statement Stam Lo Apostle? That Mustama can go ahead and announce about the shepherd. Okay, so one says, therefore, you seem to be adopting this approach that before you disqualify any of these individuals, you have to announce in Beis Din. Reuven ben Yaakov, racer, I just want to let you know this way again, that it allows Reuven ben Yaakov to act together, should he choose to do so. Does the shepherd need a person to stand disqualified? Focus. Listen to this case. Haruma Tanabah Kasale trade. It was a sperm right? So you didn't give Shimon a Matana gift. And there are two witnesses. And the witnesses who signed on it were both Chazal, were both thieves, and if a possible witness. Somehow, but for that shame, to validate that what the document has touched lies, because there was never an announcement made about these guys. Never was made about these two witnesses, because there's never an announcement. Because they I didn't want to deflame the so is actually written in qualification. So Rabbi said that I don't have to make an announcement. That's the biggest fee. We'll say, what's the fee? It's not a fee for sneak, right? That someone who committed an act of Jezebel. The examples of that are Mishnah, the Safed Pekuvia, the right? Again, the pigeon is covering all these individuals. So those are the individuals who require an announcement. A biblical fee. What's a biblical fee? That was that does not require an announcement about it. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified for it. So this is fascinating. So that brings us as follows. All claim cover Achar, then all three cover Achar. Look at Rashi says, all three cover Achar. Having Stefan in Hamburg. David Kilo Hashem, Machmas Mo, Vahavi Kirasha, the Hamas. There's like someone who accepts charity from non-Jews. You say charity from non-Jews, such a person is hostile to Avis. Now, again, the concern of me is that such a person is able to Chol Hashem. Why is it Chol Hashem? Why do you have to know? Why do you have to ask how to communicate something? That's right. For help. There's plenty of available to the Jewish community. There's no need to take outside of the community. So, represents Chol Hashem because it looks like I'm not compassionate. So say, we're going to see over here. The thing about possible is money. That's what it's called. Okay, people possibly. So a person takes money in the unscripted way, that's when they become possible. They're taking charity, going to Jewish source. Shows person wants to be so proud. You willing to take it to get from outside. Such a person is possible. You did this but that's why we did this publicly. About the synagogue. But if they did this, I mean, therefore, again, they're not possible. If I have seen nothing, I'm going to actually last music, the advising naturally the financial. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, only if they have the ability to make this money privately and not debase themselves. About low after they the person has absolute choice. In other words, their only was to receive money, non-Jewish source, and was the only way to survive. They're not possibilities. No, not Afarayas, Kashar, which is very interesting. But Rabbi says someone who Kashar Arayas, which is someone who respects regarding moral behavior. It's still kosher ladies, which is fascinating. You can actually why kosher ladies. But even love the chamas, this kosher yatcha chamas. This is interesting. I was just said before. Find a person for evil is not simply sinful behavior. Then what? You have zero cool of evils. So what disqualifies it a financial discussion? That's what we're concerned about over here. Once a person is called either lying or cheat, is not honest when it comes to matters, then we're concerning transactional law. You're not going to but interesting enough, indiscretions in other areas. If you expect a person is such an alliance, okay, obviously it's not going to prevent that is. But that has nothing with my ability to be a witness to financial I won the custody is it possible that I had I burned the custody. I thought you should mounted a lot so what's this? Just what procedures things like this. So the community should allow us to be suspect regarding immoral activity. Even fraud. Somebody's going to get about this. We're going to flog him. And it's going to be cultural that he just seems a little bit strange. And Rabbi says, ultimately, again, we're not going to agree. So again, but not still holds that someone who is cautioned regarding immorality is still going to be cautioned. Why? Because the ultimate disqualifies you regarding English is financial discussion, but not moral discussion. But even when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that. Right? In other words, it's not act like he's believed to say, let's say Rothschild married, believed to say that Ruben is dead. Ruben is dead, right? There's a special Kula Hazal made by English. But somebody who is suspect regarding behavior, they're not going to believe it. Makes sense. He's lying because that his eyes are on this woman. Said, what's that? It's only trying to get to this by committing a woman, getting out of marriage. Well, let's say again, this same guy was married to Ruben. So that ultimately being this testimony for some more society is how the Rothschild thought. Rothschild thought, so maybe like this, I would have thought that perhaps halacha first that she's married, right? This immoral guy first that this woman is married, right? To say mine giyutaku, stolen water is sweeter. Right? This kamash malon the coming help you shvichole. No, that's not true. We cannot marry because this one she's available to him. So therefore, he testifies that marriage we ultimately believe in. Okay, Barbara Nachman, someone says Gan of Nisan and Gan of Tishrei lo shnei Ganav. This is great. Gan of Nisan and a Gan of Tishrei is not called a Ganav. It's like there's someone who only steals during Nisan and Tishrei. Yeah, there's no season, right? So when I say Gan of Nisan, Gan of Tishrei, so that's it. The idea is like not all the time. Like just during Nisan and Tishrei, such a person ultimately is not considered to be a Ganav. Now go to that. What does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Nisan is Matzir, Tishrei is Matzir Ba'asr. So remember again, Nisan is the harvest season. So Tishrei is the means as far as you will say. So this is talking about what's called Ba'arisei and what. So we're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that is completed and only a little bit of science in it. What are you talking about here? Sharecropper working for someone, and what do they do? They end up taking more than their entitlement. So again, a sharecropper, what does a sharecropper get? A sharecropper gets what he gets. That's what a sharecropping arrangement is. When he's working in the field, he's entitled, let's say, to do finished produce. He's entitled to eat while he works. Learning his halachas and bodies here, right? But he's not entitled to eat. I'll tell you he can't bring it home. A sharecropper, because a sharecropper is a different financial arrangement. A sharecropper gets a segment, percentage of the produce, and then get to eat while he's working. So the idea is that a sharecropper who's eating while he's working. He's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for this. Why? Almost like I will say, just sounds strange. It's like an understandable or understandable theft. He's more the hefter. He thinks, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm entitled to this. I'm hungry. If every laborer gets these benefits, I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole chachma out, he's not really a bona fide. So because he's not a bona fide, he's not for my son. He's taking a minute to be nameless. The Gemara says, great job, she did. Got up, cough on the salary. So again, Zidane had farmers, and what happened? Cut the salary. One stole the cap of farming, and Zidane disqualified him. Got up, keep going back. And one went ahead and stole maybe a cluster of dates. And Rashi says over here, keep going back. He needs to move more around the back. A big cluster of dates, and he passed him. I know Kabulo. The keyboard manager, the young Tov Shalat Saras. Also, I say on this story, there's a Chevron, the dead on the first day. I will say now, this is interesting. We take a look, Rashi says over here, trade Mason. So these guys want to bury the dead, Jewish grave digger, bury the dead on the first. Now, you're not allowed to on Yom Tov Rishon. This is how local that says, you saw this more cutting, that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Shem. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, ultimately again, all covered on this. Now today we don't do that. The mace is going to decompose if we make the barrier. Some of the communities still done on the of shame, even presently that's still in the welcome. But again, in our communities, you do not see this either. These guys, when the Chal Yom Tov, they're not allowed to bury Yom Tov Rishon. But they're on the Chal Yom Tov, they bury on Yom Tov Rishon. So ultimately, the Papa indicated it and made the apostolatus. Now, why do you make the apostolatus? Because the assumption was, why are they doing this? It's money. To make money. Right? They want to make money. So essentially, they work. They're very young to happen to be that their work is a very nice chesed, so a nice chesed for the day. But it's still young to Shakshir, Rafael, they go there, sure. So I said, you know, it's kind of evil. Because they didn't help. These guys thought that they were in the mitzvah. And obviously, they were a young thing, which not allowed to do. But they were more ahead of themselves because they thought that after doing the mitzvah, where it says the punish something up, but they were excommunicated. So it says, Savar Kapara Kabdi. So again, they figure like this. They figure, you're right, he did something wrong. But what says, they thought it's the Papa, and he says to himself that this was like, they thought that they were doing something good. Now, granted, it was not good enough, but they were carrying the use. They thought it was something good. What about the excommunication? They had the excommunication as a cleansing process. So they thought that they came out kind of like ahead of the game on all of this. So they excommunicated, cleansed, and therefore they should be all right. Okay, fine. So the bottom line, of course, again, how often I say it's wrong, that's very on the first end. But interestingly enough, Papa, so that you see in these kind of cases where the person has an explanation for their behavior, and the explanation kind of, even though it's erroneous, not necessarily possible. It's incredible. It's not. It's like that, for example, a zombie. Okay, it's supposed to be an interesting zombie. So what do you do? Ultimately? Again, remember, in a zombie, a witness was proven to be false. So remember, it was like the process for a zombie. Shouldn't show up, and even shouldn't say, we saw that, killed B on Monday morning, and then the second set of things to show up and say, we're going to show you couldn't have seen because you were with us on Monday. Okay, so now we're going to prove to be an eight zone. So it was an eight zone. Obviously, is not permitted to this. Is not permitted to. We must discuss this cautious. The shaila is how or when we apply that status. Rabbi says not playing so Rabbi says he's retroactively disqualified. Retroactively disqualified only to the date in which he was this was an illustration of this. So let's say, for example, we mentioned on Monday, January 13th, right? You're doing things, right? So they go ahead and they give a testimony on the 13th of Vegas. So it's not what happened. Until, the 13th of Adar. Right? A couple of months later. Let's say that until a couple months later. So now let's say, now the shaila wants to make even zoning. The shaila is, does their zoning status start from now, from the moment they made even zoning, or does it extend the traffic? And once again, this is the shaila. Why? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activity in between time that they gave their testimony and they were made aging zoning? They signed on stars. They were even under a chuppah. And all these different kinds of things. So again, do we extend their zoning status retroactively or not? From the moment they were made zoning and forward. So this is not focus. Rabbi says, my friend himself, Rabbi says, we have a lot on this. So Rabbi says, we extend their status retroactively, not only from this point going forward. Rabbi Amar, my friend himself, Rabbi says, retroactively, they ask him Russia. That Torah Omra Tasha Sweat Russia, Tasha Russia. So Rabbi says it's retroactive because ultimately, from the time now that they were moving, and then you big point. They were Russia, and Torah says you cannot be Russia for any memorial or any active. And with the Halakha Raisa, the retroactive value. anything that they have done, testimony, previous-wise, interrupt is going to be undone. Rabbi only kind of Rabbi says, no. Any kind of zoning becomes place from the moment that they are doing zoning and going forward. Why? The Gemara says, the whole concept of zoning. The whole idea of zoning is a Kiddush. What's the Kiddush? Because it's the Samkis Ahani. Some of Ahani, so again, what happens with zoning? And it says it's hold on and say, should do not have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. But why should you give more credibility to the second set than you do to the first set? Yet the Torah believes the second set. That's a tremendous Kiddush. The Kiddush applies from the one that is going forward. Therefore, again, to extend the so instead retroactively will essentially be to extend, to amplify the Kiddush agent which we're not ready to do. Plus, it's not going to apply it. So again, I want to point out, we nobody think of the concept of everything happening in rapid succession, right? We're going to show shopping Nathan testimony, and then 10 minutes later, another set of witnesses, busts through the door saying, we're going to show you what we got. You couldn't is this possibility that we're going to show this testimony later, 2 months later, 6 months later. The second set of witnesses, we're going to show you what you claim to have seen. So then, do they become even zoning from the time of the testimony, or do they become even zoning ultimately retroactive? That's the Makoto. So you can others say, Rabbi Nanika Bayo, others say that Rabbi holds a Bayo. Holds like a Bayo. How so? We can't come up. So, not can't come up. We can't come up. Why is it ultimately again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are from now, we have been able to follow? Very simple. We should see the because it wasn't here for you, should be because people at a distance. Remember again, like I said before, it's possible that the witnesses have been testimony the time that they do their testing, everything the time that they're so. And everyone was using imagine I wasn't part of this. Usually trade the card. 2 sets of witnesses testified out religion. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their Rabbi is the Kabbalah, the Rabbi. So Rabbi left himself like the Rabbi. And then disqualified them only from this point going forward. Rabbi actually got a back. Because my prayer, the help us all, have to get out down. What's it? I'm not going to go through all of these cases. She asked, she's going over them. And interestingly enough, about I need a job that is so our case, we passed so when assuming is disqualified, he is retroactively disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. When you get these guys, should have given the testimony on 13th, and they were disqualified. They only became ignorant on the 13th of after anything between the time that they stole it and when they did it is independent. So they were used for transactions, they were used for documents, they were used for customers. Everything to be done over again. Incredible. So once we have like Rabbi, exhuming disqualified. But all called the name of the kosher, number one way, you travel, like enjoyable, because I like it. First is lahakis. Lahakis means I do something to repel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So essentially, it's what's called a pleasure avera and a gilad avera. Pleasure avera, it's enjoyable, it's fun, it's enjoyable. Right? Theological avera, the principle, that the considers, right? We'll go ahead, right? That's it. Principle versus pleasure. Principle series. Right? So principle series, just, I give you principle stance. So the guy who eats the kosher realize it. I enjoy this pleasurable. So let's have a whole possible. Everyone agrees that such a person is also blameless. Such a person is not fit for testimony. Now, what do I see over here? 15 of the Gemara says, is a person eating that kosher? Why doing that kosher? So the Gemara says, probably because it's cheaper. Probably because right, anyone sees these ads, right? Get 14 hamburgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? It's half a mortgage to go out to eat, right? So personally, it's not easy doing it. So because it's cheaper. So I say, oh, so what does that mean? That means I'm sinning for financial benefit. Okay, so again, what's the common theme over here? With for financial benefits, Pasaleidos. That's it. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counterintuitive. So everyone agrees that no one looks at Abba. A person is kosher food because he likes it. He says, he's kosher food. So money automatically Pasaleidos. Unfinished testimony. What about a happiness? What about a principle? A person who sins in order to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is kind of by a puzzle. By says like a puzzle. Rabbi Amar Kasha. Rabbi says he's Kasha. What was we reflect just the opposite, right? That everyone would agree. I'll say why? Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony is when you're dishonest when it comes to money. That's what drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, we can't trust you when it comes to, because you may or may not be signed on the tree. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from this. That's why we get sort of person who is even Sharai. This person may be immoral. Okay, you might be immoral. That's it. But the night side, it's still believing in the financial matters. Even if I'm principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, again, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my financial integrity. So because of that, I should still go ahead and do this. Buy it with hustle, buy it hustle, love on the hustle. So I buy it on the hustle, buy it says hustle, like the honey Russia. Or I'm not touch, Russia. So I said, if you're a principal sinner, rebellion against God, Russia, but ultimately again, go ahead and Rabbi says kosher. Russia to come us, but says you're kosher. Why? Because that is unfit to get tested kind of Russia, official Russia. And this guy's official Russia. Not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say there is a kosher. Akasha's Russia. And Torah says, do not Russia. Akasha's coming. Who are these people? Elukas is supposed to be more in the business which we develop. So my lab, Echad Shuas Shada, Echad Shuas Moment. So when we talk about to get more than shows people in oats. Oats. Who is that talking about? Is it not talking about something that's so you see from your non-financial perspective, as well, you can get $2 so they say, Pashas Rashi, Pashas Hamas, Elukas, Loyal, this about the fees, level of interest, to Yifta, Da'abai, to Yifta, that makes you unqualified to be financial indiscretion, theological rebellion, incredible, so we can maybe these are not this time around, but what levels are on page, so we apostle here. There's like someone becoming a reseller, so even a reseller, the apostle to get in this. But you heard that so she wasn't in the fashion zone when it comes to all cases. It's interesting. If I person is maybe 8 so many matters, they still believe to testify for capital matters. Now what's the logic behind that? For Roger, I would say is fascinating. Comes to the world of sin. Everyone has their mind, right? Things that I would do, and things, I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I say, so we just bring up and it's not hard to do this. It occurs in the world of law as well. I sort of say, but that seems to never, when it comes to capital matters. See, when it comes to when it comes to capital matters. So say that I won't take a man and just much as I so you go ahead and propose going to do a more lenient once a person has transgressing severe, they certainly transgress something less severe. Person only transgress something less severe, they wouldn't necessarily be ready to transgress more severe. Conscious, you know what disease can be very good there. A body could have a body could there. The love of come hustle alakad so many. So they're only guys like it's so wide. The love so much. So when a person lies about monetary matters, the rather shanai, the rather such a person of us. I don't not like that. When it comes to a case of that's a principal sin, a theological rebellion. Such a person is committing a sin against the community. The person is not committing anything man. Ultimately, the bottom line follows a bite. So this is what he's saying over here. So the principles right what we call again a more ahis, which is a plus aderos. So the power against the community is also amazing. Second, going so sick, same word says, teaching words with that effectively could have been a real see, but never is a real see. Showing how some of the these things to stand trending there. We want to saw something wrong. Where do we know that from? Not controversial, it's the most important. We'll come back to that. Look, I said just. So I'm trying to point out what's happening over there. Interesting that a more mature elbow is possible. Somebody that's not kosher, if they like it, because they like it, such a person is absolutely unfit for capacity. ambassador. So interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? You want to understand this to be financial crime. Right? That's what it is. But why is the person doing that culture? So what do you see? The city. Okay, well, what's the first way to save money? And they're unfit for all of this. You're willing to live on the wrong side of the law for financial aid. But once that happens, and then such a person does not believe, saying that interestingly enough, and I focus on in Rabbi, is what do you do about someone who's a little hottest, a principal sinner? So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against that. So there's no fight here, or there's strong theological reason. He says, partial. Rabbi says, person is kosher. Seems to me we're tilting in the direction of Rabbi, and let's finish this off. So let's listen to this. So that was just
he's just going on. He's leaving. He's got a contract.
Killed someone. Others are he was accused of killing someone. Others used to listen to the Rabbi Yaakov, took Eigenbach. So the Ishka sons right there about the said to Rabbi Yaakov, give me the lead investigator on this. See what's going on. If this guy's back on the field somewhere, there's a little news poking out, actually points out over here.
Just
He can't even poke out his eyes, put people to death, or rather than punish it, most probably financially. Most probably financially. What happened? Chase out last week, so what happened? So 2 minutes, he showed up and he said, listen, this guy, what was his name? Barkama. This guy Barkama, he killed someone. So 2 minutes, he showed up and he said, Barkama killed someone. Okay, fine. So that's video one. Also, I see Trace Saadi, I see the fact so Barkama bought 2 other witnesses. And so again, it's just so I think they're killing someone.
This audience for best information. You know what I mean? It was like this sitting there. So that's many getting enough. Just got fired. It's like you're the same guys. The audience, how many scared us? Ed knows me. You could have just given me enough. So then Jack like it got into something. So Kaiba got they tried to get me back and I didn't come back. Show got canceled. Sorry. Best Damn Sports Show.
So again,
I got triple 12% show.
One of the accusing witnesses stole.
400 just below 7-year-old ridiculous doesn't take me alone. Want to sustain got rid of me?
This guy accusing witnesses is a guy, and because he's a kind of, he is disqualified from school.
Like 10 shows. I hear taking your
witnesses against Barkama. Okay, so that's not right. I'm gonna write that down. So that's not right. So
but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. For best shows me. I know that I really need something. I care of these guys. You know, before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that.
Just because someone is disqualified or made to be
and that's why I like having the respect in the meetings, but I can't disrespect.
Just because you lie about money doesn't mean you lie about the capital case. Therefore, even if the witnesses are correct, that one of the existing witnesses stole, that was disqualified him from being witness against Barkama. Although they are talking behind me, they have this down low, because what is it? Here says that even if he's been shown to be, and he's slowly you for doing this partially. That good, I might create something. So, even in Pakistan, Colorado. I'm not hating on the anyone who is fit to be part of the as a judge or to testify regarding the DNA cautious for monetary matters. So money, even on the OC, if that's from the OC, according to the OC, won't say it's not necessarily the case because the other person who makes his name from for monetary matters, the question of DNA cautious will possibly be anonymous. Rather you see to the middle. So we might, but maybe he's talking about it towards the theological issue, not because of any of the testimony. Because if you don't say this, signifies declining, right, the fascists, there's such a thing as a judge, fit for giving knowledge, but not for giving the fascists. And my body, how could that be? He's not right. It's from giving the fascists. If he was giving the fascists, right. He still believes in monetary matters. The heart, the call possible. I love the secret. Why was he talking about something because of geological stuff? How can that mean the stress in Kanye? Stand up like kind of system, we must be there. Because my ruler in our Mishnah. What are the people who are puzzle for egos? I'm just saying, gambler, religious, interest must be the only governance yes, many of people do business with Shmuta produce, Zakra, interest, Shirina, Ishak, Shirala, and not people reach for it. Something you not reach for as well. My music is, you know, the OC, if you want to say the OC, you got egos. You got egos. In the fascists, should share about these capital cases where we testify. We have easily the report. So we might say, oh, nothing there. So now there. So that was a legacy from here. So I'm from there. So we're going to pass through the halakha has been disqualified for being nominous. They also can't testify for being the fascists. This is Rabbi Meir's logic. Now we'll say, why is Rabbi Meir say just disqualified for being nominous? You cannot testify for being the logic there. What's the logic? Lawyer, always. Once you have running monetary matters, you have the credibility, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So Rabbi said, come, let's go for it. Here we go. Come, we're going to see. I told you we're going to make it. I just want to say, listen to this. So remember, what's happening over here? Come forth, Baracham is accused of murder. Lisa says, Rabbi Abba, go investigate. Rabbi Abba commits a baby. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Baracham kill Reuven. Good. Baracham killed him. Baracham then brings two other witnesses. What do those witnesses say? Those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him steal. What did he steal? Barley. Either it wasn't worth it, right? But again, he stole. So what's this now? What's the shayla? What's the shayla? What's the shayla? Proving that one of the accusing witnesses is a thief. So what's the shayla? They passed him at the Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that you would lie with capital matters, and therefore again witnesses fully believe. Rabbi Meir holds that no, once you have been established as a liar for monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of testimony, including capital matters as well. And I've also said the whole Gemara just showed that what we pass him like Rabbi Meir, like Rabbi Meir, that Allah again. Once proven a liar in monetary law, you have credibility for everything. And therefore, I will say, what happens? There you go. What happened? The Gemara says, Rabbi Meir. And therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. Throughout the case in court, right? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost his total testimony of thief, and therefore Allah was thrown out of court. What happened? Baracham nashte akare. Baracham began. Kissed Rabbi Abba's feet, right? Kissed his feet, right? Rashi says she did. And so, as we verdict, the calculation, and he promised to go ahead and get exempted from the head tax for that entire year. And he never taxes that year. She says every year, the Cowboys the trust. And so the man shop, he doesn't get such a share for that job. We're exempt anyway for head tax. So he wasn't, we're going to get expressing his practice. I'm not for today, but again, I'm going to say more. Because of that, again, once one is shown to be a liar, we've got ability for monetary matters, extend that to all cases and capital matters as well. Once again, just to circle back, on a body, everyone agrees that a mummer, let's say, somebody goes in and eats the kosher again for their own pleasure is disqualified because that's a monetary infraction. About a mummer lahafis, the Rambam asking like Rabbi and a mummer lahafis, a criminal sin. Someone who sees for the historical is also going to fight from any kind of evil. So let's stop over for today.
But there is something about there's no presence in your life. Again, my mind is wandering, but life wasn't all that different. And I went to fight with my sister. I had like symptoms that made me hands probably backwards. Mine was typical, but a little more. Me playing sports. And I went to college, same thing. Always like my mind.
This what you should think.
And it just confidence. It gave me like a little buffer.
Our response
myself more. Like to be
for
myself.
Hey.
So
details to Mishpacha. For dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year for the Soros Tovos for Fabi's. Our response for the month of Tevis. Becoming Mishpacha, dedicating the Shurim memory of Amit Ben Levi, the brother of Levi, who was killed at Kiddush Hashem Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torahs and Shana and his family in Yechama. Our week's backwards is Zevi and Joshi Gil, reuniting his father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Yosef, located in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his Neshama Havayah, his family in Yechama. All those who need earth worship with cold holy Yisrael, we bring our hostages home with shalom and the Karav and our holy soldiers to be successful all Mashiach. Also with that, let us begin. Today's game 27. We are picking up in this Hashem on Vav and East 26. And we left off. So we left off. Governor no, yeah, Governor actually, this is about Hanan, which is about 2, 4, 6, about 3 lines up before it gets 1. We actually did this part. Just we had to see a little bit. Hanan, Lama Nikra Shema Toshia, why is Torah called Toshia? Because Torah saps you of your energy again. That's what we spoke about yesterday. I'm not going to go through that again. Good. Go back. I don't know what is Toshia. What is Toshia? Shenikna dechashayin b'pnei hasa. Torah was given quietly because of the now. It's interesting. What is this mean? We're going to get that. It's almost right. Because now she makatrin Amar to stop it well. So the Satan was against the giving of Torah to man. He felt that it should remain in the celestial sphere, and therefore again not to give it to man. And so Torah had to give the Torah quietly, so the Satan didn't know about it. So that's quite interesting, right? Because the Torah wasn't quietly. So what does this mean, the Hashai? So he's giving a couple of different things. So possibly one it's like my body to the second. Remember again, the first had a lot of fanfare, and part of that is why the Gemara didn't last. It was too much fanfare, too much publicity, and that's why the story doesn't end well with the first Luchos. The second Luchos were given in a much more general fashion. So it's possible that it's a reference ultimately against that thing to set up Luchos. That's possible. Is what the Gemara is talking about over here is not even as much about
There's no shame in it. There's no shame.
as much as it's as much as it is about the way in which that is prepared to be acquired as quiet. What does that mean? It's usually when a person learns to see that amass knowledge, look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm accomplishing. And of course, there's this function on one hand being very proud of your accomplishments and celebrating accomplishments, but at the same time giving a proper sense of humility. Torah only works if it's accompanied by humility. Torah is not accompanied by humility, that's where the self-awareness is involved. So that's one of the possibilities. Yeah, what is the question? The father shall too, shall only the truth say, this is so beautiful. The funny issue is family. Torah is words of Torah. Now, at first glance, that does not sound good. Associated with Torah is gracious, right? Torah Babel means astonishingly empty. What does it mean Torah is what it's actually? The orange Torah, so Kriya Ba'alma, the whole people Igbo Bishisha Torah is comprised of and listen, words often don't have a emotional state. And yet, Torah is Davakitim, Olam Meshusas Aleim, how beautiful is this? Words don't have much emotions, don't really have a substance to it. And yet against those very words which the world is created. So the great anomaly and beauty and on one hand, it doesn't have substance like everything else that is material in this world. Yet the world can be so beautiful. Once again, it's from the Machshava Machshava Daigas Halim also Shava. If a person is preoccupied with issues of the person is worried about himself, so worry about himself could undermine one's spiritual development. Shene'emar, Nefer women, although it's not saying it, she was like the family Gemara, and I think Ula's not even, this isn't a state of indictment, this isn't a state of negativity, this is a state of fact. This is the way that it works. Most persons knows this. When I'm worried about paranoia, when I'm worried about being able to pay my bills, I'm worried just about my material, I don't need excess fashion. The ability to maintain paranoia, that I really ends and enjoys the ability to truly focus on spirituality. And Asukin Shma in the virus. If a person is totally drunk, then even if at the end of the day worries about himself, he will still be able to focus on his spiritual. So as you think about sometimes being able to engage in spiritual development because of worries about himself itself is inherently contradictory. So it comes to my question. Times I'm struggling with my parents, those are doctors and things that I need and we don't show most. So who is pointing out that the nature of man is that worry about so often creates the spiritual growth in Torah. But yet again, Rabbi says that if you let these that parnasa Torah can spoil. So Dafka in those times the struggle is the times that I need to be consistent. Then ultimately again, the parnasa will not undermine my development, which essentially is also that you could use life challenge. In this case, it's also a challenge, but it's not just that stuff. You could use challenge in one of two ways. Either the spark will work to bring you close. Now, when you say create a wedge, create a fact about questions how spark on a basic level, and a person with their energy to be able to keep themselves afloat, having anything left in their tank for spiritual development, or a person such as Dafka during this form of challenge, that's when I need the bonus of Olam more than anything. And therefore, you don't have to support the close It's all a question of perspective, how person wants to utilize the opportunity of life challenge. shows that is Gatzas Hashem Yitakun. Eitzah Yish B'Dvar Hashem Yitakun. So Eitzah, which means spiritual development. Yish B'Dvar Hashem, which is Rishma, which is ultimately again coming close to the powerful. This is also a really, on one hand, describing the human condition, struggles with paranoia, and for that matter, struggles in life, tend to distract the person from spiritual development. Rabbi coming along and saying, just understand, challenge also presents the incredible opportunity for spiritual development. Because challenge me, I have no one and nothing else to rely on in this world but HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So that's the challenge to solidify, concretize, bolster, and build that relationship. All questions how I choose to utilize the active challenge. Incredible. I'm going to read the Amos site. Close this number again. The review said exactly. Kulia, if you're the gambler, if they have no other profession. Right? But if they have another profession, then these individuals won't hustle. Right? Amos site is not umnos elohu. When this is their only profession, if they have another profession, it's not gambling or all of these other detrimental things. I'm So it comes along. All of these individuals, before you officially cancel them, you have to make an announcement. Right now, again, what's the point? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Rashi says over here. Announcement. In other words, before you cancel someone from being paid, because he's a pigeon racer or a shvius or a shmita or something else, you have to announce. Why do you have to announce it? Why? This is like the warning. This is the warning. Almost telling the individual, you are going to notify you very shortly. Here's your last chance to get it. You get it. You learn to go at, but you go to back up about a shepherd. Remember again, shepherds. Shepherds have a terrible reputation, right? Why? Why? What are they known for? Right? That. Listen, I just want to point out, it's always so intriguing. How our greatest leaders were all shepherds. Like Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, David, I know that. Right? That's what David is. Right? Well, this is Parsha, right? Moshe Rabbeinu was Loef's son, right? Moshe Rabbeinu was first encounter, which is says because he was out shepherding his team, by the way. All right. It's not the profession, but it's the man. You know, everything's just so the majority of things except law. So interesting enough, what about a shepherd? Does a shepherd, because shepherds are known to be such thieves, they need this announcement in days as well. So what about Stam lo apostle. According to the thing that says you don't need to ask about a shepherd. That's because everyone knows Stam shepherd is apostle. Apostle, Alman apostle. According to the shepherd announcements. What? says, I'm sorry, what do you do about the statement that says, Stam apostle? Stam machrizna means that the stomach, you're going to have to go ahead and announce about this. Okay, so therefore, interestingly enough, we adopted this approach that before qualify any of these individuals based like Ruvain Ben Yaakov is a pigeon racer, and just want to let you know it's going to be possible. This way, again, that Ruvain Ben Yaakov to get his act together to do so. Does a sheet an announcement or is it stand disqualified? Not local. In this case, right? So you're going to do Shimon and Matana gift. And there are two witnesses, and the witnesses who signed on it were both Kazlan thieves, and therefore approximately this. So for about to validate, wanted to certify the document that's kosher. Why? Because there was never an announcement about guys. Never an announcement made about these two witnesses, therefore because it was never made, they're not disqualified. The Rabbi was the Gazan Dorais and we bought in so it's actually given qualification. But Rabbi said back 1 second. The idea of having to make an announcement, that's called a rabbinic thief. What's a rabbinic thief? It's not a thief, right? A rabbinic thief, right, means that someone who committed an act Gezel Mitzvah. The examples of that are Mishnah. A Mishnah, the Kuvya, Mafriach, Yomin, right? Again, the gambler, the pigeon racer. The help of all these individuals is that it's rabbinic thieves. So those are the individuals who require announcements. A biblical thief, what's a biblical thief? Someone who goes over to someone who steals their wallet, right? Steals their car. That's a good old biblical theft. That does not require any kind of announcement. Such a person like that is automatically disqualified. No, I'm not going to. As follows. Oakley cover Acher. Oakley cover Acher. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Oakley cover Acher. Nofrim, Talichel Hashem, Machmas Mo, Bahavali Kirasha the Hamas. So let's say we accept charity from non-Jews. You accept charity from non-Jews, such a person is possible abuse. Now again, certainly such a person that's created a Hashem. Why is he created a Hashem? Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go outside the community for something? Right? It's outside the community for help. Right? There's plenty of help available for you. No one can take seduction. Doing so, because it makes it look like are not compassionate. So I will say, now we're going to see over here. The thing that makes people possible this is money. That is how people possible this. So if it takes money, or use money for it. And then this way, that's when they possible. So therefore, this act of taking charity from a non-Jewish source shows that a person wants money is so proud of it. You want to take it from outside the community. So a person is possible. It's tiny for Hesya, but that's only about the sin alone. But if it's privately, then it's not a problem, therefore again they're not possible. But for Hesya, not even Omer, last Tuesday, it's sin up. Because the Bazin actually the Hesya. Furthermore, even if they took it publicly, that's only if they had received this money privately and not the results. About low after they use it. If a person has absolutely no choice, in other words, their only was to receive money, not only way to survive, then Allah circumstances, they're not possibilities. They're not kosher arayos, kosher. So it's interesting. So Rav Nachman says someone who is kosher arayos, which is someone who is suspect in moral behavior, is still kosher leos. Which is fascinating. You could actually why kosher leos. The Rothschild the Hamas. It's a kosher yadcha equals. Wasn't interesting. What we just said before. What disqualifies a person for egos is not simply ego. Then what? You would have zero pool of egos. Right? Zero pool of egos. Everyone does. Everyone does. Listen, so what? Financial instructions. That's what we're concerned about. Once the person will lie or cheat, not honest with matters, it would be transactional law. You're not going to remain honest. But interestingly enough, indiscretions in other areas, person is okay, obviously it's not good. It's not good for any of us to do that. But that does not give liability in a financial transaction. So the Gemara says, money I want us to pressure. Is it possible that a person had and get 40 grams on the shoulder and still be crushed? I want to say, I did not see. I thought you should have done it. Now, get a was interesting enough. What was things like this. A person was going to the community to be kosher allies, to be suspect regarding moral activity. He would flog such a person like that. The Gemara says somebody who would get this, you're going to flog him, and he's going to be kosher allies. It's a little bit strange. I'm not really Rabbi says ultimately again, but not going to agree. So again, but Nachman still holds someone who is kosher regarding immorality is still going to be kosher ladies. Why? Because the ultimate disqualification regarding evil is financial indiscretion, moral indiscretion. So even if Nachman will agree, when it comes to testifying about a woman that her husband is dead, we're not going to rely on that guy, right? In other words, remember again, 8 effort he needs to say, let's say Rachel Ruvain, so 8 effort is believed to say that Ruvain is dead. Ruvain is dead, right? It's a special kilo that Chazal might eat this kisha. But someone who is suspect behavior, we're not going to believe him. Why? Makes sense. Because we're concerned that maybe he's lying because he set his eyes upon this woman. So I'm Rabbi Yuduya less than Rabbi. 1 second, that's only disregarding committing a woman, getting a woman out of marriage. This same guy testifies that Rachel's not married to Ruvain, that she's a married woman. Testimony for that's obvious. Maybe I would have thought like this. I would have thought that perhaps she prefers that she's married. Right? This immoral guy prefers that she's married. Why? Because my living waters are always sweet. Right? Guys, no, it's actually because he's immoral. Because he's immoral, he would rather that she's not married. So therefore, he testifies that she's married. The ultimately, okay. I'm not going to. You know, says, "Bring me some of that about it." It's great. But Nachman says, "A kind of is not called the Gano." Now, it sounds like someone who only steals during the sun of Tishrei. Right? So my son, I got Tishrei. So I said, the idea is like I'm not being all the time. All the time, right? Just Lisa and Tishrei, such a person, ultimately, again, is not considered to be a guy. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, here, Nisan is here. Tishrei is man Botsia Ba'asa. Remember again, Nisan is the harvest season, so Tishrei is the ingathering. So it means it's just harvest. So this is talking about let's call it honey, ba'arise, v'davar mu'at. So the davar sh'nimar l'dachtos. Here are the qualifications. We're talking about a sharecropper, right? Something that we did only a little bit. Okay, so what are we talking about over here? Someone who's a sharecropper looking for someone. And what do? They end up taking more than. So remember, a sharecropper get a sharecropper of the sharecropper is. Now look is that a laborer is working in the field, taken, he's working with finished produce, he's entitled to eat while he works. He learns how to right? But he's not entitled to do that. He can't put it in his defense. He can't bring it home. A sharecropper is not entitled to that. Right? Sharecropper is a the sharecropper gets a segment a sandwich of the produce and doesn't take it while he's working. So the idea over here is we're talking over here sharecropper who's eating while he's working. So the Gemara says he's a thief, but such a thief is not disqualified for Hebrews. Why? Almost like about say, understandable theft. He's more a hatter. He figures out, listen, I'm working really hard. I'm going to tell you this. I'm hungry. If a regular laborer gets these benefits, that's right. I should get these benefits. So because he has a whole more work out, he's not really a bona fide thief. So because he's not a bona fide thief, therefore, for my son, he's still limited to be dangerous. So the Gemara says, if a drug did got up, cough at the Sari, who passed. So once again, so Zidid had farmers, and what happened? Chad got up, Sari, who passed one stolen calf of the of Zidid, disqualified him. The Chad got up to bird dying, and one went ahead and stole literally a cluster of dates. And Rashi says, a big cluster of dates, and he passed him. So we'll say some other story. There was a group, there was a Chabra who carried the dead on the first day of Shavuos. I will say now, this is actually very interesting. So we take a look, Rashi says over here, Kibbutz. So these guys went ahead and carried the Jewish graveyards, the dead on the first day of Shavuos. Now, you're not allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov Rishon. There is a halacha that says, we saw this morning, that you are allowed to bury the dead on Yom Tov. And they allowed that, Chazal allowed that, now today, we don't do that. We don't do that because we have refrigeration. So, therefore, again, there's no concern it's going to decompose. if you wait to bury until after. Still in some of the Hasidic communities, and that was shame, even presently, that's still the middle. But again, in our communities, we do not see this done, right? These guys were Mechal Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bury a Yom Tov. But they were Mechal Yom Tov, they buried a Yom Tov Rishon. Now listen to this. New York says, Shamtin Rabbi, Upasil Ve'edus. So ultimately, the Rabbi excommunicated them as slaves. Why did they make the slaves? Why were they doing this? To make money. To make money. Right? They want to make money. Essentially, they work their Yom Tov. They're Yom Tov. Happens to be that their work is a very nice chesed, so a nice chesed for the dead, but it's so Yom Tov. That's Shemir Rav Rabbi David Yeshua. Rav Rabbi Yeshua said that again, obviously, they were Mechal Yom Tov, which they're allowed to do. But they're more ahead. They made ahead for themselves because they thought that after all they're doing the mitzvah. So the Gemara says, "Vaha Kameshamtina," but they were excommunicated. But they were excommunicated. The Gemara says, "Savar Kapara Ka'abdi Rabbi." So ultimately, again, they figure, you're right. We did something wrong. There was also they thought, at least the Papa felt. I'm sorry, at least the Puna felt that this was like a good example, like they were really small. They thought that they were doing something good, right? That was not good enough, but they were carrying the years. They thought it was something. I remember about the excommunication. They looked at the excommunication cleansing process. So they felt that they came out like ahead of the game on all of this. They're excommunicated, and therefore they should be on. Okay, fine. So the person, bottom line, by the way, of course, again, I'm also when I saw it is wrong. I'll say 100%. But interesting enough, so Yeshua felt that you see in these cases when a person an explanation for their behavior, and the explanation holds a little bit of water, even though they're not necessarily related. It's not. Sign 27a. It's not an interesting case over here. So what do you do to ultimately again? Remember, in Athens, a witness who has been proven to process findings on it, shouldn't show up. And we saw that 8 killed Jews on Monday morning, and then the second says it's to show up, and they say you couldn't have seen that because you were on Monday morning. Okay, now we're going to proving to be an example. So the Gemara says, so now Shabbos is saying obviously it's not permitted Avis. It's not. We must discuss this. Shaila is how or when do we get that status? So Rabbi says not very good. In other words, retroactively qualified all the way to the day which he went ahead and was a little shady. So let's say for example that you give your testimony on Monday, January 4th, right? It's like you're listen, bro, you're doing things, right? So they go ahead and they give the testimony on the 13th. So it's now what happens. Let's say they're not many zoning, right? Until the 13th of August. Right? A couple months later. Right? Let's say they have until a couple months later. So now let's say, the Shaila is, does the woman's status start from now, from the moment they're made intimate, or does it have no shot? There must be somebody so this is Shaila, right? Because the question is, what happens if they engage in other testimonial activities in between the time that they gave their testimony and they were made in so many. They signed down Shabbos. They were aided under a chuppah. There's all these different kinds of things. Again, please stand there is so many status actively or no from and forward. This is my point, yes. Sabbath is my friend. And if so, Rabbi says me kind of love. So Rabbi is standard. Actually, Rabbi says no. Only from this point going forward. Rabbi is the only. Rabbi is retroactive. They ignore the Asim Russia. That Torah Amra Tashfa in Russia. Al Tash's Russia. Rabbi is retroactive. Because ultimately, again, right now that they were made so they are shy. It says you cannot use the dog for any testimonial. It allows for those kind of freedom. The retroactive knowledge. Everything that they have done, testimonialized, English-wise, into them is going to be undone. So Rabbi says that the only time that each Zomin becomes possible is from the moment that they are Zomin and going forward. Why? Gemara says, each Zomin Chiddush. Because the whole concept of each Zomin, it was that the whole idea of each Zomin was Chiddush. My Chazan is some of Chahani, so also each Zomin. Second step when it says it's Kolon, within Shemim cannot have seen what they claim to have seen, why they are with us. But why should you be able to go into the second step and the first step? Yet the Torah is the second step. That's a Shemalacha, Bo Ela Mishaki. The Chiddush only lies from the moment that it occurs and going forward. Therefore, again, to extend Zomin status retroactive to amplify the Chiddush of Zomin, which we're not getting. So therefore, we're not focused on buying Rabbi. Now, say so again. I want to point out, Zomin is happening in rapid succession, right? Show up in this thing, give testimony, and then another set of witnesses, bust through the door. With us, you couldn't have seen it, but you could see that is this possible? Ruben shouldn't give testimony, and then a month later, 2 witnesses show up and say, Ruben shouldn't. Could not have been what you claim to have seen. We were with us at that time. So then my focus: do they become Edom Zomin from the test, or do they become Edom ultimately retroactive? So that's the fundamental. So you get down. Others say, Rabbi Nazika by they say that Rabbi holds like a bite. Rabbi holds like a bite. When my time comes, so my time comes, when you kind of like, why is it all again? Why is it that we only say that the witnesses are Edom Zomin from now, from the time that Zomin going forward? Very simple. You should see the little close. Because here's the issue. The issue is you're going to put people out of this. Remember, again, as I said before, it's quite possible that the witnesses have engaged in much testimonial activity to the time that they engaged in testimony. And everyone was using them and thinking that they were witnesses. You begin to now upend the testimonial activity retroactively. You're going to put many purchasers at a disadvantage. I wasn't. They now that's either they trade the high 2 sets of witnesses testify about moving each other. Or they were disqualified ultimately again because of their death. So, Rabbi conducted himself as Rabbi, and therefore disqualified them only from 24. Follows Abaye. Abaye in cases of Yal Kigam. We're not going to go through all of these cases, which you can see Rashi actually quotes all of them. And interesting enough, Halacha L'Maisa, the ayin of Yal Kigam is in Zomei. Our case, we pass him like Abaye. That Halacha L'Maisa, when Zomei is disqualified, disqualified back to the moment that he gave the testimony. Which means that if Ruvain and Shimon gave the testimony on the 13th of Shvat, and they were disqualified, but they only became Zomei on the 13th. Anything they did between the time that they gave the testimony and were made a woman is invalidated. So they were used for churches, they were used for documents, they were used for done over again. Incredible. So most of you guys like Rabbi, it's Zomen, this incredible. Mumar, both of the best examples, most of the people are disqualified. Not really. But Mumar, okay, this is a person who eats non-kosher to cover means because naturals. Remember again, 2 ways to commit to not favor. Number 1 way is because I want it. Right? Because it's enjoyable, because I like it. Bahachis means I do something to love. So essentially, this is what's called the pleasure and the theological. Pleasure it's hard, I want to do it. I like it. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's interesting. Right? Theological avera. I'm taking a principle. Principle sinners. Right? We'll go ahead and that's what it is. Principle versus pleasure. Now, pleasure sinners, principle sinners. Right? Principle sinners. I'm taking a principled stance against God. I do not believe in this. So remember also if that means a guy who eats just because he likes it. I am miserable to me. So what's halacha? Different hakol possible. What it means that such a person is hustle rate. Such a person is not fit testimony. Now let's say now what's the idea over here? It's just meaning up the Gemara says, why is a person eating that kosher? Why is he eating that kosher? So the Gemara says probably because right? Probably because right, get 14 burgers for 50 cents. You know, whatever it is. It's like ridiculous, right? To have a more try to make a kosher place. So nice stuff. So personally, kosher food, why is he doing it? So because it's cheaper. So we'll say, oh, that means sinning financial benefit. Okay. When you sin for financial benefit, you are hustling. The hustling, that's it. That's it. Everybody says, now, interestingly enough, so this is so fascinatingly counter to it. So everyone agrees that a moment a person is not kosher because he likes it. He likes it. Where it says the intention is kosher for this wonderful cost. Because of the cost. So such a person is sinning in order to save money. Because of money, you automatically proselyte. What about a principal sinner? A person who sins in hustle, Rabbi says he's kosher. Rabbi says, isn't this fascinating? So that we reflect just the opposite, that everyone would agree. Because remember, it's important to keep what disqualifies you from testimony. So you're dishonest when it comes to money. That drives this. If you're dishonest when it comes to money, you can't trust you when it comes to transactions. Because you may or may not be telling the truth, or you may not be signing on the truth. It's interesting. If I have other religious inconsistencies, that does not disqualify me from Avis. That's why we saw the person who was eating kosher rice person may be immoral. Okay, I feel wrong. I'm sure I have to work on it. Right, but myself, I can still be believing when it comes to financial matters. Even if I am a principled sinner, where I do things in order to rebel against God, then not good, not good, but it doesn't necessarily erode my go and give papers. So Rabbi apostle, Rabbi says apostle, Rabbi Kasha. So Rabbi apostle, Rabbi says apostle, like the Holy Russia. Russia. Rabbi says again, if you're a principal sinner, rebelling against God, you're Russia. Ultimately, again, can't go ahead and be Rabbi says kosher. Russia is the Hamas partner. Rabbi says you're kosher. Is the only type of Russia that is unfit to give test what kind of Russia? A financial Russia. And this guy is a principal Russia, not a financial Russia. Incredible. So they say, Al-Tashas Russia 8. Torah says, do not go ahead and make a Russia 8. Al-Tashas Hamas 8. Who are these people? Elu Gazlonim. This refers to thieves who more than just people go ahead and do business which need the so my love effort shuas shaka effort shuas. So we're talking about again more of those people who take oaths. What oaths? Who is that talking about? Is that not talking about someone who takes oath or someone who takes false regarding money? So what says you see from the financial discretion is invalid. It's low. Either shuas money. Now these monetary oaths. So they say Russia aid, Al-Tashas Hamas aid, Elu Kazlonim, Umamavidus. This refers to people ultimately again who are thieves and ultimately lend with interest to Yufta to Abai to Yufta. And this seems to refute Abai because it seems to say the only thing that makes you unqualified to give Abel's inspector discretion and not fear or rebellion. Maybe this whole thing broke his tonight. Those of us that hold tonight, each only apostle, the Torah, who look at Rabbi Meir. Says someone becomes an someone becomes an so give Abel's, yeah, person to give Abel's anything in the Torah. And when is that so shows him being cautious. That's when when it comes to capital cases about who's giving mominous cutting the flesh. This is interesting. If a person was made an Isomi for monetary matters, you're still believed to testify for cattle matters. Now, what's the logic behind that? The thing that I was saying is, so when it comes to the world of sin, everyone has their line, right? Things that I would do and things that I would never do this, right? I would never do this. So I says, apparently, not apparently, this occurs in the world of lying as well. A person might be a false statement when it comes to monetary matters. When it comes to capital matters. So even if a person is truly so when it comes to monetary matters, it is still believed to testify when it comes to capital matters. So they might buy Kramer for other Kraviosi. Just say that I buy wholesale Kramer. And I'm sorry. I buy Kramer. What is it? I buy wholesale Kramer. So the Amar, I'm going to because he ultimately again we go ahead if a person is going to do a more lenient sin, they'd be willing to do a more commerce sin as well. And Rabbi says, once a person transgress something severe, there's certain areas we transgress something less severe. But if a person only transgressed something less severe, they need to only be ready to transgress something more severe, to which is low. Rabbi Yossi, no one disagrees. You can give her a bear. Rabbi holds like a bear. So Rabbi only espoused his position by Itzumim. Why? The Mamon, so says, the Mamon. Because when a person lies about monetary matters, the Rala Brios. Such a person, I will say, ultimately, is sin against the Rothschild. When it comes to a case of also saying Ochel Nevelos Lahachis, it's a person that's non-kosher as a principal sin, right? As a theological rebellion. The Rala Shamayim, such a person is committing a sin against the Kadosh Baruch Hu, but a person is not committing anything against their fellow man. Ultimately, again, low, the Hilchasa. They will say the bottom line, so therefore, both say so there, you might say, when you that the law is that even a principal sinner, right? What we call again a mummer, lahachis, which is a person who does averos in a personal way. To rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so hustle labors. So the Gemara says, 1 second, right? So the Gemara says, well, we just refuted ayah. The Gemara says, the Hahi Rabbi Yossi, that reflexive Rabbi Yossi. I, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi. So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, what about the fact that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, Shani Has, Stam, even though Rabbi Yossi, in this case, the stamp kind of goes going to be there. The Gemara says, the Hacha Sasam Run, where do we know that from? The Barachama Katal Nachi, so what's the interesting things that happen here? We'll come back to that, I said just now. So what's that? 20 points happening here. Interesting enough, everyone is agreeing that a moment is called someone eats non-kosher. They like it because they like it. Such a person is actually becoming unfit for any testimonial capacity. Now, interestingly enough, why is that? What's the logic behind that? The Gemara understands this to be a financial crime. That's what it is, right? But why is the person eating non-kosher? Cheap. So what do you see? To save money. Okay, well, once a person is willing to sin to save money, then by definition they're unfit for all of this because that shows you're willing to live on the law for financial gain. Once that happens, then I'm not believing testimony. Interestingly enough, my focus Abai in Rabbi is someone who's a more lahachis, a principal sinner. So this person is sinning not for financial gain, but to rebel against that HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's fascinating. So there's no financial piece, theological piece of here. Abai says, Rava says, first kosher. Seems to be we're thinking in the direction of Abai and the Shusar. So the Gemara says, now we want to suggest we're going over here like Rabbi Mikra and Meir. So listen to this story. The Barachama Katal Nashi. This guy Barachama killed someone. Amar Rish Bus, or at least he was accused of killing someone. Amar Rish took hiding bomb. So the Rish said to Rabbi Abba, go, you be the lead investigator on this. Investigate this, see what's going on. I killed someone. Literally means poke out his eyes. Rashi points out over here. It doesn't mean poke out his eyes. The Reish Galusa did not have the power to put people to death or do like this. Rather, what it means is punish him. Most probably financially. So what happens? Also, trace out the asu. So what happens? The 2 minutes showed up, and they said, This guy, Bar, what was his name? Bar Chava. Bar Chava, who killed someone. So two couple days to say, Bar Chava killed someone. So, listen to that. So that's usually the guy. Others will eat. I say sad. I see you data. So listen to this. So what happened? So Bar Chava brought two other and testified against one of the accusing witnesses. Right? So against just start. Right? How is accused of killing someone? Rabbi Abba is leading up two witnesses show up and they testify against Bar Chama, saying Bar Chama killed, we'll call him Ruven. Then what happens? Bar Chama brings two more witnesses. Those witnesses testify against one of the accusing witnesses discrediting him. And one of Kamai Didi, Ganav Kaba de Chushla, the Chad Amar Kamai Didi, Ganav Kata on the base will say, Kata did. So again, these brings two other witnesses. Two witnesses show up and they say one of the accusing witnesses stole. Now they have a dispute about what he stole. One says he stole barley, the other says he stole the handle of an axe. Either way, the point is what this guy, one of the accusing witnesses, and because he's a kind of, he is disqualified from testimony, right? And because he's disqualified from testifying, there are not two witnesses against Bar Chama. Okay, so let's analyze. I'm going to my decade. Let's analyze. So let's my decade. From there, so again, there. One second. Normally, if there's not hold this right here, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi, notice Rabbi Yossi say, just because someone is disqualified or made it to an easy by monetary matters, they are still believed for count. Right? What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Just because you rely about money doesn't mean you rely about the capital case. Rabbi Yossi, even if one of the accusing witnesses stole, it's still not disqualify him from being a witness against Bar Chama. What is it here? Say says that even if he's been judged to be an soulmate, it's quite remember but automatically disqualifies him for being an audience. Either on the hardest right done doing the fatal, anyone who is fit to be part, whether it means to adjudicate as a judge regarding being the fascists, certainly believe for monetary. So money, even though according to Yossi, will say something like you have a person who is made once he's made into an kasha in the fascists, who possibly ominous and a lot in there. Rather you see it to be Sunimai, Dilma of the Psuli Yochsin card and 8 was disqualified in genealogical not because of any other testimonial issues. If you don't see this, safe at Tiktani, Yesh. There's such a thing as a witness, judge, who is fit for giving evidence but cautious. Am I in or right? How could that be that he's not right? It's so if you get someone giving the cautious, right, giving evidence, he still believes the man saying that. The heart, the very hard call possible, but so you that someone is disqualified because of generation. Afinami, you must be going over here. Because why would we learn in our Mishnah? Who are apostle for egos? And Mubia, Gamber, Rivis, lending interest, if you own governance, Shdias, lend people do business with you to produce money. That well, any testimony or any testimony that a woman would not be believed for. These capital cases where a woman can't testify. We have these individuals court, so we must Allah Rabbi there. So now it must be Rabbi there. So Rabbi say, what do you see from here? It's Rabbi there. Rabbi say, what do you see from there? Once someone has been disqualified for dini mamanis, they also can't testify for dini nefashos. This is logic. Now, also, why is there a hold? I'm not keeping it. Mayor holds that once you are disqualified for dini mamanis, you cannot testify for dini nefashos. What's the logic there? What's the logic? A lawyer, always a lawyer. Once you have law regarding monetary matters, you have lost your ability, and we don't put it past you that you would lie for capital matters as well. So, Rabbi, let's go for here we go. Told you, what's happening over here? Come full circle. Barcham is a Reish Galusa says to Abba, go investigate. He needs a basic. Witnesses show up. They say, we saw Barcham kill Reuven. Good. Not good. Right? Barcham killed Reuven. Barcham then brings two other witnesses. One of those witnesses said, those witnesses say that one of the accusing witnesses is not believed. Why? He's a thief. We saw him barley and axe handled. Either way, wasn't worth right. But Lamaisa again, he stole. So what's the shayla? What shayla? So now we prove that one of the accused witnesses is the thief. So what's the shayla? Rabbi would say, just because you would lie with monetary matters does not mean that you would lie with capital matters, and therefore, again, the witness should still believe that you said no. Once you established as a liar in monetary matters, you are no longer believed for any type of potential, including capital matters. And I've also said the whole Gemara to show that what we constantly write again, once you've been a liar in monetary law, you've lost your credibility for things. And therefore, I will say, what happens? Here we go. What happens? I love Rabbi there. Therefore, what happened? Rabbi Abba threw out the case. He threw out the case in court. Right? Why? Because one of the witnesses was disqualified. Why was one of the witnesses disqualified? Because it was shown that he was a thief. And once he was shown that he was a thief regarding monetary matters, he lost total testimonial credibility. And therefore, Allah was thrown out of court. What happened? Kama Nash Barchama kissed the Abba's feet. Right, kissed his feet. Right, Rashi says she gave him so because he was very happy with the verdict. The Kabbalah Lekar gave the Kulish. He promised to go ahead and get the Abba exempted from the head tax for that entire year. He never paid taxes. Rashi says the Kabbalah Lekar gave the Kulish. Still Kandama use and the reference to the man shop points out telling you it's such a stress, like generally we're exempt anyway from the head tax. So he wasn't really giving back. Again, expressing his gratitude. Says the Lord like, Allah, what's Allah? What's the Pastor going to be there? That again, once someone is shown to be a liar. Credibility for monetary matters, and that's cases including capital matters as well. And the boss saying just to circle back, goes out to circle, and I'm fine. Everyone agrees that a moment let's say, oh, somebody goes in against their own pleasure, soon disqualified. That's a monetary transaction. What about a moment of hakis? Without asking, like a baile, and a moment of hakis. Someone who's selling this part is also going to be disqualified. So I'm going to stop over here for today.
I can always go back. Yeah. But here's the deal.
All right, everybody, have a great day, everyone.
I made it wasn't like things got to me. It was error in judgment, meaning that, it's common for people to, obvious reason. And I was never on them because I never had any issue. The only reason I ever got into looking in, taking something was just to kind of quiet my mind and stop being hard on myself. A lot of it, focus. More focus, I think. I think it's more like Jewish Gemini guy. I don't know, like it just fine. I hate to say like I'm Jewish, but there is common craziness that goes on in kind of mind, I feel. And I was playing bass like when I moved up to Seattle. My first meeting it was my mind is working. When I was doing comedy, and it wasn't meeting like I didn't have that offer. I go up there and I get laughs based off like, oh, you guys, like there is that developed warm up definitely from doing cable access in Seattle, just kind of being like man. See, I first would get frustrated that it didn't work and it didn't feel good. And on top of that, I just felt I was out of baseball. I had to create structure. I had to start my life, and it was something that I never really knew I was going to try and play baseball as far as I go. Get my degree, maybe be in sales. I don't know. Right? But I had just decided to explore. Right? And I got any money, right? But it didn't feel good because I never. Some people I got into serious acting, so I'll try and do that. But I was getting laughs, and then I would try and tell serious. They're laughing at me, so I go lifeline. Yeah. I wanted to get into radio or sports. One guy said, you should do stand up. I never did stand up. So I was right across the street from the 10 p.m. I did venture. Yeah, 25 minutes, 5 years. I hurt my arm. I hurt my elbow. Right when I was going to get a chance to pitch with a little bit of safety net. Because every time I was pitching, I felt like I was competing for a job. I was competing for the next night, right? So, comedy.
You could go ahead and
When you
imagine
start out,
spiritually.
it's like you got always rocking or you're not getting ass back. You know, that's not, talking about my open mics, but once you start working in rooms, mine was, fuck, I've been in that wrong. It's kind of wrong. It's kind of bad. Yeah, well, for me, it was just, I didn't think bombing. I always thought this was going to push and push and things screwed me. Baseball was hard. I had to read the team. There was comedy. I can kind of just fucking get the laugh. Yeah. You'd be there, you're great. You got like a great song. Just it's like Johnny, you know, that I watch that are outside the box, you know, they're not classic. Mine on stage, maybe I don't know. When they come on, it's yeah, I backed into it. You know, I tried to get up there when I began at Seattle. So I think the speech when I got comedy workshop at UCLA, comedian, told my jokes. Me, and nobody really laughed. And I go, this is funny. And I would laugh. And I go, maybe I want to something. And then when I left LA, after one open mic, and I went to Seattle, chats were, my car got rear-ended the guy. He was drunk. I was on stage. I could see him at the door, and the guy backed into my car. Yeah. Talking about a fucking sign, maybe not the different. Yeah, he broke my right leg. Wow. And he was drunk, but he just paid the bond. That was a chance to no, I admitted to it. I mean, no, look, this was 90, maybe 93, sorry, 1993. Well, I say my official start point is February 94. And I did and you select and I wanted to see if I liked so every week I'd be driving to UCLA from the valley. It was something like 2 minutes, and my classmates, Holy Shore sister was the teacher. Yeah, I knew at the end I would have her final show at the Comedy Store, right? So I would do the class, and after the class, I was talking to Sandy Shore after the just talk about more comedy, and then I always drive by the Comedy Store again and go to the big one day before the, but I never went in. Maybe once. I went into back then. Were you watching the comedians over Harlem? No, I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I was into like baseball. I liked everything baseball. When I got into college, I liked Beavis and Butthead. I liked, wrestling was funny. Howard Stern. But I also felt like I didn't listen much to that because I felt everybody liked that. nice in 1988. That the nice, nice and innocent. Exactly. And I would listen to Jackie Mason cassettes. He was funny. Holy Shores. I guess I did. I'm saying where I think it's I remember him from being on I knew that Jonathan Winters, his big thing was like he went into the site voluntarily went in there. Like, kind of, it's like talk about what and kind of like what's happening in the U.S. It's precious. I read that's week. That's constant that we can work. And it's very also well, that's why you have to be positive. That's what I believe in yourself. Like I don't even like mention doing bad. I that thought. I just push forward. In fact, when I'm on stage, like at the comedy store, there's like somebody in the crowd I respect, or maybe a friend of mine, maybe like the basement, I can turn it up, and I know I can probably my back's against someone. I can be roadie, I can be professional, I can do that, and that's just from doing it. I also feel, we're talking about started in 94. I got into warm up in 2000, like 6 years into it, and, learning from scratch. Let's talk about these sitcoms and Hollywood have an audience warm-up because it's live on sometimes tours and stuff, and the excitement wears off after about an hour, and they're going to be in there for 5 hours, and they need a guy that gets around. Well, they have those 5-hour deals. I've done a few of those. My strength, and I got it. I think that has it live, but it's the TV taping, no matter what it is, they usually bring it to keep it more. Gaggle is awesome to see. So I was 3 years at Seattle Boys. I learned all about how the comedy club and the comedy underground, Joey Diaz, Troy, Greg Gass, Mitch, and back in Seattle. Right after the boom, you could still, you saw the fundamentals of a 3-person comedy club show in Seattle. So you learned from a lot of the guys there. A lot of Mitch back then. He was only there for like 5 months, maybe. Right? There's to hang out with Chad. Interesting guys. Like he said, he said something that I only met him like once there, and I knew he was there, and he was, doing road gigs and all that, and Seattle was just a great place. So many San Francisco comedians would come up, and a lot of the Seattle comedians help. It was just a great place, right, to have real audience. And I didn't pay wax because King County has got like the second largest per capita viewing audience. So when I started doing this, the last lesson that on YouTube, well, Tay and I did what James said, was a comedian in Kansas City. But Dana and I, we kind of really found our own, just having fun. You smoke when I was chewing, kind of just bringing some energy, young guys, sort of new to Seattle, but also just new to comedy. And having fun, and taking live calls, yelling at the camera, having fun. And people can walk on the street, I can rip out Jefferson Samoans roll the west. I mean, that's one of it is listening. You comedy or anything you do and you like, if it stinks, and you're getting laughs on it, even better. So, hey, thanks. By doing that, TV, I can be funny now, like TV,
that's fine.
and just having fun. So that, but I also felt like it was away from my stand-up. Yeah, it was like, okay, I'm doing this TV thing, and I'm yelling, that character. I also felt like stand-up. Yeah. I started in Seattle, it's like, you really know where you start. Like I made it up to, yes, I remember Joe, we told me, who do you gotta go to New York, I've told you some this before, right? Go to New York, they'll just talk, go there. I went to New York, and my friend was working with the Yankees. I got a job working with the Yankees, so I knew I'd have to go out to see Yankee games. So in New York. When I first got there, I stayed in like a weekly apartment of like a month. It was like $400 a week. I forget. It was like $400 a week. Maybe this is back in 97. Right. And Bushman High was he was the hotel. Yeah. 107. And Broadway. Wow. Yeah. And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was, weirdos in there, but not that bad. Did you see jobs? T-shirts for the Seattle Supersonics. I went to the Supersonic team shop. Just well,
She's so judgmental about this as well.
I'm saying, I'm just saying, I'm there. First of all, like t-shirts and everything like hanging from Guns N' Roses. He was there. Jeff, with the And I worked the tunnel, so I worked before the game for the shop to the stadium. So I so you sell that t-shirts like that little shrimp t-shirt on. You got it. So I go like sneak out there, and then I would do halftime, and then at the end of the game, so it was fun. And then I lived in the neighborhood. I would just walk home, and I also learned about coffee and another kind of espresso. So really, I went to Seattle to get completely away from Arizona and being a creature. And I wanted to be around rain. I wanted to be around snow-capped mountains and fresh air. This is growing up in the San Fernando Valley, being around baseball, making my friends. I needed something new. Yeah, a challenge. I read that, man. Like, in New York and everything.
Guy is a Jew, he's a Cohen, and he's in violation of Shia. You come over the Akil, this Habana is a wall. First of all, who generates only privileges in this particular way? This guy never branches in order to make it for the outer press. Like, you have an outer press, and you have a pilot, like you points out, you have a pilot, and it's put the type of netting is like this to keep the fire together.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I love the energy in New York. When I went to New York, lived in a mountain with, and I had to find into the open mic. So I knew that surf reality, lower side, everybody gets 8 cents. It wasn't like you get on the show. It's 4 minutes of comedy. This is 8 minutes. It's 4 minutes. It's me. It's weird. Everybody. It was Facebook show. Sunday nights was like, I was doing it Wednesday nights. It was Reverend Jen, the anti-slam and the positive energy host people go to those on Wednesdays. So there's a whole Lower East Side scene of alternative kids and artists and music. You know, and Josh Crawford, Family Guy, Jeff, Liam McEnany's out here. Just like I passed through. What the key was for that show was that people wanted to get on the lounge. That was the show. So I felt like surf reality was a feeder room to the lounge on Monday nights, and that's where they had, you know, Dave Chappelle, UC, Mark Maron, Janine Garofalo, Tom Berry. That was like the spot to be. Wow. So one night for me, once I got there, after 3 years, my goal was to come back to LA in 2030. Then once I started doing Luna Lounge, a few times I got to host it, and I got to do it. And I'm up there with Dave Chappelle, Rob Marriage, Janine Garofalo, Maron, and I'm in my own. The style comedy like taking advantage
and my heart
a little bit. I mean, I remember like some of, I definitely remember my breakthrough set. I remember, you know, you're talking about walking around New York.
My heart knows whether or not
Sunday nights, for
the rest of the world.
I was a waiter in New York. I worked at gas station. I was also a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall. So I wanted to see if it'd be funny on the East Coast if I could make these. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're a little, maybe a little more honest. They're a little more, they also have real jobs, you know what I mean? It's just whether it's another way of life, it's just different. They have some
That he wasn't just a politics and religions and even more unique about it was he was really searching for justice.
San Francisco, and you
He
European
traveled
we get on to like Australia, Canada or whatever. But yeah, I did. And then I worked at the company seller for about a year and a half. I worked out there because I thought it would lead to stage time. Because the guy who was doing was an open micer with me, and there's a good open mics. Hey, Brody, Manny, the owner of the club, is he likes these for me spots. If I'm ready to do it, but I'm working, I think you should do it. So I went down there and working, and I thought it was fast. I didn't have the confidence as a thing. I didn't have the confidence to ask Destiny to let me, try and do it. Right there. But all the while, I was doing surreality. I was running my own room on Monday nights, bringing 8 comedians up. So I was hosting. I was past at the stand in New York, and I was Josh the Josh and Josh show here in Port Elizabeth, China. A lot of these guys I started with, they started moving out to LA, and I kept in touch with them. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back to LA, I already had friends working at these TV shows. And so when I came out here, right away I got premium on Central because
was it the plowing guy or the shooting guy?
Comedy Central premium, so I got 2 spots, 1 view right away. And it got me past in the Improv, Laugh Factory, and Comedy Central. Wow. Bobby Lee recommended, I remember. This is,
Why
I'm still doing mics out here. Did like happen right away. And it happened fairly quick. I had the show, Adam Rodman would book it. I think it was like on Thursday nights, and that's one of the shows I wanted because he did a good job bringing in like Pat Oswalt, our brother, maybe Jeff Ross back then. He really was a good day. Obviously, Bobby Lee lived in the same building as Rodman, right? So I told me about Bobby. So Rodman, we just saw the Improv. He's a character. He's he writes in the LA Weekly now. He ran that show. Wow. So being the there. Yeah, and you was a fun little room, and I remember it was a good opportunity for me to interact with, like Maurice Bamford and Zach. So did a good job. Kind of and I already had, and I like I said, I was taking that damn circle because I took the workshop at the UCLA graduation was at the comedy store. And then growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend lived over there all the way. Hacienda there. And I could always see the lights in the comedy store. So it was never like wanting to be a comedian and Eddie Murphy or whoever it was. But I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. So very electric. It was just electric. It was just crazy. You go down the street. Rock clubs. So people on the street have seen it as a drugs on the street. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, the 80s in LA. You had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the Rothschild, that's then it's beach. Girls. I mean, everything was rocking in this town. And I remember, growing up in the valley, going to the beach and the sun and the weather and the haze and the small back. We had, back then it was smoky. It was eyes were like, I would like, went to San Dimas to Raging Waters. They're like, I'm not sure way out like San Dimas. All right. But that was, when we first, that company sort of pulled me in. It was instrument kid in the 80s. So I always had that. And one reason why I'm kind of loyal, but nothing against the other clubs or anything of that. But yeah, but it's definitely more on us. And feels good towards people like us that are rock and roll. And there's a whole factor to there is. It's just kind of moving. You know what I mean? Which makes myself really because there is a side of this shiny sheen comics that like I'm here for business. Like some of our guys get on TV network comedy again. It's just a step that type of person. Before it's not advertising. It's just outlaw. You know what I mean? It's just really outlaws and crazy. And it's a fan. It feels great. One of the types of people in the story you recognize, oh, this is my voice. It's like me on the fucking video.
Yeah, remember, the corner market everything is going to be this cat.
Last night, the last 2 nights for me doing the podcast, like I did Tony and just mix it up there, and then the roast battle going up and having Jeff let me be a guest and comment and seeing all the fun of it. Wow. They kind of, talk about going to New York and feeling again. It was kind of like me. Last night, I did a show
could sell to the Kohen.
So, Tuesday night, actually had, kind of not
like it's so
dread. It was like that all the time. And the whole
so the total value is 90 the saw. I could charge him for the 90 saw a quarter. That sounds like a much better.
I mean, there was a little. I was prepared to drive. I drive, I'm okay because I'll just leave it for 7.
So what do you see from there? You see from
just
we don't want you selling street because
the road.
because Kohani Russian, the suspect, I'm not following the
see the 30 miles
when it
over
comes to street authorities.
So last night,
I'm such a bad example.
so
that's the thing.
Present show, and I they're a little older, conservative, and I had fun, having, I learned, you learn and have fun, and the 20 miles
It's never available in the field.
So I did the show,
no longer available in the field, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in the house.
drive back to the comedy store, and see Louis C.K. there, I see
It's a
metric, Place takes on an extra chill, of course, but you're relative. Yes, it's all our favorite guys. We just you really did put it in perspective. Not that I was talking about being walked by for anybody. It doesn't, all that much. The way you said is like, hey, this is great. It's going to be on the Instagram. It's going to give us a crowd when he's not here for the next couple months. So you like help me. And it was upset or anything. I was like, that's actually good. We want that. Because it turns it into
and divest themselves of street
these guys can go to creates a positive place, and then we on it 9 first, and I remember 9 2 years ago. But now 9 is sold out, and I'm like, this is great. I'm on at 9 and walking up at midnight, and it's still
it's 100 to 1
because it was so sold out. Yeah. I tend to do the app at midnight. So
but it's actually 100 to 1.
it's like
New
York, I know what you're talking about. Walking around. And that was a big deal for me. But those nights, I would take the L train.
So
And I never missed out. There, I didn't like, never blew them off. Like how you're dedicated. I was dedicated like that. I did it every, get the train, 7 o'clock. I knew I'd be at Avenue A or First Avenue, 15. And I'd get off the train, and walk down Avenue A. It's still that edge back in 297, but it was cool. My headphones on, I just like visualized how I'm out there. I'm like feeling it. And I walk down Avenue A, see all these people. Then I go to surf around. You draw the bucket, you get on earlier, get on late, you just walk around New York. You felt the energy. Now this is me cell phones and people or your Instagram. Yeah, exactly. Check out Chinese fight going on. And that's all delivering messages from later on. I mean, for me, it was just kind of the architecture and the subways, personalities, people. I would hang out at Carmine's Pizza right now, give me a hard time. That's how they work. They were on it. I learned that. I learned about the honesty. I just learned about living in New York. It's hard. The subway, the summer weather. I got out of it. When I got out, when I wanted to get out of it, going to surf. Just talking with rants, about, for friend said, hey, he says, you should just like, that was talking with a little fire. And that is really the exception of your style, which I love to watch. And I also now here I am, and I think it's very hard, but I think that's the challenge. Each guy has to think, and right after the other guys think, they know what's wrong. Every time I go off, get off the stage.
And it took
when I do the original, I'll stay on the stage. I will respect the show. I'm the last guy, or in the main room, I'm the last guy. Yeah, play drums, walk in the crowd. I really felt never knew that. Somebody was after me. But I am different. I am loud, and I do the thing. I'm trying my best. And I do know, every time at the comedy store, when I'm doing 11:45 spot or whatever, and you, or Steve Simone, or Owen, or whoever I'm around at the time, they'll always do a little comment that was Brody. Brody's how to, yell at in the room, and so I go, yeah, so you got it. I'm still here. Tony will say stuff. It's kind of, you can take it I know that they're doing it to kind of reset the room, but there is a fine line, because some guys could be, don't know me, they'll be like, I don't have a relationship with the guy, and they do, but it does kind of, it is a little bit irritating. Yeah. This guy yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting lost, by the way. So I always like to recognize it and have a banter with you in the room, because that kind of makes it funny between the two of us. And then as you walk out, you walk out of the guy. But it is that transition's a weird thing. I get stressed with intros. It's not an easy thing, and you do want to set up the guy to do well after you. And intros make a big difference. You can tell if somebody gets an icy intro. This next guy just comes from college away. Most shit intro is clubs. Next guy just clubs all over America. I've never been to a college. It's insane about, come on. We've been in here for years. It's just not going to. That's how those, like, in road, maybe these, like, again, road gig, whatever you just deal with, but you can tell it's like, some store, everybody's got kick-ass intros because they all know, this is a rough ride here, right up the street, I feel good about this store. Like guys like me and you, and these late night guys, we kept it going, we kept it. I feel like, there's the craziness, me hanging out, cheese, doing your spot, Tony Hedge back late night spots, we kind of that gap, and I feel like your life going, and then, you have Adam come in and do over, and he's set up, and so that our store is what it is. I'm not a Johnny lately. I'm the guy who's kind of like just grinding it out. And to be honest, it does feel good when guys give me intros. Like, it's like, well, yeah, I'm not asking for that. Yeah, I don't look at myself as a legend, but I guess if you're moving somewhere kind of, they'll do that. So, it's just, I started comedy at 44. That's a weird thing. I'm part of the guys. This time, that's like, it's good. It's great. What's he doing here? I got at 40 started 44, and then it's like that original thing of like, it was just crazy, right? Yeah, it's just, I mean, for me, it's like going to the comedy store, feels like a club. It's like Friars Club. It's like a private, I mean, it's like a private, it's open to everybody. It's a tree house. Insanity. I love it. Yeah, and they do a good job with the shows, and it's good natured. There's not really negative energy. Or had a reputation back then. Energy, and I was a little intimidated by people when I first got there. I greet each other. I think that roast battle, Kill Tony, kind of satisfies that need for these guys to be. You want to be negative, go to the roast battle, make it funny. Yeah, like, here's the way to do maybe you guys pick on each other the whole way, doing stupid stuff. You know, I feel like now, just comedy in general, there's so many outlets, whether it be a podcast or a Periscope, or, you know, creating that Russell Babs, you know, like that. That's some of your ass off. Each person kind of gets something. You know what? Okay. You know, we all start to like, all right. I do. Yeah, I mean, it's always about putting out positive energy. I mean, I know it sounds kind of I see the same thing with just like when I'm never negative towards these guys. It's like I should be on the show. I'm funnier than him. Why is he that? I said, I'm gonna make you shine. I'm gonna like get these guys. Because it's just how I jerk, but I try to focus on the reason I try to. Yeah. It's great now when you hate. What's great now when you hate. And I learned that from baseball. Focusing on positive, making it fun, not complaining. You know, they used to say freshmen are getting saved, not hurt. And I got over, you know, being, baseball. They coach you with fear of running and just turn it into positive. Turn it into, we learn all that visualization about focusing on the positive, psychology of coaching. And be playing baseball, just going there and be not hazed, being picked on. You know, you're a new guy, I'm a Jewish guy in Arizona, gang late, getting picked on. But I knew it wasn't me. That's how it was, because I got picked on in high school, so I heard all this stuff. So that's how I was showed up at the store. And then you realize as you're reading that getting the back history of people that have and all that stuff. We're not sure from the story itself. Find out, it's not her. So, it's just like next people that got roasted on and right. I'm ready to say just human nature. That's where some come into play. Understand the human nature. Just take your punches. If you believe in yourself, it'll come around where that comes with, you know, confidence, maturity, you know, to see that and longevity sticking around. That's the people that just come for a couple of things. They go,
I knew that guy didn't want to fucking be serious, so I would roast him a few times to get the fucking hair. You know? Yeah, and also they're making fun of you because they like you. You know, they use something about you that they like. Impressions of you, impressions, you know, or saying shit, you know, in the back of the room during the open mic. So, you got that out of them. And the baseball stuff for me was like, yeah, they picked on me, but I felt like it wasn't malicious. And then it just prepared me. I went in, kind of, I it out. And then when I went to New York, that's when the comedians were kind of tough on me. I went there and was like, who's this guy? And I had some success, but I had a little name in Seattle. And then I go to New York and it's like, I'm a bad guy. You guys are blowing me off. And go, no, I'm a good guy. Baseball Arizona State. I liked it. Seattle. It's not me. It's you. I didn't get mad. I just kind of stuck my guns. And then they came around. So I owe to baseball that I owe to just maybe sucking it up. Maybe I should have said F you. Also from sports, you know, you gotta work ethic. You can't just fucking run 100-yard dash. You gotta have some work ethic. You gotta have some. It's reps. You know, they say it's like 10,000 hours. It's reps. It's how they want it. So see, this is like, hey, I don't know. I'm not like in a serious fight with a kid, and I'm how I got to this point. Hey, how I got to the point where I'm how we got to the point where I'm getting asked to do shows and frankly how I got, and that feels good. But you know, it is surviving, and you don't know. Show business is difficult. It's and you can't get pulled into that. You start thinking that, and you don't want, you know, and that's a reality of life, and that's a reality of where we're at. Thank God there's podcasting, and you put out positive energy, and you just think that good things will come back. The world is so backwards right now. You can't say that. You know, there was guarantees, but I feel like right now, even like thinking good stuff, not necessarily. You know, I really have to do the work and to be a downer. Like the key right there is you have to do the work and what does that mean? That's the best part about it. You know what I mean? It's like I'm working. This is why I like working. That's the thing. It's like when you're doing warm-up like I was doing, I was working. I had a good structure. I had fun. And it take me away from the stand-up, from making that leap and going out on the road. I got so much warm-up. I'm wired for that.
dad. It's almost my grade. I've seen to ask her about these stories, right? So let's say this is incredible story. They get a car, the guy in chief of staff was a man by the name of Shep. Exactly. Shep, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get that. I don't know if I'm wired for that, but that seems like something that would be a bad deal. But I also feel that
showed up.
my instincts and for myself right now, I haven't made an album, I haven't done one special, I don't have a website up, I don't do any podcasts consistently. See to go, oh, it's not happening, or I did procrastinate. I do kind of live in a fantasy Peter Pan world. I do. It's kind of like spirit, not spirit, but connections and numerology. Because actually, that's the funny thing about Periscope. So on Twitter, you're able to actually emit these weird moments. And that is kind of interesting. And to be honest, like hanging out with the Cubs and that experience, like being around baseball, being around positive energy, and having that positive energy go, hey, look, I'm doing that, I'm getting laughs at Lindsay, and Eddie Vedder, good job. I like doing it, but it's also, that's why the things I'll put up on Instagram is ain't work. I feel like I'm doing a show on Periscope, I'm doing a show on Twitter, I'm doing a show on Instagram. Somebody sees that, it's like, okay, Brody, let's do a half-hour show every once a week or 10 minutes every day. Something like that. They'll need 10. And it can't just have over and over, you know,
my followers want
shows over exactly, and I platform, give me my space. It's like that. That's why I'm going to Periscope. Because I'm left alone. You know, is that how life works? I don't know. You know, you gotta work. You gotta work with people. But for example, the Periscope, I'm on my own. I do it. I do whatever I do, and then I've got the traction. I've had jobs out of it. That's great. Jobs. Well, I did last year in the 2015 baseball. I made a Cincinnati Comedy Century cover in the parade, and I did the home run hitting contest. But that was like 2 years ago. Periscope starts at 7. Then I dated a Periscope. So a dateable show I did the pre-show Periscope during the show Periscope. So I did that. And that's what I'm kind of doing right now when I'm doing the Periscope. Like, creating the show.
Hold on, rock. So therefore again, the Nabi tells Ishmael, do not surrender. Clockwise, you're back. Do not surrender. Shabbat is feeling good about himself because Shabbat feels that now, first of all, he's trying to be jarred. He says he's not essential, and he's very unseen. Now he's being small as from the king. So what does Shabbat do? So Barton comes along.
I create sometimes it's 15, sometimes it's me. So going
It's
somewhere.
better to play something.
So
So
the Periscope for
Chevrolet
me,
getting
I treat it like a
ready to
podcast.
go
A
and
podcast is a podcast. Stand up,
so he decides not to
Periscopes, they all help each other. You know, like this podcast is like cross. I also feel like on Periscope that. And I get good feedback, like exercise on it, and then like drumming, they'll ignore there, and then because my stand-up always doing different, I feel like I can give away a couple of jokes, and I'm branding, they're seeing me, they see the process of what goes on before I go on stage, and then I go on stage, and I talk. So getting that, because you know, on the keyboard, you want to be compensated, you want to somehow get it, you're making a few bucks. Whether it be for a podcast, Periscope, or giving some free comedy.
So what happens? You'll see. So Chevrolet gets left. Come on, base.
You look at it that way, right?
Upon his master's home, his CEO's home. Not vote for the color. Chevrolet was all great, right? But Chevrolet turned into degradation. Once again, now, Chevrolet are his followers. This is not surrender. Chevrolet, a lot of his followers were surrender. So they get ready to leave Chevrolet. What happens? Chevrolet is at the front of all those followers ready to exit the line to select something. As they're walking out of the gate from Line, also Rabbi, so what happens? So Chevrolet walks out, and the moment that Chevrolet walks to Rabbi, closed the doors of Line on his followers. The followers in the city, and then if you're going to Chevrolet walk out by yourself on the base, on the way. So now Chevrolet comes before second. And remember again, what did Chevrolet's letter say? Chevrolet's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Israel. So then he comes by himself. So I'm going to Chevrolet didn't realize what happened with Rabbi. His father just decided not to come. How did you they stay on the basis of his income so obviously looking for it. So I think it's this whole thing was
I feel like the podcast helps your stand up just by talking and listening, and then also
meanwhile what comes out by itself.
A fan, absolutely. I mean, I can like Periscope, or make my podcast, and you inspire me, or this, or things on my show, but I'm not trying to inspire. I'm sharing my ideas, hey, they're inspired by it, and then you go, okay, well, they're inspired. That's an angle where maybe I can monetize. It's not just like bullshit.
But you've got to also in the souls of
like turn into motivational speaking. I kind of want to be, I like baseball, but NFL motivational coach for baseball. I feel like because they have psychologists, and the thing is, I play baseball. I throw, I catch, I played, I understand it, and they have mental skills coaches, so that'd be something that would interest me because show business is crazy. There's some exciting show business, but I also am sure in the beauty and spring training, Arizona, baseball, like that world. For me, that's another thing. It's like, okay, you just small, but maybe stand up some. Now you can't do the stand up. Maybe you're exercising suckers. Maybe that's so it's good. You gotta watch it. So you spread yourself too thin, and you feel like, oh, dude, one insert, this one's gonna be here. No, like, because it's all net gay, and sometimes I think that's like what Kanye West went with at the end. It's like Instagram. Look, I did the same thing on Twitter. I was like tweeting. Very extreme pressure. Just with the social media, I think the media, the social media is just, because when you were saying it, that wasn't around. Really, I started, it wasn't around, and then it came around. It's like, wow, I gotta add 2 hours to my day that was never there before. I used to send out an email list. So once or twice a week, I would send out a Brody Gold. Yeah, I had all these people send out like what shows I'm doing this week. A little story of what happened. Everything was about enjoyment. That was before, blogs. And then I had my website. I had a website, and then I would blog in my website, and Facebook and my kind of came around. So I would do, I would do that, and the social media exploded, like a lot of stuff, and then you can do it, and then it's Facebook, and then it's iTunes, and then it's podcasts, and then you're going to Tower Records or CDs and DVDs. It was like too much. Like I gotta like just do my comedy. I can't really relax. It's hard sometimes for me to relax. Like watch other comedians, it's like, especially now, because you're like pushing it. I think that's a lot of problems is the social media. It's like we only have 24 hours in a day. I can see how you I think out of Graham has been my favorite because I love sharing stuff in photos because of course I love photos. I've always loved Rumble photos. I've loved historic photos.
When you take that wrong turn, it's only a matter of time. That's what happened.
All kinds of stuff. Instagram is a way I love it. I love
ultimately again becomes out of this side here with the this is my
I do know when I start to get like this, so I do like 8 podcasts in a week to make them up because I'm going on the road or whatever. And I'm doing Instagram and I'm tweeting and everything, and then I hit stage. Like, motherfucker, here comes bad set. Because you worked hard time in the stand-up. And it lets you know immediately when you're up there. It's like, that's when I push all the other shit to the side immediately. I knew it's a sign. Okay, you haven't done the record. You've been playing a while, so it's like, the goals I want to do is and do all the other stuff. Once you get me going, then I can just podcast and do stand-up. You're just my podcast.
But my Paul.
Gaining new fans and gaining not saying you do podcast because you like podcasts. And not saying you do regularly because you don't like to. I'm saying you have for doing that. And the fans come. I feel like, yeah, I like to get fans, but I also continue. Be me. Fans will come. That's a my approach as opposed to like I gotta have. Not saying you do like I need fans in the scene to make money. I mean, you do have to get. We want to survive. We want to hire bills. Right? Yeah. It's super strange.
Destroys plans of evil people. What's called the evidence foundation stone. That's the first piece of matter from which the world was created. I remember the history of the CIA.
Gigs that already built in crowd, and then you go there and make your crowd. And then you start building that up.
Because the clock of a person. I will say, listen to this. Look what I mean.
Right. I understand that kind of stuff. That's also part of what your fans do. Right?
So that's just goes on. So it's like first explanation. Why is God called Toshia? So the question shot over here is that Torah weakens approach. I would say that this is very interesting. Torah Hashem.
Well, it's kind of out of your control a little bit. It's like
the soul.
you gotta
This Torah reviving
it's like be funny, be positive,
right?
be energy, be the best you can be. Maybe be the best you can be is not going to be feeders. It might be something right there. Trying to like, I mean, belly room size. I can do belly room size across America. Undeniable, right? Or even a bar when I had sold out. And that is fucking. They just sold out. So that's your feeling. Like when I do it, I don't feel that. I feel like I gotta get through this. And I don't feel like me kind of thing. Whereas like let's say I'm at a rock club and I got 100 hipster kids from Los Feliz or whatever. I can dig into them. Like I know I'm making them like me because they're hipster, they're rock and roll. Whereas like comedy store and families, too, like make like the idea or finesse involved. Well, I'm not looking for them all. I want to be flashy.
It's a beautiful thing. How do you know if
the big laughs over here, but nothing over here. I love that weirdness. Right. I like it. That's why I like doing the work. On the other hand, give me a broken groove, and we patch them together, and then I'll relax, and then I can rattle off my sort of relax. And I think it's also, I was forced, like Brody recently, for, you're getting 3 spots, prime time spots, and get used to it. Just like, I'm used to doing more in front of big crowds. I mean, at the Improv, actually, I feel pretty comfortable in that. For some reason, maybe it's because where I started at the comedy store, that
you try to go ahead and always
psychologically in my head, where it makes it not always fun, like, but you do well. Right. So I do have, whereas the Improv, I feel like I can handle that. I got it, get it.
Well, you know what I mean?
Like the story
most of us don't have the dramatic needs to hurry up and commit ideas right with that.
The audience is no, like, hey, we're at the comedy store.
Why is that? Because when you speak in Torah definition, it pours decent holy waters on the fire of the
You gotta bring it. I mean, I feel, I don't worry about, I'm not a huge draw, so I don't worry about getting the numbers. I don't like, that's my control when you promote and do that. But I do, there's three commercial you want to do the back.
It's like
It's like, I want to get laughs, you don't want to bomb. When I think about what I do, push through, and there's been times where they've given me some, like, prime, and a couple prime spots, and one time I struggled and have fun, but they like that, and the other time I like to stay in the pocket and nail it. So, like myself, I can do that, and
work for tomorrow.
it's just,
We always
get
wind
the
up
spot.
in
If
the
you're
right
looking at the
place.
spots,
Much
get
shorter
the
down tomorrow.
throw.
I think that's a big thing. They're the same thing. All right, you're not going to, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
You gotta grow, and you gotta get that album out. An album.
Yeah.
I don't have that special, so it's like keep doing the same stuff. It's like you get sick of it. I want to be a comedian. Go for it. Want to pod that stuff.
All right, we'll say good morning, good Tov. It's supposed to Hashem to be able to end another week of the session together begin by faith.
If I was doing that at midnight,
Our sponsors for this morning is the thing. I'm the sponsor for Tavshin Behavior. Emergency. So for dedicating all the women judges this year as is the first the Soros Tabos for our Tabos sponsors for the month of Teves in memory of Amit Ben ladies killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Learning sponsor Zeddy and Josie Daniel, the leading sponsor Zeddy's father, Rothschild, then the fall Noah Yossi, and our Zakini sponsors for today, Alan and my way from members his mother, Mingo, Hero, Mingo, Bas, Simos, Hunters, Just and the next, all of the families in the summer. All those who need us durch da und der Kontrolle ist. Ich habe schon mehr als länger hast du das Home and because so now our holy soldiers to call a mass. Was with that, let us begin with the incredible. I was going to actually figure out this exceptional. Back today, today's back is about 26. We're on 26, 5 lines down from the top, after 2 dots. Sorry, 4 lines down from the top, after 2 dots. I'm going to show you the value card also associates. So let's remember again. You had a really incredible mission, fascinating, because you're going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unserved in what we'll call a testimonial capacity. Amongst those individuals, the mission had Russian,
I can say, I would say that. I go, why don't you guys just leave? I'll do it with half the people.
sorry,
And we'll do it like that. And,
so great.
you start running into some problems when you
So,
start taking chance to show better, like speaking up. Sometimes you gotta play cop bad cop. You say something that Chris or something. I just your audience. I don't think
so one of the things
it's like
that's not a problem.
so be honest, every show I did, I'm about the show. It's always about the show. My 3,000 shows about the show. And sometimes you'll run into problems like that. I worked that, the last show I got fired.
Go ahead.
They said that because of an audience
as
member.
long as it is
These guys are, you're telling me you're going to tie an audience member who's up and said I was too. Get them out of here. I care about the shows. So they, try to complain by somebody. In fact, like the
all
four shows, I was doing
right, so you go out, grab up all the inventory and sell it. So you're not allowed to sell it. So a lot of grace, right? So the nice you're not allowed to do that. That's
one guy said,
it says that a person who does business with food for produce is not in a classroom, also not this. And this part of the Shimon, it's how you call it also issues. The Shirabu Ha'anasim, Chazor the Gross and Sofish.
I like being around the energy of it, and I like having a couple bucks. I also do
and then when
Wednesdays, I got a gig with Space. That was like on Wednesday mornings or whatever.
Okay, not exactly what is happening.
I
Let's
get
go
paid
on
like
and
this much.
says the dealer.
No prep.
I cover. What
And treated
what
on
is
TV.
it that you shouldn't say in it? You feel how you call how you audience on station is sharing something
Yeah, well, when you're an audience member, you're like crew and talent, not something to both. But I'll tell you, it's like
to give
not
testimony,
to knock at midnight.
right? Why?
I feel like
Why?
I worked in Chelsea.
Because there's nothing like that in the produce.
Best
In
Hams
other words, that's what you're allowed to do.
If you look at Best
Is
Hams,
gather
a lot of
produce.
people came out of
So
there. They're
there's
still working. Doing
this
Michael Strahan's with America, Jalen
Right, so
Rose on
gathered from the
ESPN,
field,
Stephen A.
free,
Smith is
and then
on
you went and you
ESPN,
sold it on the second market.
UFC,
That
Chris Rose
is
is still
awesome.
doing stuff. We had
Remember,
Jeff
that was
Dunham
any
down.
time that one is
There's a bunch of guys like Kevin Malone,
filing with that
a lot
halo,
of guys
that
came
essentially
through there, and I
renders you
knew
unfit to give aid.
I took
Right?
care of
It's
them.
not
It gave me energy. It felt good. I know that Michael Irvin and Pete Rose and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar appreciated me being there. Taking care
We
of
should
them.
rub
And
it.
I put
I'm
that
seeing
same
most
energy
he asked me about us in my seat. So they people. A guy with some fire. He's into the going gather as much as it was kind of like there's a limitation. Was like the words that one is like it was as much as more. So they hashtag people to go and gather people. I don't see it back breaking out from that show. There's no source. Right. Then they would sell it. They would sell it. Let's do the show. So what ended up happening? And the happening is they went ahead and they said, "Halacha l'maisa, everybody's puzzle. Everybody's puzzle." Interesting enough, what this did was halacha l'maisa. They said whether you were an HVS, or whether you were someone who was sort of HVS, all to be puzzle. So Kashi gave me that one. I understand. So some people are troubled by this type of understanding. They said, "Yisharabu ha'anos, yisharabu ha'tagarim." That's why I like Periscope. That's why I like podcasts. That's why and why does it say Yisharabu ha'anos? Anos is sound like people who are extorting. Right? So she's saying Yisharabu ha'tagarim. The merchants, or when people got involved and started making the holidays. That's when Chazal said, anyone essentially doing that's use hello. It's either how you own it. Beginning they said both of these individuals are possible. Whether you go ahead merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. You should have in my I know that. Actually, I know no. Mas chegou para minha tua casa. Another tax matter as for this tax, this is the tax of the king. The king levied upon the field. Because the taxes here, going to go ahead and start. Now, this whole I've done the late 90s again. So you're not farming. You're not farming. So now, yeah, you still have to pay your taxes, even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? I know no. The Machlis Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi said, poke the Zayah B'Shishim Arnona. So this is incredible. And I said, the farmer said, go, go, plant your fields during the earth because of, I will say that, this actually poke the Zayah B'Shishim. She is not as Rabbanon. The butler could do Shasa'aris. That's what I said. But Mary was good at following the idea. The king would come and seize them. I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest your field. How can we do such a thing? How can we do this? again, as she points out, Shmita was Rabbi. Shmita's Rabbi on one person of Rabbi.
And that's kind of what I do with the Periscope, and I'm doing my comedy. It's like, it basically access that the Cubs. That's a show. That's a show. Somebody would say, hey,
but it's actually contemporary important
Lonely
time.
Central Sports,
Even now,
Funny or Die Sports,
you have,
maybe some
for
movies.
example,
Yeah, it would be the same thing all the time on ESPN. Well, I don't really want to work for ESPN, but I would do more for the more loyal to Fox Sports. Just because whatever.
We just had 6 years ago. It's every 7 years. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? So, we're in the next couple of years.
And I know a lot of
Yeah,
actors.
it's something like 7 years. It's just it's interesting. What we do dates about like going ahead, selling the land. It's like it's complicated.
I feel like I can get some kind of show where athletes talking about
concept like that even get around is because a lot of nice Shmita Bisman has said that according to most people.
make fun of road.
You know what? Saying we are going to see very soon is
so that's one idea I have. Another idea like me off. Like
where
spring
the
training.
problem is
And again, I know what baseball players
have a dramatic effect, not just on
episodes of
think about that.
maybe
First
working
time
out with
since
the
the second
showing how we do the
the
mechanics
charge
and
of
do
probably
that.
swap Israel, but understand it also has a
That's
number
what I
of
see in
different
my head.
halachic
It's just a
implications
matter
as well.
of
Many guys
executing
not
and how
come
we're
along
doing
and
it
say,
because
bro,
the show
I
I
need you
did,
to
the
play the
enjoy
choice
it, the
because
two
if you don't, you're going to
episodes,
lose
2
your life.
seasons. I came up with that in my head. That's a great
dead. Also,
thing. I came up,
so
I mean, it was very difficult for me to do. That's a whole other podcast, another chapter. And I kind of want to away from that, to be honest. I went to Ireland and I wanted to, and I knew that I had a show. So it was like, okay, I got a show coming up. One, Dublin, and I'm doing Montreal. I want to have fun. And agents and people going, you need to celebrate.
Okay, get this. Sorry.
And
So the key
I kind of knew that because I wasn't doing more left Chelsea before that.
going
I go, basically, big chance already. And I'm going to have fun. And I went to Ireland. I had fun. I was there with like Tim and Eric and Reggie Watts and Tig and Dick Food. And I had a good show. I've never been to Europe before. I barely before too. And but I wanted to drink some beer, so I invited my friend before, like, hey, if I want to drink one night, I won't take my lunch. I read that somewhere. Okay, so and then when I was drinking lots of you're getting exasperated. Alcohol, like, making just 2 beers. Drinking so much. And I don't think it's like well, I recently was kind of like I did actually. I mean, I told the things that I did. People realize you should stabilize. You should have some. You're taking Lexapro or antidepressant. You should have a mood stabilizer. It's like a backup. And all that does is from going too high or too low. And if you have, something with your Lexapro, maybe you make a mistake. It's like podcasting.
how that is so judgmental about this individual. For me, like, I'm alone. You're called Magiston and so Who says it's a Jewish Rothschild? That's number one. Magiston, Skier, Shanaku, in the enormous Harabar Barabai. So it's number one, that's number one. Maybe the Jews are higher. Number two, think of the Jews. What did I hear I said before? I hear I said before that I left once.
Well, I also know that I need to like crank it up and do it. I mean, let's say the last 2 years, Periscope, it's Periscope for me. Started when I did the Apple tour. I did the first 2 years, and 40 shows. Talking about the Oddball tour.
Two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next, two cousins of God. The other cousin mechanic. It's a guy who was pruning his video.
First of all, I love doing it. They let me host the second stage last year. I did it. Afternoon. And then the main show. I think I hosted the first year at Rothschild. And then the second year, they asked me to come back second to get a few more bucks. And then they asked me to hold like after the first or second show. They said, Rudy, you want to host the main stage? So it was the main stage. Then I was basically hosting Jeff was like half of it. And I did pretty good, I would say. I had a 10, 8 were good, 2 were bad, the whole different animal, especially when you're doing an hour and a half outside, bringing it, and now you're outside in a big theater, it's like half full, and they see you already, it's still daylight, so it's okay at it. At the end of the tour, it's like I wasn't compensated for it. I talked to my manager, I said, what am I going to get? Because I said yes, or I said no, I'm not going to do it. Right? And bring up Louis C.K., he's gaffing in, partner Crystal Leah, Brent Lauren, on the show. Sarah Silverman, Ron Lau, did a good job. And then I would say, like, am I getting into wage and manager? Am I going to do it? But it just didn't happen. It didn't happen in another thing, you know, just because. It's like, I went to Scottsdale, Arizona, and I went with these people got me the gig. And he was basically saying, this is nothing. It was like the beginning, it was like, wow, I wasn't doing it. I was like, put in for me. So, and I was thinking, like, I remember I was there, I talked to somebody about how the audible, and she, like, I don't know, you shouldn't be doing that, crap, you know, you should be speaking up or something like that. And then on top of the guy going, oh, it's no big deal, get $1,000 and go about it, get anything. So it, like, set me off, like, and everyone's saying, like, so what's also great, this guy's great, and Rudy, why are you edging? I go, why am I edging? You know, this great was doing the warm-up, I brought him out, who's doing this show, and he's talking about me, every show, and I didn't get paid one now. So I kind of like went off a little bit, wonder, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but that's because now I felt like I wasn't going to that season, at least at that point, or ever. I felt like, oh, that's 20,000 people at the show that aren't going to see me. And times 10, it's 2,000. And I just felt like, you know what, I can do Periscope because that just started. And build up my own crowd. And that kind of like got my Periscope started.
He wasn't just another year close to the judge. What was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, one of my agents said, Yeah, they did. And then another guy said, it doesn't matter. I was mad at myself, and then the guy got the odds, but Joe Rogan appreciated it, and then like I stuck up for myself. But I'm not that guy, but go on Twitter and say that it was triggered by, everyone's like, this guy's right here. Why are you so like? And I go, you know why? Because of that.
That's it. How big is
That got that going. That got the feel good. I was kind of mad at myself for doing that, but I also felt like I didn't get audition and I didn't get the
for a very long
season or whatever they
but at
did.
some point in time,
So I didn't get
that's
I do think like I'll never do a live nation thing. I'm probably upset the guy who ran that Jeff Will. So yeah, I have some issues like that with yelling at people. Maybe you're like on Twitter, but
what I am and what I'm
yeah.
not. That's so I usually think
I was having my issues. Originally, I was like, letting people know. We're like, not for a living. You were not for a living, but now so I just want to let you know that you were for a living.
was it
It's an interesting business, right?
or
Because it's a business.
even Mahakama, if you want to say that ultimately I still argue myself about people saying that they occurred as just middays. Why not bring up, right? Remember, so the guy found it, like you said, he's a code violation. And the other two that on him,
They're sensitive. That's why I don't talk to anybody from my show, really.
the
Because
second story, the first story,
you know, I'm passionate, and you know, it's like it's not
for both
but they
kids.
can't take
That's
it.
a big
You know, they're not like police sports you get yelled at. Fucking suck. You know,
It must be that the pain case,
I do that in comedy. There's always a
and
weird
after
comedian,
realizing that that
you know, and I'm any coach for comedy. No,
okay, match the US and what's happening.
it's
Why
about
does
me.
that
I
happen?
had, to be
For
honest, I had
being
to
willing
go
to
like
violate
from
you.
the experiences through making my TV show because
It was known that Kohanim were
you
suspect
know, it's like when I went on Comedy Central, it's about me comedy. I felt like the comedy that I was doing,
It's not. It's not true.
making the show made me more
Listen to this. If you have one sauce,
updated
one
with it.
soft true,
Since the HBO show comedy, and I felt like, and it's on Comedy Central, I need to have some comedy input. So there were things coming out on that special the series. I go, no, that's not what I do, and I don't want. So I had some issues with that, and they had, you know, like push. I felt like I'm gonna push. This is my opportunity. I gotta make this thing. And I utilized my friends.
So
At all, I utilized, you know, Zach as much as I could. You know, he was there, but it was a lot of stuff, and I feel like it took me a couple years to live with blues, and there's things that I did that actually like irritations. I like podcasting. Even though I was doing podcasting,
just one section
because it's just the freedom. And I'm not saying it was all a bad experience. They did give me freedom. There were just a few things that were so contentious, and I feel like it did break relationships, and I also feel like maybe over the years, me yelling at people probably strained relationships, maybe burned bridges, possibly. But I always always about the job. It wasn't like feel
right?
that you
Let it rock.
treated me
Hey, now,
bad.
let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's
About the
the
job.
Why not let it rock? There's a remedy. What's the remedy?
So that bothers me
So,
sometimes because it is a business.
so
And I think, oh, I'm going to be like my dad, yelling at everything.
let it rock.
And I don't want it. So
I'm not your
sometimes I regret to feel like I had some opportunities and maybe let them go away. That's not a healthy way to say it.
Sell it to a client. They won't say,
The other thing is,
there was
I'm glad I went through what I went through. I mean, I had a bill for it.
so what happened? I had
You know, eat whatever, and I did it.
I'm
So,
so what happens?
am I going to get another shot? I don't know. But I also felt like it did.
This is part of what I do now.
Make official.
If it's more than 100 to 1, 100 parts to 1, then good, I'm good. What I do?
And I don't know why.
That's a mixture.
And
Not too many blank expressions making right back. And you have more contact or say something, right? Alright, so I say, sit down. You know where you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts. This less than 100 parts. That's one part too much, less than 100 parts too much. What's that for mixture? Truma, excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, so what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now here's what's interesting. Now you can get it, you're a nice guy, you can get it. But you don't have to get it. You don't have to get it. Why don't you have to get it? Because at the end of the day, there's holding there. So remember, there is a market on which you put this. What's the market? The coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be a discount because the Kohanim have the upper hand. Right? Because they're the million population that provide for the upper hand. So now it's like this. So I have one Truma that fell into a corner 90. So the Truma was not vital. So what did the Mishnah say? You gotta let it rot. Let's let it rot. I should go to a coin. Yeah, let's be careful. Now, what can I sell to a coin? I can sell to the coin the amount of the mixed Truma. Because I can't charge the coin Truma. Right? Why not? Because it's his. Because it is. So I can say, now the mixture minus the two, something like this I got shoot the produce. One saw. So the total value would be one saw. I charge you obviously a discount now for the 90 saw of course. That sounds like a better option than letting it rock. Which was one of the keys. So I say, what do you see? You see the way I love when I see selling shoot the produce to why? Kohanim are crushed to be a suspect of not following rules when it comes to the produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad idea? So if you take a look at that, this is fascinating. Actually, Kohanim says, "Lahashos shvius hachazman beer to know that here." So let's say, what's the issue? These are like this. As mentioned before, you are only allowed to shoot the produce in your home as long as it's never be available. Once it's no longer available, you have to go ahead and you can't store it in your house. You're notorious for going to shoot the produce in your home, even after it was no longer available. Now why? It's so good. It's so pure. It's sweet. Right? So why it's so crushed over here? So what you're asking, this is fascinating. Right? The mother back here, or they have good excuse. Good excuse. Okay? There's still a true of the project on that bio. That's used. Come on. We keep cut the stuff in our homes. Right? We have right? We have all these different things. Okay, so that's the problem. So remember, Shmita produce is covered. Truma is covered. You know, other Kohanim are covered. So Kohanim is small.
That's how I think like they accept to make the produce.
You're allowed to keep all this stuff in your home.
like,
So it's like, because of this, we got a reputation of being relevant and proper treatment
I was in the parade. Yeah, I helped the trophy.
So because of Chazal enactment, Kohanim are pressured on Shemitah.
Well, I spoke to Eddie Vedder briefly when I met him regular season, right? I always wanted to meet him. Yeah, so I kind of cool. Yeah, Seattle. Yeah, and they said, yeah, he comes around. He's just
It's
a great guy. He'll come around
it's 100
in the regular season too.
Shuma's bottle,
And then I was
you're good to
there.
go. But if it's like, you can't give yourself a call, you have to let it rot, and then else you can mitigate exposure. It's incredible. That's the story.
He's born in Chicago, but I think he's
So
still
remember,
a kid.
he was
Just
traveling together with Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon in order to see how they
So he's raised, I think, his family. I think he spent time there, but I know I'm a huge Cubs fan. And of course, he had
is
and
in trouble. He's real trouble. He's real trouble. Like, where was it? Like, why? They were.
So there's a lot of Cubs fans over the years.
I just
Yeah, I
want
always
to point out
wanted to meet Eddie Vedder. I knew he was friends with the Cubs. So they said, oh, one day, because Rothschild was going to play it.
around the block.
Does that really feel?
Right? Remember, the Truckers was
So I might pass. I had a core where I won.
very checker pass, right? And then he went
He was here sing the anthem or sing something. And I saw him up in the dugout before the game. So I went down there. And I took my Steve. He's the camera photo. So we got a photo of me and looked at him for a second. And I said, I was in Seattle. And do comedy.
I know people.
It's about Jeff Ross. I'm doing a show with Jeff Ross.
And one thing I absolutely
So he was cool to it. He was just like a regular guy.
What is it?
And
It takes a
during the
thief to
World
know.
Series, he was around.
Sometimes right
And that's,
that
I
life
was so
of decide.
lucky.
You could,
And
you know, you could
my friends would
smell
go
a little bit different.
high end in the dugout strategy. Cheering the coach. He's the one who has the mouth. He's the one who gives me success.
Okay, it's not, so now I'm very taken aback. But this is unapologetic. It's unapologetic.
You
It's just like, you know, also, you have to understand. What Susan says about this is, it's like, it's like, there's a kid. What's the deal? Yeah, to be down the top six. At the Cubs,
I can tell you how these kids line up kids.
Not down the top six. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, yes, you have to be able to doubt, but what's happening is so clear, is really wrong.
Hanging out with the Cubs, my friend's a coach. I go to spring training, and I could really feel the going see him on the road somewhere. And then
For us, I love this. We've done the
cheap
past
after baseball bat.
but perhaps there's only thing struck me, she was much more plugged into. She was able to see what was right, what was right.
So like there, so you're always seeing me do comedy. So he said, you want to host my thing?
See how it happens. They arrived at the place where the Cobassi, this place where they were going to declare the new month.
Tom Pluck was the second city sketch thing, and I hosted it.
So they
And I you know, there, and the new manager, I knew it was my opportunity.
They took out the ladder right from the baseball.
So I kind of relayed to Judge said, no way, he's the guy.
You're here, you can't. You can't say anything about what's going on after, but you are not coming up to the attic
He
with
liked
us.
it. The owner liked it. Said, they're going to come down to spring training. Tom Ricketts with all these
We're
guys.
very upset.
And then you're there kicking down toes. Yeah, for the convention. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Gave me
so let's
everything.
get into this.
Your team, this one of my friends, she said, okay, we're gonna, there's dinner and this. And then I'm there, all the players,
This.
coaches,
Yeah, which focuses, I don't understand.
and
Are these
so
people,
then
who are
they were having
sus
the events, I'm hanging out with Periscope
observance of sleep?
last year. Then
Are
they brought me back
they to
out.
go ahead and
So then
have
again,
information to
last year,
and
and again, getting more in, the spring training, and like,
it's
only
like
this year for spring training was
sorry,
practice, because my friend, so I
finding
nailed
Shnuta,
it. And so
also
then,
part
yeah,
of
they
the
said,
obligation
yeah,
of leadership
and
is the point that was
tomorrow
said
at 11
so
in
much
Arizona.
So
So
it's like it's
they
just
give
these
me
bottom line
photo as
skills
the
of
okay,
Kohanim for the
uniforms.
violating
So
Shnuta.
they gave me a uniform.
So if
And I
you
warmed
stand
up
up
with
in the
Contreras,
face of
their starting
wrongdoing,
catcher,
you are
and
complicit.
then
You are
one of the
complicit.
AAA guys called me, but over there with the major
That's what
leaguers,
we have seen,
Lackey,
we
another
have seen
and then me, and I got Chris Fazio, the pitching coach, and it's on video. Yeah. You know what? I threw my pitch to Holland. I threw a curve. What's your ball's my best fastball? How do you throw a curve? I can throw it that long. I know, I just didn't practice it a lot. I
stand up against terrorists, and the government doesn't stand on the side of good. No, the state of Israel don't make a clear stand against evil. The mission you are citing political stance. Output of it. That's what happens. That's what you say. Stand against
That's crazy. When you
you are with it. You are with it.
I can never do
Like
enough.
you said,
Guys would always want to throw it up. I just,
you're against
you know, it's good at the fastball.
the team.
Get your
And
bat.
if you guys when Shmita
The
and
guys
at the
away.
end of the day, at the end of the day,
Curveballs, basically,
you're not going to have
and I think like fastball, and then when I get around my ear,
so instructions so
so I can get
how
into
could these
drop.
guys
Rings
buy
is
the
different.
machine?
The seam's different. The seam's a little like, and finger curve. Yeah, and it's just sort of, you know, don't like two finger, and it's like, you're just thinking fastball, fastball, then right when I get to my ear, bring it in, and it's like,
There are no words from the three shepherds. That the rabbi on the information in order to go ahead and there is me, so
I mean, because you read the hitters that run I see this and it's hype, you know, watching that guy get his fucking giant his wacky fucking wind up going, he was small, he was tiny, but he had that crazy, like only like 5'9", because he had skin big, because the way he came down, the long hair, yeah, he threw home. It's different now with the training. That's the thing. I know a lot of the pitching. That's something that I may want to get into. That's where the positive energy comes from. You know, they need some to talk to you. You got it. I'm with you out there. There's some, they just need that. There's so many training skills now. Long toss.
Like,
this thing to me. The J bands, they all, it's all mental. It all, like, there's only a handful that's mental, and it's visualized, and it's widening the brain, it's believing, and it's thoughts, all these drills, it's weighted. That's why these guys all throw 100 now. They all throw 100, and then they have all the stats. So you get a card, Cubs.
This guy cannot get
Exactly. So they go, okay, this guy right here, the count's going out, will not swing at a curveball. If you do a curveball for a strike, it's going to be 0-1. And stats show
now the catcher has to memorize this stats and give the guy the signal, right?
exactly. And so before the game, that's why we're seeing Cubs. So sitting there with the catcher, starting catcher, going over, going over this guy, going over this guy, and you listen to the pitcher too.
You know what?
It was the Cubs, that guy giving the sign to the catcher. The catcher's giving the sign to the pitcher. Is the pitcher right?
It's up to the catcher. I mean, they may have something, who knows, but it's up to the catcher calls the game. But some teams, they have some coaches will, suggest things possibly. When you have the catcher, Dominican kid, he's dealing with a guy from Texas, a guy from Louisiana, a guy from California. There's, you've got to pull out the information, communicate the information, and then the information. And I see that, and it was coming from a guy like me, my friend. We grew up together with Blue, hard-working, values that I apply to stand-up. A lot is from, growing up in the 80s, when I saw the Cubs win, I felt it took some kind of finesse, work ethic, so just believing. Talk about this push and believing. You've got this and dedicated to all. Marcelo, his life is baseball. It's just baseball. He's always been baseball. It's not other stuff. And I saw him go from being a catcher with the Yankees and turning it into impact position. Relied on him. Just like my warm-up. I was like, and then I try to make this late night spot. So, but a lot of it's just street smarts, lucky enough to have good parenting and good coaching. And I just saw winning in New York. I saw it, and it's just it was a confidence. And when I try to apply that, this crazy election, there's so much negativity. Baseball's about positive. Baseball's about lifting up your team, and you strike out. It's okay, I'm going to get on it. Get ahead for it. So, and I saw that first, show business, it's, subjective. Are you funny? Okay, do I like you? Okay, do you win the sport? You have great right? Gatekeepers, I mean, the only things like numbers and ticket sales and ratings. Okay, sports is about winning. It's why winning. So I grew up
is that when I say just because someone says something to me, this is one of the especially in social media, like where it's just so easy to deliver and then you say you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond.
You gotta kind of sometimes be
something like afterwards like that. And you go ahead and then like you watch out something you stab, you probably die.
Waves to isolate. Here's my thing. I grew up in the valley. San Fernando. People always think I'm first. It was Reseda High School more so. I just saw over time that I'm working on TV. The valley is so bad. One TV shows. Why am I Largo? These are rooms, meaning like just because they put down the valley, I traded that world, what I said, like good energy traded. If you want to call it negative, I mean, I think it's like to say that it was positive. And I also felt it comes from that was such a good story. Positive energy, I don't want to feel like what I do with the cookies. Positive vibes around something. A circle of people are going to feel. And if I can help find somewhere, they got a couple shitty people in the whole bus. Put up with it, really, it's not easy. I know. I always think it's like,
incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always incredible.
Because I feel like comedians, we're like the number one right now. I feel audiences need to take care of the artists, the comedic voices, the gestures, that military people I don't want to embarrass at all, but I also feel like comedians are important. That's why they are important. I feel like art in these certain purpose, and I feel like when we're doing comedy, we are a voice for people and I also think there's something about making laughing, people feeling good. We're so in the eye of the storm. We're in LA. We're cranking these things out. But you know what? There's thousands of people that have regular jobs, who rely on us.
They need us, man. After we get work, they go, they get a couple drinks, they bring their lady, and we come on and
It's like, it feels good.
podcast right here makes people feel better. I get emails every day. Got a shit job. I listen to it at work. I feel good.
Ask her about
Yeah, it does. And I also feel like whenever I think about not doing comedy, you have to think like it would be unfair. Like think I'm funny, whether I think I'm not, or I talk with a funny voice, or I act weird. So I feel like I almost owe it
and had an immense following. How about Dorish became
again, I don't want to. I feel like I'm coming up with some Jesus Christ. But I know it would be just
30,000 people.
The right thing being entertainment. Thank God there's a sport of this. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like conversation on that. Thanks for doing the podcast.
Great to have you on.
But less than chef. No. We also sent him with Sarah Shalayim. Comes
right there, number 6.
Yeah, it's a famous story. It's like for Amazon to win this one. Right? They're a number of the seasons, a number of part of it as well as other countries around. It was really way to win this war. Consul Shevner is especially good. Shevner said, okay, we need to negotiate.
I enjoy that, and I also, the Cubs thing, I'm trying to link it again. I'm not, but again, I think that you hear them talk a little bit, like you're looking, you have, and if I had David Ross, the catcher, there in the game 7, he shot the improv. I did a show this season with Elser Campbell. And you go, yes, you got it. And I saw him get sprody, so I can't like saying that.
That's where
Goliath came from.
Shadna and Seneca's letters to Sense. Halakamistic is yes, yes, concerned. You know what to do. Roma has to show nothing by you.
Whatever it was, those little sayings. Did a great job describing
He called you garbage. So this PO started saying himself. You know what? Maybe Shevna is right.
subscribe to this podcast. It helps.
He's
Please subscribe to me.
goes by the majority of so maybe doesn't
iTunes.
but rather he wants you to surrender as well. What happened? Banda Vivano, the Nabi Christian Secretary. Most someone can call us a Yomara on a cash. So this is severe close over here. The pastor from Yishayahu. Was someone can call us a Yomara on a Zay. So you Nabi comes and says like this. Klomar, can Shaihu, you catch him and I'm going to leave. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a catch and show. So there's nothing special comes from. This is about the assembly of the wicked and the assembly of the halakhic. Incredible. So I say, therefore, again, not because this PO do not surrender. As your back, do not surrender. Back now, Shevna is pretty good about himself. Because Shevna feels that for some command he sent his letter and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed as the so what does Shevna do? So Shevna comes along and says, but hold up, lots of together, the Kibbutz is loving. Shevna decided to go ahead and use himself a grave in the very place of the big things. So Shevna is really getting ready. He's going to go ahead and that's my real name. Was last. He says to Shevna, who are you? Who are you? What are you doing here that you're carving yourself a grave? That's your real name, Stephen James. So essentially, Rabbi said to Shevna, he's going to make you a wandering man. It says, interesting enough, I'm going to have to wandering of a man. I was Steve Brody, version that in general, people have more of women and they have an appointment. Remember, was saying, when you get a wandering man, so what happens? The you'll see Rabbi Hanina Melania the part of Saras. So Shevna the Atam, Ksiv Hassam, the Asaf from Yata. So no from Yakha, Sat no Kajo Eretz Brachas Kana, Bishkesh Kalon Bishadon. Shevna, which is in the space of my master's home, Yatak both of a color. Shevna was Shevna ultimately turned into degradation. Once again, Shevna and his followers, Shevna not surrender. Shevna, along with his followers, so they get ready to leave you. And it's whole what happened? You have enough of you. So Shevna is at the front, all his followers ready to exit Yerushalayim to surrender to Sancheriv. as they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, Asa Gadol, so what happened? Right as you walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shebna walks out. The moment that Shebna walks out, followers. They kept the followers in the city, and when Shebna walked out by himself on the base, on the legs. So now Shebna comes before Sunday. And then again, what did Shebna's letters say? Shebna's letters said that I represent 130,000 people in my city. So now he comes by himself. So I'm going to his followers just decided not to come. You know, like how did they say each other after you become a fight. So obviously so far this whole thing was a joke. Right here, so Shebna represented 130,000 people, and meanwhile what happened? He comes out by himself. So you're not you can imagine again. So there's a whole revolution. Jews find much more because there's 130,000 people guys. So a lot of Jews coming out. One guy comes out. We're not leaving. What did he do? I mean, they say, but in the souls of Shebna, attention to the voices and dragged it on, Shebna, unfortunately, again, in the middle of what sense that it's general.
I like that. Kid, like I ran
fascinating to see.
Really? Yeah, I mean, to see you as an animated ostrich.
Terrible stuff.
I would love to see that cartoon.
What are the effects? Obviously,
I mean, if somebody wants to do it, I'm not me. Personally, I don't know. I mean, anybody's out there that's into animation, they want to do it with Photoshop, or, you know, an animated Brody, an ostrich, I think everybody would appreciate that.
Everyone knew the
I think I'm easy to handle.
Everyone knew the Holocaust of Tumankara, right?
It's strong features that you can identify. So I think I'll just like, take my head and I'll put it across. I've got some strong features as well. There you go. Final feature. Shit, you know, we're all
once I get ready for this, I'm going to observe Shebna
yeah, you say strong nose, strong chin,
Shebna
older, strong
physical
jawline,
pleasure.
strong yes, you're actually, you know, you like a lot of different characters.
Soaking is the treasure.
Mix
So
up.
that's why it was by Abishad Shina and Galamara. So what's this?
They say that on Saturday Night Live. They don't like them to
Shebna
well, it's funny, for the longest time, I was rough and it was very beardy. Recently, I've been telling you, I've been doing many different characters
So it's
every
like
week
when a person is
that
life,
I can't
and the
keep
most important thing to them in life is
playing.
that
Like I
it doesn't even have
I'd say for a show,
She points out,
most
might have been a little listen also. Listen, when my whole life
usually
comes
clean
about
shaven,
pleasure,
makeup on,
everything is about pleasure. Everything is about enjoyment. Everything is about comfort.
and stuff like that.
Listen, what kind of
So
life
yeah,
is
that's
that?
an advantage. That's like the Saturday Night Live people said that. Yeah,
life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. To work, to do. We are a cloudy sun to contribute to our nation. Life is not about being selfish. Life is about being selfless.
For me, like
That's
shaving
the
was
idea
just
of
would
life,
just
not
irritate my
pleasure,
skin.
but service.
That's why
The issue is when life
gave
comes
up
about
shaving
pleasure,
because
which also is so
irritation.
not even just like excess, not even but just like my life becomes about what I want. This is what I want. So it becomes about those
I just
things.
didn't want to shave.
And that's an egocentric life.
And
Egocentric life also leads one
skin
right. And once one
you
falls into the clutches of diabetes,
laser
of
just help with that irritation. It would be a bloodbath when I would shave. Just irritation. Yeah,
the
that's
story
what
of Chef Yellowstone is the story of Greek
to cover up.
who are
Yeah,
so
I
much
mean, I like that.
that they take a long term
So
because
that was a
everything comes out.
thing. It was
Everything comes out themselves as opposed to like
so many people have beards.
you
I
take
get
that
I
long
like the
term.
trend
It's
that
only a matter of time
beards
until you
are,
what happened over to be honest, what
mainstream.
happened
You
over
can
there.
have a beard
So
and
Chef
scruffy
in the
and
life
be
of pleasure.
Could
What
be,
happens if he
yeah.
sees
Whereas back in
this
the day,
mind
you could
this
really,
is mind
do you think guys like yourself,
and the
think
fact that guy versus
like
you lose all
trendsetters in your community?
perspective.
It's possible. I mean, look, the beard.
And
He
you
was one of the guys who kind of, whenever you guys, after the Hangover movies, you've seen a lot of guys, I mean, hipster era was at that time, and then started to blossom road. You start seeing a lot of dudes with beards, and especially comedians who were kind of guys who started sporting a little bit more facial hair and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like it was noticeable for me as a comedian saying it, but maybe that way might be her. I didn't have a beard in college. Then I would have like a bad show. There is a thing like facial hair. But a certain level of sensitivity. With a goatee might look more villainous. Well, you never know. Yeah, right. You have the beard, the goatee, the mustache. And I do think I have those options. So if you sort of goatee, you might be one of the villains who take it all. So, yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? The goatee gives me that. And then you can dye it, you can feel where you go. There's just a lot of options with that
aside from alcohol, if the plans of that Russia, i.e. Shevna, were not upheld, what Russia to get done? So we're saying about the Russia, so bring the opinion that it makes sense.
Also, I have a funny mouth when I destroys plans of people who live in beer. There's no way that take away from some of the funny stuff. That's why I told some of these people, I don't tell them, but I see comedians, some of them like right up to your mouth. Yeah, not only like very medication, something
What's called the
physical,
the foundation stone.
but it's also we're not seeing your face. Beer, kind of like some of that severe like feature. Yes,
It's called the shots. It's beautiful.
yes, I mean, because that's security cameras or everywhere. You've got scooters. I mean, a lot of. What do you think of our scooters? Let me tell you something. I can't stand the bird. I can't stand the bird scooters. You can't stand seeing them. You can't stand riding in them. I've not ridden one yet. Everybody tells me I need to ride one before I make my trip. But right now, I can't stand looking at them. It's sad. It's because they're pretentious during the day. Maybe it's pretentious. It's in a way. I think that people who drive them around are a nuisance. Drive like an old man. I've never seen them. I get angry. Like I was walking outside. He passed me and I'm like, oh, you're European. Doing risks. Are these adults? Are they kids on the scooters? You're like, young 20s, like mid-20s, like kind of hipster. They're on the sidewalk and they're kind of in PDF where you're the litter. They just throw them on the side of the sidewalk. They're not even like on a kickstand or anything. I don't know how they're pushing them over. Right, but it's frustrating. Okay, so I see what you're saying. The proliferation, the prolification, the overabundance of these scooters. I guess it's FedEx. Probably all these things. I haven't been seeing them too much around my neighborhood lately, I guess. I did notice one FedEx a couple weeks ago. Everywhere. We've had some
Hours.
unintended. So I don't ride them. I'm nervous because pretty fast. Everything else fast. Yeah, knowing my luck, I get excited. Maybe something could happen. Also, I just don't want to get hurt. Yeah, just what's the advantage of scooters? Bicycle. I won't even ride a bicycle. Neither. I don't trust crazy drivers. I think the CEO and I think they're pretty upset that I'm talking about them.
If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign or bad mouth. If Torah makes you tired, then ultimately, again, that is a sign of complete immersion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't have
first name Larry, last name
energy,
Burton.
chances are you're probably just auditing it and not really fully immersed. The shame is showing something Rabbi actually he says on his face,
So
the
I
nation
need
of
to figure out
precious is beautiful. His Koko Shabbat, he says, is a reference to the Yitzhahara. You know what the power of Torah is?
it's all just the
Torah
highlighted
weakens
content of
Yitzhahara.
people upset
Which
like
looks like
myself.
it's a beautiful idea. You know,
Okay,
says
well,
like the Gemara says,
I have an issue.
Yolam
I'm
Yagis
glad I can
Adam
talk
Yitzhahara Yitzhahara. A person should try to go ahead and always
to
incite
become
the
extinct.
good inclination
But
of the
I said it.
Yitzhahara. What happens if a person can't overcome the Yitzhahara? What do you say? Mashkayu, Labeis HaMedrash. Bring yourself home to the Medrash. Torah allows us to weaken our Yitzhahara. When you're learning the Daf, usually, most of us have a dramatic needs to go out of which I do
You're actually getting outlawed in
now
some
maybe the moment
cities.
I close my mouth, all right? But
Or
why is that? Why is that?
what do you have to say?
Because you're speaking Torah by definition, it holds beautiful, translucent, holy waters of the fire of the Yitzhahara. That is the power of Torah. It's not Pesha's which is why, by the way, the Gemara says himself is brothers. Sometimes all I need to do is just and just read a part. Just read a part. It's like the third hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's here to open the hydrant for a couple of moments, and it's amazing what could occur.
Yo, big guy. I'm sleeping right now. Can you come back later, please?
We'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I can get through this on a Sunday. All right, okay, fine. What for tomorrow? What Carl said? Again, we always wind up in the right place. I was like, it's much shorter than tomorrow. Don't look. Incredible. Right, have on Zoom. Have a wonderful day.
We're equal opportunity. Don't judge us. We're equal opportunity. Let you know. Larry Bird. We have the technology. We have these. We friends here.
All right, we'll say good morning and to be able to begin.
So wait, Larry Bird, the CEO of Birds, you didn't even
In other words, the Tulsi Mishpacha from Israel for dedicating all the Shurim and Kashrus this year as is the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, becoming Mishpacha in memory of the Zichron brother of Itai Rabbi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week sponsors Zevi and Joshi Daniel, the Irish Master Zevi Noah Yosef, and our Dachlomi sponsors today, Alan and Sue, Myron and Sue's mother, Mingle Funeral, Mingle Romo Todros, Zichron Torah, all of the Islam and Aliyah, all of the family. All those who meet together with Kol Police, bring our houses home with Shalom and allow our holy soldiers to call and not say every day. Because with that, let us begin with really like incredible. I'm just going to show the chat. Up on above 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top at the 2 dots. No, sorry. 4 lines down. 2 dots. I'm going to show you the 3 lines calling also Sufi Shis. So let's remember again, we had a really incredible Mishnah, fascinating Mishnah, which is going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve global testimonial capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Rothschild. The Mishnah had the anyways, the Mishnah had the Lashon of Sofrei Shvius, which would do business every year, every 7 years, is everything in the field hefker. So one of the things you're not allowed to do is that's content. That's not a problem. You have to back them up with Shemitah produce. Number one is doing business with Shemitah produce. Number one is storing the produce after it's no available for them. So you could go ahead and amass and store Shemitah produce. It's readily available. Once something is no longer readily available in the fields, you cannot store it in large quantities in your home. We'll discuss that. Another issue is doing business produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember this model, right? All inventory is free. Right? So let me go out, grab up all the inventory, and sell it. So again, you're not allowed to sell it. Yeah, no problem. It's awesome. Like a lot of great ideas, right? So the nice thing now says that a person does business which needs a produce is not allowed to serve it on window capacity. Also, that initially then went on. I'm assuming it's either how you call it also this. Rabbi Chazor the gross of sockets. He says in the beginning, they call people gatherers of Shemitah produce, and then when the Anosim, now an Anosim calls someone to do so. When the Anosim, like with the proliferation of Anosim, he began to call them people who did business with Shemitah produce. So again, not exactly what has happened. So let's go on and do most. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My comment. What exactly is the Shimon is saying in the website? What means to say? It's either how you only is sharing software and possible. In the beginning, the first dimension of the halakha, there's a very people who gather the produce are fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering the produce. That's fine. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do. Is gather produce. So good. But if you do business with trees of produce, if you gather from the field, and then you sold it on a secondary market, that is also because remember, I will say, any time that one is publicly violating the Avera, that essentially renders you unfit to give ages, right? It's not just the thing doing something that a person does freely downwards. Okay, what happened? The Sheru Mamsi Mo Anian, the Asli Anian, the Asilabu, who might see. So then what happened? So then were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire the party. They would say to the party, gather as much produce as you can. Because remember again, there is no limitation on the amount of Shemitah produce that one is taking from the field. You take as much as you. So there were people hire party folks to go ahead and gather Shemitah produce back to them, and then what would happen? You might see. Then they would sell it. They would sell it. So what ended up happening? Once they went ahead and they said that halacha everybody's possible. Everybody's possible. So now interesting enough, what this did was that halacha this said whether you were an Oshishiyus or whether you were someone who was so Oshishiyus, ultimately again it was going to happen. So I don't understand. So the sons of Rothschild were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, Sharabah had to go in the Bible. At the end of the day, the says, then why does it say Misharabah? Anosim means to sound like people works, right? So it should say Misharabah Hatagai. When the merchants are dealing in mass so the Gemara says, Elo, between the Hayom, Echad Zevi, Echad Zev. In the beginning they said, both of these individuals are possible. In other words, whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Yishurabu ha'anasim, u'adanasim, are no-no. Rashi says, are no-no, mas shek. It's the second of the short lines of Rashi. Mas toba hamelach minatfua kach v'kach kum, minasad l'shor. Arnona is taxes. Maro Hebrew, Arnona is also taxes. But this tax, this was a tax of the king. Tax returns. You're going to go ahead and take your field. Now, this whole why? You're not farming. You're not farming. So now, yeah, you still have to clear even though you were not farming. So you are I said, hope is Mishum Arnon. This is incredible. Rabbi said to the farmers, said, go and plant the fields during the Shemitah because of Arnon. I will say, this is incredible. She is like Rabbanon. The butler can do success in this for a second. So Rabbi was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmers were obligated to go ahead and give their tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference. So, like we said, this supposed to pay their tax, what would happen? People would come and seize their field. It is. Rabbi put public declaration. He said, Hebron, I want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed during the Shemitah. How can you do such a thing? How can you do this? So remember again, Rashi points out, Shemitah during the Rabbi was Rabbanon. So because Shemitah is Rabbanon on one hand, Shemitah is only the Oraisa when there's Yovel. Yovel's only the Oraisa when Rov Yeshver Amel. The majority of Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. Temporarily important. That's why again, even now we have certain, for example, just had 6 years ago, I know. It's 7 here. I got it. I'm aware of that. Right? I'm pretty sure within the next couple of years. Yeah. So that's 7 years. One of the recent debates about the notion of going ahead is such a kind of like selling land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off because Allah Maisa Shemitah Bisman has Rabban according to most of the so because it's Rabban on your real level, I always say some things we are going to see very is this are going to take. There's going to come a point in time in the not so distant future where the stuff is leaving as a stuff. That is going to have a dramatic effect, not just on the fact to think about that. first time since the days of the second Beis Hamikdash. To probably start living there as well, but understand it also has a number of halachic ramifications as well. In any case, American government says, "Chevron, the plants of fields, become to use our land." Also, sharing self-consumer. No matter what the produce, are shareholders, right? Because they're not doing anything wrong. Second, those who conduct business which need the produce, they're postulated. So if you have our sacrifice, so that's so the halacha that's taken from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem, kosher that you do because that's a perfect people practice. The issue is with those who do business which need the produce, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately again are going to be hustling the interest. Okay, now we might dramatic stories. Rabbi Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon, Havika Aziva Abadasya. Okay, get ready for this story. So the Kiyar Zarniki, Rabbi Shimon Ben Yotzaba. Right, so it's going to Rabbi Shimon, we're going to intercut the new year. We're going to declare a leap year. In a place called Asya. Well, it's called Asya. So what happened? Pagubu Reish Lakish. Took Reish Lakish on the way. He says, hey guys, where do you go? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, can I come with? So okay, so she sent out a guy for Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish, and he said, sure, listen, can you just imagine, like, being in the backseat of that minivan, right? Can you imagine being in the third row over there and listening to what's going on to that type of row? That's what I would have. So clear up, and now we fuck this cat so long. So he says, Amar, Angel Exhibit, the build up. It's like, listen, I don't need to participate. I'd like to see how the integration, how the year is done. Like, come on, okay, so the truck comes along. So as they're traveling, who got to cut cars, saw a guy plowing his field. Now, I'll say it was a shoot here. He saw plowing his field. So, calling the guy who's plowing, he's a Kohen, and he's violating Shemitah. He's violating Shemitah. Unlow. So interesting. Here on the Shemitah was surprised at how the Turkish was so judgmental about this individual. He said, unlow. You're unlow. I just don't. First of all, he says it's a Jewish owned field. That's number one. Number two, you got what's actually I just don't see it. In I'm known as Harabal Balabaista. So it's a number one, you still go and kill the Benanji. That's number one. Maybe just choose a higher hand. Okay. Number two, maybe he's a Jew. Right? I remember what did I just said before? I just said before that I love when I saw under any circumstance, like when the king is going to use your field, if you don't pay the tax, you not to work the field. So he said, whoa. I'm saying, but it's saying two things. Number one, he called the guy a Cohen. You Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a Cohen is in violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of his. Next, they saw a guy who was pruning his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on Shemitah. It says, I'm allowed. The guy is a Jew, he's a Kohen, and Shemitah. I'm allowed. All over the Akio base have they said, first of all, pruning in general is only prohibited if done in a particular way. This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press. Right? When you have an olive press, you points out you have a pile of olives. They put a netting on top of the olives to keep the pile together. That netting is often used for smaller, softer branches. So the guy's not pruning the video, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some stuff from the body in order to go ahead and make the netting for the olives, which would be permitted. So again, it's fascinating tension here between one hand Rothschild going ahead and saying these guys are covenant in violation of Shemitah. Other Rabbanim trying to go ahead and be Milan Zechus. Rothschild responds and says, "Ana lahem, halei yodeya in la'akel, in la'akalkalos." The heart knows. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, or if it's perverting the halacha, or a little bit of my own words, right? Because again, the Russian for making the netting for the olive press, la'akel base habat, make the netting, and a kalkalos represents the corruption of din, a corruption of justice, corruption of other. That's he says la'aber al hadas. So let's say, so this is incredible. So Rothschild says, these people know what they're doing, and they also know that what they're doing is wrong. So Rothschild is confident in his situation. So let's say, by the way, is such a good idea. You can fool everyone. You really can. You really can. You can fool them. The one person you can never fool is yourself. And even if I manage to believe myself for some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness always sets in. You can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes at some point. At the end of the day, you could fool everyone else, and you could do a great job at it. You could decades, you could do an entire lifetime. But at the end of the day, Halei Yodea, you're right and what's wrong. And my heart knows whether or not I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart knows whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or facade. It's reminiscent. The celebration points out that many times in one of his essays on Tshuva. Points out that Tshuva, so we often translate Tshuva as repentance, right? But truth is, it's not really what Tshuva means. What's the true etymological definition of Tshuva? It's to return, right? And in fact, so to point out this coming through from Shmuel was even that he wasn't just a judge, he was also the showcase of judge. He was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would travel the world, bringing the basin and bringing the dining to the people. The Russian that he uses to shoot so harama, but he would come back to his home in Russia. So he points out, he says, you see from here, but at the end of the Tshuva really means a return home. And so that successfully increases life is one big circle. He says the only variable is how big the radius is. That's it. How big the radius? Since everyone has that point where they come from. And so this is really referring not just to return to Hashem, but that moment of overwhelming self-awareness for a very long time. But at some point in time, awareness is going to set in. All of the excuses I made, right, and all of the sheep offers, all the philosophies, which all sound fantastic, but at a certain point in time, The outcome coming down. And I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what the Shlakish was saying also. How late you can fool everyone else, but the heart knows. The heart knows in not calculus. So the Gemara says, hey, I'm the liberation. By the way, I'm going to ask these two stories, which one actually first? Was it the plowing guy or the pruning guy? Even how come I said, if you want to say that ultimately again, as it's stated, how I'm going to Raisha, Hana is how this thing that they occurred, as just mentioned, is why not bring up, right? Remember when you saw the guy, like you said, he's a calling violating Shmita, and the other two Rabbanim, said maybe he's a high worker. But the second story, the first story occurred really first, and why not use that same excuse for both cases? That's a good excuse. Not a good excuse. It's a good interpretation, good explanation. For both cases, rather must be that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not a good excuse, then they brought up the worker excuse afterwards. Okay. So the answer, what's happening? Why are Kohanim getting for being really violent Shemitah? What's going on over here? So once again, this is very interesting. We shouldn't be Yeshivas. It was known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shemitah. They were suspect to violate Shemitah. Now why? Listen, what's this? Listen to this. If you have one saw as a measurement, one saw of truma, and remember, truma can only be consumed by a coin. One saw of truma that falls into a saw produce. Everyone's saying, what's interesting about this? So remember again, truma only can be consumed by a coin. Shemitah produce can be consumed by anyone and everyone. So now I have a saw that falls into a saw of yeah, I'm going to get to it. Yeah. So right, that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah here is chulin, right? Even though Shemitah is chulin, again, limitations. Now we'll say, now remember, if you have so the entire mixture becomes truma. Truma falls into 100 of Shemitah produce. You say, what's that? So remember, the ratio of truma is 100 to 1. If you have 100 parts chulin to 1, the truma is bottled. Now, by Tala. A ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 status of an extra, so I'd have to let it rot. There's a remedy. What's the remedy? You sell it to a coin. So let's both let it rot. I think about I'm not going to rot. You grant a coin. Puts me to also sell. Let's say in general. There was a market, right? So if I'm in Israel, I am in Israel. So if I'm in Israel, so now what happens? I have truma. I mismanage. I'm a notorious truma manager. So what happens? My truma gets mixed in with my truma. What do I have to do now? Let's go through this. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 1. 100 parts per one part. Then, good, I'm good. Less than 100 parts, what do? What do? So what size the mixture? What size the mixture? Have a too many blank expressions looking right back. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I see now, you know who you are, right? So again, less than 100 parts. This less than 100 parts. Just one part truma, less than 100 parts chulin. What's that for mixture? Truma. Excellent. Here we go. Good. So I say, what do you do with that mixture? What do you do with it? Now, here's the interesting thing. Now, you can gift if you're a nice guy, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't have to gift it. Because at the end of the day, there's chulin there. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell. The market, the coin market. Now, the coin market, because the Kohanim have the upper, right? Because they know the population that can buy this, if they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. So watch this. I have one so of Truma that fell in the 90s of Shemitah produce. So the Truma is not bottled. So what does it mean? You got to let it rot. I should sell it to a Kohen. Now, let's be careful. I sell to a Kohen. I can sell to the Kohen the mixture minus the Truma. I can't charge the Kohen for Truma, right? Why not? Why not? Because it's his. So I can sell him with the mixture minus the Truma. So let's say there's 90 chulin of Shemitah produce, one saw of Truma. So total volume is 91 saw. I could charge him obviously it's kind of amount for the 90 saw of chulin. That sounds like a much better option than going ahead and letting it rock. What's going on over here? Which they do Zon from Eres, they actually do Kohanim Ashis. Say what so we don't want you selling Shemitah to Kohanim. Why? Because Kohanim are should be a suspect of not following the rules when it comes to Shemitah. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap here? So once you take a look at that, this is fascinating. Actually, Kohanim, she says, La Hashos Shvius Achar Ziman Biyah. Move that here. Now, what's the issue? The issue is like this. It's readily available in the field. What if it's no longer available in the field? You can't store it in your house. Kohanim were notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes even after it was no longer available in the field. Now why? Kohanim are so good, they're so pure, so why are they so cautious? So look at Rashi, this is fascinating. Rashi says, they know about Torah, they have a good excuse. What do they say? The external true of the Kohanim, the Bayu, that Shvi's not because concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. We have right? We have Kaddish. Okay, so the rest of the so remember, Shemitah produce is Kaddish, Truma is Kaddish. There are other Kohanim gifts that are Kaddish. So Kohanim Ramona have they made an excuse to themselves, and they say, you know, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce. For we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep holy stuff in their home. So because of this, we got a reputation of derelict and proper treatment of Shemitah produce. So because that Chazal was incredible, Chazal made an enactment, Kohanim are choshev on Shemitah produce. So therefore, again, and also because I never felt incredible. So that was Rothschild's last case. You have Truma that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. If it's 100-1, if it's 100-1 ratio, fine. Truma's bottled, you're good to go. But if that's 100-1, you can't do this on. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once it rots, you can make it this way. Back to the story. And I remember Garish Latish traveling together with Rabbi and Rabbi Shimei in order to see how they integrate the life. Amru, Shuda, who did. So now let's listen to this. So these rabbis, This guy is a troublemaker. He's no trouble. He's no trouble, right? In other words, like, what? They were taken aback by his negative disposition. I will say that. I just want to point something very interesting. Who's Rish Lakish? Who's Rish Lakish? Rish Lakish has been around a lot. Right? The ultimate Rothschild, right? Rish Lakish was a thief, a gladiator, all these things. He had a very, very checkered past, right? And then he went ahead and becomes Rothschild, and his races of the Nazi Torah. Lakish probably had a little bit more of an insight into humans than these other Rabbanim. Because the conscious of generally you are being constantly somewhere. It's like it says, I'm telling you, I know people. I see people. And one thing I can absolutely detect is when someone's dishonest. You know, it's a thief to know a thief. You know, sometimes when you've lived that life of honesty, you could smack it, you could smell it a little bit different, like you could detect a little more. So now, okay, I want to point out, interestingly enough, if you want to smart, let's go. Okay, so I have words. So now these other ones are very taken aback. But she's unapologetic. He's unapologetic. You know, understand. What's the cliche about this Gemara? You know that there's a kid. What's the kid? You have to be down the cop's course. You have to be right out. So he's about him seeing right. So you know, if you're she was probably saying, you have to be down the cop's course, not down the cop's course. You know, you say that times when what's happening is so clear is really wrong. That no, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't make a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now again, for us, that love has begun to have support. Perhaps someone like she was much more plausible to nature. He was able to see what was right, what was right. Let's go back there. So sorry, guys. Now what happens? If we arrive at the place, in the place where they were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to declare the Iman, attack, they were going to declare here. So what happens is great. So we have a shame. Some people that they went upstairs to the attic. That's where the bottom of the room. Shalupa was going to say, and they took out the ladder right to which means said, you're not coming with. You're not coming with, right? You came with that Shkaya. You tagged along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on afterwards, but you are not up to the attic with us. He's very upset. He's upset. So once they get over there, it's like he says, I'm going so now it's like he says, I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about are they to go and avec le changement things like this. Essentially, part of the obligation of leadership is to point out to someone doing something wrong. So he says these Rabbanim walked by these fields of these Kohanim who were violating Shmita. They didn't say anything. Stand up in the face of Rothschild. You are complicit. You are complicit. This is, listen, I just want to point out, we are seeing these things unfold with such a dramatic, it's not what is Australia now, with the anti-Semitic, and people are foolish. It's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism in terrorists, and the government will stand on the side, namely the state of Israel. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then by definition, you are siding with it. It's not accented after Australia. They all of their ridiculous political stances and political moves that there's an outpouring of happens in the world. If you don't make a clear stance against evil, then by definition, you are with it. So it's like you said, Rabbi, right? Take the two guys right in you don't make them a heart. You're going ahead and doing an objection, then by definition, you are violating the Shmita. So you should be open on these guys who violated Shmita in part of the but that's the kind of leap year. Sorry. Don't catch me. So Jim Jenner's like mistaken. He said, like, you know what? This actually answers a big problem. I'll tell you why. We did the Halach Shlosh right Walker. Rabbanon actually so much. So we spoke on this before. Because they're no worse than the three shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, maybe, so it's like we said, maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon, are not really part of the basin to make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. When it comes to sharing information, you could even be a shepherd. Pretty stout. So let's say so again, something would happen over here. Reish Lakish, just two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them people who violate Shmita. Hunter on the road, but the shepherds were not part of the actual. Here, my concern is that the shepherds are my concern is that the here are part of the business. And if these guys are part of it, then this is what's called the Sheriff Rishon. Sounds like a name for it. Sure. Right? Kind of gives you Sheriff Rishon. Right? Yeah. It's like Sheriff Rishon, right? So nice problem of these two rabbanim, here, so ultimately, again, they're part of the basin. And if guys like those are part of the Beis Din, then a Beis like that becomes what's called the Kesher Yishar, a congregation of the Shar. So it's like Reish Lakish is sharp. Reish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis of here. So look at actually just one Kesher Yishar. They are something out meaning that that's us to develop that even also all people to deal with that as a showing stuff as I did. They're going to basic okay, so therefore there's not saying I don't understand how business is operating up in the attic, but allow me to. I don't understand how this is a valid basic. You open on so you open on you know what I think holding them to shut. In other words, when you open on actually shut the clear shut. And just look over the top. It's interesting. You want to hold them accountable for not acting to Shemitah violation. I hear that. I do. I want to notice, but the open does at that point. But when we're showing that is already a different level. That level of that level of diet chart, so the level of time. So the person says that I don't do. So he also took me up. So I said, see now what happened? The money came down afterwards, right? Now they heard about what Reish Lakish said about that. So he also told me but I'm going to covered on your bucker below Amar Mavro Midi. So it's interesting. You said now, so the idea and the shouldn't come down, and they said, Focus called us calibers, you called us shepherds, and you didn't say anything, like you didn't stick up for us, like you didn't stick up for us. So our Rabbi was, I don't know, the color who loved so Miami, right? And if you would have said, what do you say, like, cattle herders, so you would have called them sheep. The difference, so it's very profound. We don't want to say this. So, that's one of the first lessons that we teach children. Just because someone doesn't mean it's like this is accepted. It's like this is your runs. He called you son. He called you like that. If you notice, if you're going to tell Reish Lakish, you call him a Rothschild, that I'm going to step in. That I'm going to just but when it's so, once you go ahead, they call you a cattle herder, you can't get over it. I say, that's the story. That's just right. So much out of this story. So if you notice by the way, we're not sure from the story itself, like, who was right. Was Reish Lakish right? Other up on him right with his Kohanim, Rishtei Shemitah, not. The Gemara doesn't really give us that clarity. But there are tremendous lessons to be pulled out. As you see from Reish Lakish, you need to go ahead and stand up against things, because if you like definition side from the Shimon and everything else, right? So again, and different times in life require different things. What you also see is that when because someone says something to you, you need to respond. So it says, and this part is one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in the social media age. Like, it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. So you don't have to respond. Just because someone says you don't have to respond. And how often in your life do you respond to something that afterwards you shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go like you want that something and you say, you go fast. So you get fast. You often see what you do before you believe it. Why? I just like have self-restraint to not respond. Life would be so much better. Most of you don't see that even in discussions, your own has to be a limit as to the type of words. No matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you So I'm
not saying it's wasted in there.
To be careful with the word.
I feel right now
And also, you see this when that far people like one of the contentious issues of the draft. And I just the draft in the community. Tremendous issue. We spent Shul's night on it. So without the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of a debate between you lost. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost. Because once you are not careful with your words like that, you have lost the state. Because you've lost credibility in the agenda that you're trying to put forward. Because clearly, you have no ability to measure what it is that you know, and in order to measure it, you lack the ability to do things in a holistic fashion also. So, incredibly important. Even if I'm right, even if being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Okay. All right, so you must like this. Good. My kids are interesting. It's one of the things that is like you said, you called it the catcher shot, right? The fact that Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon were going and part of this meeting, he called it the catcher shot. So what is, you've never heard that expression. What is that? What does that mean? An assembly, right? An assembly of evildoers. A catcher shot. What's that? Catcher means like a bond, like a chabra. What does that mean? What's that? Get ready for the story. This is wild. This is wild. My catcher shot. Chef no. Various between services. What's this? Introduced to a story of this girl that was with us, with one of his most trusted advisors, Chapter. If these names or this story don't sound familiar to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of Jewish knowledge called, right? And if you have a sister, right, or a female member of your family who has received a complete Jewish education, you can ask her about these right? So let's say, listen to this. So now this is incredible stuff. Listen to this. So, this girl, the guy who ran a chief of staff. The chief of staff was by the name of Shevna. Shevna was a Chinese Chacham and had an immense following. How Dorish when he would darshan, the number of he had 130,000 followers. When he would give a shir, people showed up. Okay. This year, how Dorish, the Chag, son of Yisrael. This year, was the king of Yehuda, and some people got he had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. But less than Shevna. He also said, hey, the Sar Arab Yerushalayim. Another famous story. So, hey, Congress siege to Yerushalayim. Now, just to understand, it's the famous story of Sanhedrin siege to Yerushalayim. However, to understand, there was no real military for started to really smart. Right? They were outmanned. So he conquered a number of these cities. He only conquered part of Israel as well as other countries. There was no real way to win this war. So what happened? Shevna said, okay, we need to negotiate. We need to negotiate in order to surrender. They need to do this finally. So what did Shevna do? The problem was he didn't want to surrender. So he attached and took essentially a letter to Sancheriv. I am Shevna, representing 130,000 people in Yerushalayim, 130,000 households. We are ready to leave the truth. So they put it on the hour and shot. And what the letter said, Shevna exactly Shemu, Chizkiah Shlomo Shemar Kine Harishon Yitzik and Keshes Konim Pizza Mayasa. So what's this now? What happened? So Shevna literally wrote over saying, Chizkiah doesn't want peace with you. Me, Shevna and my followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Sancheriv. How the Palestinian was concerned, he didn't know what to do. I'm going to do my first picture with you. So you bought me from the city in the city. So it's a concept of Acheram Mahatos. This PO is started second guessing himself and thinking himself, you know what, maybe Shevna is the majority. He's the majority. He's the Spartan often goes by the majority as well. So the Spartan doesn't want me to stand up to Sancheriv, but that he wants me to surrender as well. What happened? No someone Kesher the call Kesher. So listen to this. What it says over here. The passage from Shiloh. So the Rabbi says like this. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a shine. So what's the expression? Right? This robe is a Kesher and shine. This is a congregation of the wicked, and the cell is not called the halachic. So we'll say, so therefore the Rabbi tells this do not surrender. As you're back, do not surrender. Shevna is food because Shevna is here now. First of all, he commands the job. He sent this back to Sancheriv, and he's very confident that now he's going to be installed in the king. So what does Shevna do? But Shevna comes along and does that. But Shevna decided to go ahead and make for himself a grave, to bury a place of Davidic kings. So Shevna is he's getting ready to go ahead and assume the throne is going to be installed by Sancheriv. So he decides he wants to choose his burial plot for in the Davidic kingdom. One night, I'm going to so Shevna, what are you doing? Who are you? That you're yourself a grave in the Davidic plot. He has Shevna total together. So essentially, the Navi said to Shevna, the Torah is going to make you a wandering man. It says, he just meaning up Amrat to Tula Gadra Kashim Yedivisa. The one with a man is going to talk about wandering the world. What does this mean? Then people have more Rahmanis when they have an explained man. The Navi was saying, you're like a wandering man, maybe you're wandering, no one's going to have Rahmanis on you. So what happens? The Itah on the see Rabbi Chanina Melanias. So Shevna gets mercy. Siv Hafa, B'tah Hatok, Siv Hasam, B'asa from Yata. So no Vitz Finecha, Safna, Kaidra, Al-Arizah, Rafas Yadayim. The Bikish common base at Shell wanted to bring the spirit of his master's home because he was home. Napak, show us great, right? But Shevna looking again his glory, once again. So now Shevna and his followers, this guy is not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. We're surrendering. So they get ready to leave Yerushalayim, Shevna and his whole family. What happened? You have enough thinking. So Shevna is at the front. All of it is ready to exit Yerushalayim. Surrender to Sanhedrin. As they're walking out of the gate of Yerushalayim, Asa Gabriel, Asa Gabriel, so what happened? Right as they walk out of Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walked out, Gabriel, the Malach Gabriel, closed the doors of Yerushalayim on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city, and ultimately, again, Shevna walked out. So now Shevna comes before Sanhedrin. And remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said that I represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. So now he comes by himself. So Shevna, Shevna didn't realize about what happened with Gabriel. He figured was that at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to come. Right? How should be? They use on the way. There was this thing of Matthias. So obviously, you're looking for it. So Sanhedrin thought this whole thing was a joke. Right here. So Shevna claimed that he represented 130,000 people. And meanwhile, what happened? He comes out by himself. So here's his announcement. Again, there was a whole delegation ready to accept the surrender of 130,000 Jews. Which is 130,000, probably much more because there's 130,000 people who paraching to without just their families also. So it's going to be a delegation of a lot of Jews. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So Karen says, you're not doing it. What do we do? So he was not about the Talmud, the Zambis who said, but in the dying also are like so they bore whole souls of innocent feet, attached tail of their horses, and dragged it on the floor. Shevna, unfortunately, again, in a little, it's not easy for him. What a descent that he experienced. What's a in general. So it's fascinating to see great people experience such a terrible fall. One of the obviously Shevna was the second command. Shevna was the second in command of Last actually, no, we did that. But again, Hiskiel was responsible for such a high level of scholarship and so it was like the golden age of Jews. Everyone knew the halacha and Torah. Right? Last Monday's that. Everyone knew the halacha and Torah, right? It was a golden age. Things were good. Hiskiel came from Mashiach. Things were going well. Shevna has everything. How do you make such a dramatic mistake? How does that happen? Shevna speaks in physical pleasure. Sokin is the treasurer, and so that's why it was by Abishag Ashina and governor. So what's the speaking of what was Shevna? Shevna was a pleasure seeker. That was his life. Was the seeking of pleasure. When a person just so what does that mean? So it's like when a person lives life, and the most important thing to them in life is their personal pleasure. Right? It doesn't even have to be anything illicit, although I think it might have been illicit also. But even if it's not illicit, when my whole life just becomes about pleasure, everything is about pleasure. Everything is about comfort. So what kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? That is an egocentric life. Let's say life is not about pleasure. Life is about service. Life is about service. We are here on this earth to work, to do part of Klal Yisrael to contribute to our nation. Life is about being selfless. That's the folder of life, not pleasure, but service. The issue is when life becomes about pleasure, which is so not even just about like excess, not even about anything illicit. But just like when my life comes about what I want, this is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable, it becomes about those things. And that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life, I will say, leads one to gaiva. And one falls into the clutch of gaiva, of arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls. Everything falls. The story of shadows is the story of many people throughout the years who are so potential, so much good, but they take a wrong turn because everything becomes about themselves, as opposed to it becomes a life of pleasure, a life of service. To get a wrong turn, it's only a matter of time. That's what happened over here. To be honest, that's what happened over here. So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, also again becomes arrogant. And what happens with Sankey, he sees his mind. His mind getting to become king. And the moment that Gaiva sets in inside, you lose all clarity, all perspective. It's interesting. Like you think to yourself, here there's a season, and then what is Shevna doing? What is he doing? He's marking out his cover. Like he's deciding where he's going to be going. Like he's deciding, making his plans. Forget about my life or anything. I'm making my plans for my death as a monarch. And once that happens, all reality is lost. All reality is lost. Unfortunately, again, the misstep is for lies. For the overwhelming story. You know, goes back there. You know, says, he has socialism, Sadiq Mapal. This is the Gemara. That's like I was telling you. Culture in the pasuk. Culture in the pasuk. From the situation. No. From Josh, socialism. So again, just since how you want to actually for the shuttles, we'll define what shuttles means, will be destroyed. What has the tzaddik accomplished? Now we're going to see different theories. So Rabbi so something first to this girl. He's a son, his followers would what good would that be for the Chadam and even base Shiaras, Sadik now. Obviously, this is if Hashem would have said with Shevna. Okay, what good would have happened? You are right. In the match, she also the Russia in the Rada says Sadik now. If the plans of that Russia, were not ended, what good would the tzaddik have done? So according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers ultimately again to the plans of Shevna, and makes sense that Shassos Hiharis, who destroys the plans of evil people. This man, Evan Heiser Shani Moshe, we should see up it makes sense to call the cultivate social chefs Why? Because we're saying the center of the Yerushalayim was what's called the Adesha, the foundation stone, is the first piece of matter from which the world was created. I remember Chizkiah, the Siaita, Echa Ashlecha, and Sadiki, the Shassos. Where do we ever find it? And Sadik is called the Shassos. It's beautiful. Kiva Hashem to the arts, Bayish Re'ezeda, Kiva Zeri Hafa, Kiva Itzar, Idio Toshia. Well, kind of, quite. Nama Nikla Shloshia. So let's see here. Torah is sent by Toshia. Why is Torah called Toshia? Beautiful. Nickname Shimatel Adam. Because it means the person. I won't say listen to this. Toshia, sorry, Toshia, Shav, Al Shaolam, Mishusach Ala Torah, V'omdani Kresosha. Sorry. Good, fine. So we're going to get to that. So the nation is just called Shabbat. So we'll say first, why is Torah called Toshia? So the Parshat Pshat over here is that Torah weakens a person. Now let's say that's the which Torah says Yeshiva Shiva stands for revives the soul. So which one is it? The Torah weakens the body. What's the answer? The answer is yes. Right? Torah revives us. Then we'll say to take the spirituality is hard. It's hard. My soul is a but the truth is, the responsibility is overwhelming. It is. And the truth is, sometimes that's spiritual responsibility could absolutely take most of the person. Now listen, it's not a bad thing. I get the opposite. And in fact, the person looks the same. Right? The person marries off the child. The person marries what happens? They can't say about you dance for hours and hours and hours. You come home and how do you feel? How do you feel? Exhausted. Because I give every exhaustion is a good thing as long as I'm exhausted from it. Spirituality can exhaust you. If you're fully immersed in it and you give it your all, it saps you of your energy. And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. How do you know? How do you know if you're fully immersed in Torah? If Torah makes you tired, that's a good sign. Or a bad navigation, right? If Torah makes you tired, Torah makes you tired, and ultimately, again, that is a sign of virtue. On the other hand, if it doesn't sap you of your energy, chances are you're probably just auditing it and not fully immersed. The Shemish from Sakachar Rebbe actually brings that also. He has on this phrase, he says he says it means to the Yitzhara. Do you know what the power of Torah is? Torah reaches the Yitzhara. Which I will say is such a good idea. We do not use that as graphics. Right? The Gemara you should try to go ahead and always incite their inclination of Yitzhara. What happens if a parent overcomes the Yitzhara? The base of measures. You yourself draw it, pull to the Torah us to weaken our Yitzhara. We know this. So I say, God usually don't have a dramatic Yara to go out and come at doing this when we now maybe a moment that close my eyes, right? But the mindset I would say, why is that? Because when you're seeing Torah by definition, the powerful translucent holy waters on the fire of the Yitzhara. That's the power of Torah. It's just co-culture it diminishes the power of the which is why, by the way, the Gemara said this brothers. Person suddenly Yitzhara, sometimes all you need to do is just open the safe really quickly. Or now, right? Pull up Safari, right? And just pass it. Just do the process. It's like the fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's raging. Just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what could occur. The Gemara goes back to the Gemara says the possibility is why is Torah called Toshia? The Gemara says Shenitna Bakasha Nitnei Asat. I was going to we'll have to stop over here. I don't know how I can get through this on Sunday. All right. Okay. More for tomorrow. Again, we always wind up in the right place. It's much shorter. That's better. Don't walk. Hey. We'll start to leave. All right, guys. Another one day.
You say that is very scared that I get the one that want to kick off with another contest. He kept telling me he doesn't get kicked off. Sorry. Specific expo at the station. Hockey 1995. Yeah, number one. Teriyaki next door.
All right. Well, it's like good morning. Good morning, good Tavach. It is a great soul, Baruch Hashem, to be able to begin another week of Techas and Hedging together. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's shiur. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Shin Pei Hey, leader 5785, and the Tolson Mishpacha from Eretz Yisrael for the Shiurim and Drashos this year, as a Zechus for the Soros Tabos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Tolson Mishpacha in memory of Amit Ben David, Levi Zichron Yavach, brother of Ita, was killed fighting in Gaza first night of Hanukkah. A week of learning sponsors, Zevi and Joshi Gang, a religious master, Zevi's father, his so, Yosef, and our Daphne sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, in memory of mother, Nindo Funeral, Nindo Bas. Shlomo Todros, all of the families in the Chama. All those who need refuge, that one, they have called colleagues. Which part of Hashem Yatashim bring our hostages home, the Shalom and the Karov, to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with home and Maaseh Yedayim. With that, let us begin with a great, really incredible. Exceptional daf today. Today's daf is called 26. Learning up on 26, 5 lines down from the 6 lines down from the top. 2 daf. I'm sure you current also super. Let's remember again. We had a really incredible mission. That's going to open the door to so many wonderful and incredible discussions about people who are unfit to serve local testimony capacity. So amongst those individuals, the Mishnah had Lashon. The Mishnah had Lashon. On Chakdarim, the Mishnah had Lashon of soapy shoes. So, which again, at first glance, sound like those who do business with Shemitah clothes. Remember again, Shemitah is about a year, every 7 years, now open is every field. So, one of the things you're not allowed to do with Shemitah clothes is to eat Shemitah produce to your heart's content. That's not the problem. There are 2 issues that come up with Shemitah produce. Number 1 is doing business with Shemitah, and number 1 is storing Shemitah produce after it's no longer readily available. So you can go ahead and mass and store the produce. That's not a problem. As long as it is readily available. Once something is no longer available, you cannot expect in large quantities. We'll discuss that more. That is doing business with produce, which is straight out. In other words, remember, doing business is a great business model. All of the inventory is so let me go out, grab up all the inventory and sell it. So you're not allowed to sell. Sounds like a good idea. Only one problem is possible. So you gotta get it this way. So the nice you're not allowed. That's called self-excuse. So the Mishnah says who does business with cheaper produce is not allowed to serve in any capacity. It's also like it's how you call it also species. You should have ha'anasim chazor the close on surface. The other one is interesting thing that in the beginning they would call people, and then when you unseen, now an anas someone who compels someone to do something. When you sin, right with the phrase sin, he began to call them people who do business with stupid things. So again, not exactly clear in Mishnah what is happening. So let's go. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My comer. What exactly is it that you shouldn't be saying in the Mishnah itself? How you own own species suffering public. So in the beginning, the first consideration of the halacha, it was very straightforward. What was the straightforward halacha? People who gather shemitah produce are fit to give testimony, fit to be an aid, right? Why? Because there's nothing wrong with gathering shemitah produce. In other words, that's what you're allowed to do shemitah here, is gather produce. So, but if you teach business with shemitah produce, right? So you gather from the field, it's free, and then you went and you stood on secondary. That is because remember, that was like any time that one is publicly or flagrantly violating an avera, that essentially renders you unfit to be behaved, right? It's not necessarily just a thing. Which any act that person does flagrantly without okay, what happened? The Rabbi, I'm seeing the most onion, the onion is assimilable. Umaisi, so then what happened? So there were these people, and apparently this became a common practice. That what would happen? A guy with some money would hire the poor people. He would say to the poor people, "Go and gather as much produce as you can." Remember, again, shoot the produce that one is allowed to field. Take as much as you want. So there were people. They would hire people to go gather produce, bring it back to them, and then what would happen? You might see it. Then they would sell it. So Chazrumar Echazev Echazepsu. So what ended up happening? When the happening is they went ahead and they said that halacha l'meisa everybody's puzzled. So interesting enough was that halacha l'meisa this said you were an osis, or whether you were someone who was so apprecious, ultimately again it was going to be possible. So we should have been a Rachba. I don't understand. So the sons of Rachba were troubled by this. They didn't quite understand. They said, "Hey, Misharabu ha'anasim, Misharabu ha'tagarim." One second. At the end of the day, the Gemara says, then why does it say Misharabu ha'anasim? It's sounding like people who are extorted, right? So it should say ha'tagarim. When the murderers, when people got involved in making the business out of this, that's what we're going to say. Anyone essentially doing in mass shoots is going to be prohibited from giving. So the Gemara says, "Ella, listen to this." So in the beginning, they said both of these individuals are possible. Whether you go ahead and you are a merchant or you are a gatherer, you are possible. Mishragu ha'anasim umayim. Who are the anasim? Arnona. This is very interesting. I'll say. So look at Rashi. Rashi says Arnona. It's the second of the short one. Rashi. Must should go מן התפוח כך וכך כלים, מן הסוד לשם. I don't know the taxes. But this tax is the tax of the king levied upon the field, take the tax rate, the tax he's going to go ahead and take the field. Now, this change is why you're not farming. Not farming. So now, yeah, you still have to pay your taxes even though you were not farming. So the Gemara says, so what happened? Rabbi knows, I know now. The Machis Rabbi Yanai, as Rabbi Yanai said, the son of I know. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yanai said to the farmers, please go. This is very nice. The fields during the Shemitah year because of Arnona. Now, this is what actually focuses on this. She is this man as a Rabbanon. But lucky Kedusha Sa'aretz. So listen to this one. So Rabbi Yanai was concerned about the following idea. The Jewish farmer give tax, their tax. Shemitah, not Shemitah, didn't make a difference in their Shemitah. We said this posed a unique problem. That would mean if during Shemitah they couldn't pay the tax, what would happen? The king would come and seize their field. Rabbi Yanai want everyone to go ahead and plant and seed and harvest their field during Shemitah year. How can you do such a thing? How can one do this? Or again, actually points out, Shemitah during the years of Rabbi Yanai was Rabbanon. This Rabbanon one has a little bit more leverage. Now, I can remember what Shemitah is only done when there's Yovel. Yovel is only done. So when Rov Yoshua Allah, the majority of Israel lives in Eretz Yisrael. So, but it's actually contemporarily important. That's why, again, even now, you have, for example, Shemitah directed. So, coming up, right? 2 years ago. It's terrible. We just had it 6 Sorry, we just had it 6 years ago. I know. It's every 7th year. I'm aware of that. Yeah, and so the next 7 years. It's interesting. One of the raging debates about Shemitah is heterophila, right? The notion of going ahead, essentially, like Rothschild, like selling land to a non-Jew. So it's complicated and fraught with issues. The only reason such a concept like that even gets off the ground is because Allah Maisa Shemitah B'zman says Rabbanon, according to most opinions. So because it's Rabbanon, you have a little leverage. You always say, saying that we are going to see very, very soon. Scales are going to change. There's going to come a point in time when not for the future where the majority of clouds is living in Eretz Yisrael. That is going to have a dramatic effect. Not just on to think about that. The first time since the days of the second Mesa Mikdash, the cloud is living in Eretz Yisrael, but understand it also has a number of different halachic ramifications as well. And then Rabbi Yanai comes along and says, I need you to plant your fields, because if you don't, we're going to lose our land. So they went ahead and they said, Osim Ksherin, Sofer. Those who gather Shemitah produce are kosher, right? Because we're not doing anything wrong. Sofer, this is the produce, they're hereby designing to keep that sacrifice. So that's so the halacha, the takeaway from this is people who collect produce for Shemitah, that's fine. No problem. This is a perfectly permitted practice. The issue is with those who do business, that's problematic. Those individuals ultimately are going to okay. That was the Gemara tells story, dramatic. Get out of this. The Gemara is Zarniki. The Shimon Yom Havikazu the Abishon. Okay. Get ready for this story. Here, Barzar, here, Rabbi Shimon ben Yotzada. Right, so it's called Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon. We're going to interpolate the media. We're going to declare a leap year. A leap year. La Shana in a place called Asya. Asya. So what happened? Pagu Bahu Reish, something to Reish Lakish on the way. So you just say, guys, where are you going? Right? And they tell him we're going to declare a leap year. He says, all right, it's Hagayah. Can I come with? So okay, so Reish got Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish. Rabbi Shimon, listen to that. Just like being in the backseat of that movie. Like, can you imagine being in the third and just listening to what's probably going on to that chevra? That's going to be chevra. So Chia, Shimon, and now Reish Lakish. So Yamar, Ezel, Ichti, Al-Kilta. Reish Lakish said, I don't need to participate, but I would like to see how the interpolation here is done. Come along. Okay, so Reish Lakish comes along. So as they're traveling, Chazi Lahu Gavra to cut Karif, a guy plowing this field. Now go say the Shemitah here. We still got plowing this field. Some of the Hon, Kohen V'Chorish. This guy, he's a Kohen, Shemitah. Amrulo. So interesting that Rabbi Shimon was surprised. He was so judgmental about this individual. He said, 1 second. Agiston Ani B'Soho. First of all, who's the on field? That's number one. Number two, maybe that Jew works for the non-Jew. Look at Rashi here. The character shall not free you. Number one, maybe it is the field of the non-Jew. That's number one. Maybe the Jew is a higher hand. Okay. Number two, maybe it is the field of the Jew, right? And remember, what did Rabbi Yanai just say? Well, Rabbi Yanai just said before that Allah saw under extenuating conditions, like when the king is going to see his field, if you don't pay the tax, that's what work your field. So essentially, you see, there's like this whoa. You know, I'm saying, there's like this saying two things. Number one, call the guy Cohen, right? That's number one. And he said that's a violation of Shemitah. So he's saying two things about the guy. Okay, part one of the story. Next, Sukhazia Gaba, Dahave Kazakani. They saw a guy who was his vineyard. Again, it's a Shemitah year. You're not allowed to prune your vineyard on a Shemitah year. So the Gemara says, I'm allowed. The guy is a Jew, Kohen, and in violation of Shemitah. They said, whoa. First of all, pruning is going to be right? This guy may be gathering branches in order to make a netting for the olive press, right? If you have an olive press and you have a Rashi points out you have a pile of olive, you would put like a type of netting on top of the olive to keep the pile together. That netting is often made from smaller, softer branches. So it could be the guy's not pruning it, but instead what he's doing is he's gathering some from the bodies in order to make the netting for the olives, which will. So it's this fascination here between Reish Lakish, which going ahead and saying these guys are Kohanim in violation of Shemitah. Other Rabbanim trying to go and be Malam Yitzchos. Response says, Amalahem, Alev Yodea, in La'akal Koros. The heart knows. Ultimately, again, if it's making netting, right, it's perverting the halacha. Right? Because again, the lashon for making the netting is la'akel beis hadat, the netting, and akal kolos represents like a corruption of din, a corruption of other. Rashi says la'aver al hadas. So like he says, these people know what they're doing. They also know that what they're doing is. So it's like this was confident mind, by the way, is such a challenge. You people it's will everyone. The one person you can never fool, and even if I manage to delude myself to some amount of time, that moment of self-awareness, you can run from it, you can delay it, but it always comes. I leave it your day. Then everyone else in your life, you do a great job at it, you can do it. Your heart can know what's right and what's wrong. And my heart was whether or not, I'm living the life I need to live. I'm becoming the person to become. I'm engaging in the activities that are really appropriate for me. My heart goes, whether or not the image I project to the rest of the world is the true me or is it the sign? Roman and probably there was it's reminiscent. The subject points out that mentions many times. It's one of his first essays on Tshuva. Rabbi points out that Tshuva, so we often translate Tshuva, right? But the truth is, it's not it's just the true underlogical Tshuva is to return. Right? And in fact, Rachel points out Shmuel, that he wasn't just a Rabbi, he was also the was even more unique about it was he was literally a circuit judge. In other words, what he would do is he would choose throughout bringing the base thing, bringing the diamond. The Russian never uses to Shuvasa Arama. And he would come back to his home in Ramat to Shuvasa. Only is how big the radius is. That's it. How big is the radius? Everyone has that. That's just to return to Hashem with that moment of overwhelming stillness. Run from it for a very long time. But at some point in time, that self-awareness is all of these is all of these but at a certain point in time, you all can come together. I have to face the reality of what I am and what I'm not. That's what it's like you should say this. I'm making it. It's full of everyone else. The heart, those who are not out, not outclass. So the hate, so Gemara says, hey, I'm in the brain. Gemara just asks, which one actually occurred? Was it violent or the pruning right? Ile Mahakama Islam, which one is it? I'm in the Bereisha. Is non distant see, the problem with saying that they had just mentioned things, why not bring up right? Remember when they got cloud, which like you said is a caution up, and the other two are Kia, and the Rishon said maybe he's a hard worker. But the second story, the first thing, why not use that C? So both Eloha Amrasha. Rather that the pruning case came up first, and after realizing that was not an excuse, then they brought up her excuse afterwards. Okay, not the color. Why are the getting such a bad for being to violate Shmita? What's going on? So this is very interesting. It is known that Kohanim were suspect to violate Shmita. They were suspect to violate Shmita. Now why? This none. What's this passage? Listen to this. If you have one soft truma, one soft truma that falls into a soft produce, what's interesting about? So remember again, truma only consumed by anyone else. So now I have a sa'ah that falls into a sa'ah of shmita produce. Yeah. So right, one soft truma that falls into Shemitah produce. Now, the Shemitah produce over here, right? You can remember again, either Shemitah produce is Shemitah, ultimately it is, again, even with limitations, I will say. Now remember, if you have just one sub truma following one sub freedom, so the mixture becomes truma. That's in this case over here, one sub falls into 100 of Shemitah produce. So what's that? So remember, ratio for gittel of truma is 100 to 1. So if you have 100 parts within 20 parts truma is vital. Now, by Tal, if it's less than a ratio of 100 to 1, then what? You have to let it rot. Now, why do you have to let it know? Why do you have to hey, now, let's go through this. If it's less than 100 to 1, then what's the status of the mixture? Truma. So why do I have to let it rot? There's a remedy. What's the remedy? You're to a go. Sell it to a Kohen. So yet, the Brisa says, let it rot. Avinu ba. Why do you have to let it rot? You can look at the truma. Chut midinei also saw. Sell it to a Kohen. In general, this is interesting. There was a market, right? If I'm in Israel, so if I'm in Israel, so then what happens? I have truma. Just truma to the college. Mismanaged. I'm a notorious truma mismanager. So what happens? My truma gets missing with my food. What do I have to do? Yeah, let's go through this. Part of Luxembourg. What do I do now? If it's less than 100, if it's more than 100 to 100 part of truma, then good, I'm good. 100 parts, what do I do? What do I make sure? What's that? Have a 2 minute like expressions. Either avoid eye contact or say something, right? All right, so once I sit down, less than 100 parts, less than 100 parts, one part truma to less than 100 truma. What happens? What's that the next truma? That's it. Here we go. Here we go. So once I sit down, what do you do with that? What do you do with it? Now you can gift it, you can gift it, but you don't have to gift it. You don't gift it. Why don't you have to gift it? At the end of the day, there's chulim. So remember, there is a market on which you can sell this market, the coin market. Now remember, the coin market, everything is going to be there. Why? Because the Kohanim have upper hand, right? Because they know it's a limited population that could buy this, therefore they have the upper hand. So now the Gemara is like this. Watch, it's like one saw of truma that fell into, we'll call it saw of shemitah produce. So they can say, you gotta let it rot. Why let it rot? I should be careful. Now what could I sell to a coin? I could sell to the coin the amount of the mixture, my truma. Because I can't charge the truma. Right? Why not? Because it is. So I sell him the amount of mixture minus the truma. So let's say there's 9 chulin of shoes. One saw, truma. Total value is 91 saw. I could charge him these saw of sounds like a much better than going ahead and rock. What's going on over here? The Ula is also known as Nef Kohanim Hashvius. So we'll say, what do you see from here? You see from here because Kohanim are chashuv, they are suspect, not following the rule when it comes to Shemitah produce. How could it be that Kohanim get such a bad rap? So let's take a look at Rashi. This is fascinating. Kohanim, Rashi says, we'll say, now what's the issue? The issue is like this. As you mentioned before, you are only allowed to store Shemitah produce in your home as long as what? It's readily available in the field. Once it's over available in the field, you have to go ahead and transport it in your house. We're notorious for storing Shemitah produce in their homes, even after it is no longer available in the field. Now, she says the motorbike motorheads they have a good excuse. What do they say? The Shtaru Truma the Kachek Hadashim the Bayo that Islamic Kedusha. This concept is come on. We always keep Kaddish stuff in our homes. Right? We have Truma, right? We have Kachim, we have all these different things. Okay, so the rest of the So remember, Shemitah produce is covered. Truma is covered. There are other Kohanim gifts that are covered. So Kohanim are Mora Heter. They made an excuse for themselves. They said, you know what, regular people have to go ahead and divest themselves of Shemitah produce, but we Kohanim, we do not. We are allowed to keep all this stuff in their home. So we'll say, so because of this, we have a reputation and proper treatment of Shemitah produce. Because that Chazal was incredible. Chazal Kohanim should on Shemitah produce. So therefore, they will say, because, and they're terrible. So that results in the fact that during the Shemitah year, that gets mixed in with Shemitah produce. It's 100 to 1. If it's 100 to 1 ratio, fine. Was bottled, you're good to go. But if it's less than 100 to 1, you can't even sell to a client. Rather, you have to let it rot, and then once you rot, you can never incredible. All right, back to the story. So now remember, we've got Ish traveling together with Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shin in order to see how they intercalate. So Amru, Shruda Hude. So these rabbis, Rabbi Shin and Rabbi Chia said, this guy is in trouble. He's real trouble. Like, in other words, that like, why are you walking around? They were taking it back by this position. I was saying that I just want to point out something very interesting. It's been around it. Like, remember, the Shvakish was the ultimate doctor. The Shvakish was a thief, gladiator, all the time. He had a very right, and then he went ahead and it becomes about the Shvakish probably had a little bit of nature. Simply because the passion for the Shema he grew up in the next man. It says, I'm telling you, I know people. I've seen it. And one thing I should absolutely detect is when someone sometimes, what is it? It takes sometimes when you live that life of dishonesty, you could sell it a little bit more. Now again, I want to point out interesting. We're going to see the Gemara doesn't. Let's go back. Okay, so what happens? Now these other rabbis are very taken aback. Very Lakish is unapologetic in his message. So you have to understand. What seems to be Gemara is Lakish. You know that there's a din. What's the din? You have to be down the kaf schus. You have to be the so these other rabbis seem so. You know, if you're Lakish, you have to be down the kaf schus. Down the kaf schus. You know, at the end of the day, yes, you have to give people the benefit of it. But there are times when what is that no, it's wrong. You can't make up a favorable narrative for every single thing. Now again, for us, Allah has become the kaf. Perhaps for someone like me, much more plugged in to make sure he was able to see right what was wrong. All right, let's go back. Those let's try this better. We're not finished yet. All right, Kimat al-Hasan. So now what happens? They arrive at the place. They were going to do the Ibrahim, they were going to the New Year, they were going to declare a leap year. So what happens is great. So the Chia Rabbi Shimon, so the Gemara upstairs to the attic, that's where the Rabbi convened. And they took out the ladder, which means said, you're not coming in. Right? You're here with that Shkayach, you tag along. We'll tell you a little bit about what's going on yours, but you are not up to the attic with us. So Rish Lakish was now offended. He's very upset. He comes to Rabbi Yochanan. Remember again, who's Rabbi Yochanan? Right, Rabbi Yochanan is Mishpacha. I'm away, so let's get ready for this. Rish Lakish says, I'm away. B'nei Adha Chashudin ala Shvi is Shemin la'ad Rishana. So let's listen to this. So now I don't understand. Are these people who are suspect about non-observance of Shmita, are they permitted to go ahead and are they permitted to declare it? Now, remember again, now, what does that mean? He's accusing Rabbi Chia of violating Shmita, but he's saying this is also part of the obligation of leadership. That was something to do someone's fault. So Shlakish has gone and walked by these fields and they're violating Shemitah. They did. So if you don't stand in the face of, you are complicit. You are complicit. This is what I was going to say. We are seeing these unfold in such a dramatic way. And Rahman is saying that it's Australia with the anti-Semitic against. And people are, it's wonderful that the government is going to make a counter-terrorism. This when a government doesn't stand up against terrorists, and the government doesn't stand on the side of good, namely the state of Israel, if make a clear stand against evil, then by definition you are siding with it. It's not an accident after Australia, in all of their ridiculous political moves, that there's an outpouring of anti-Semitism. That's what happens. That's what the world. If you don't make a clear stand against evil, then definition, you are with it. You are with it. So Rish Lakish says, you're either for me or you're against me, right? So pick a team. And if you see guys violating Shemitah, and at the end of the day, you don't make a machal, you're not ahead and making your objection, then by definition, you are violating Shemitah. So Rish Lakish says to the Yochanan, these guys who violated Shemitah, be part of the fact that that's the coming in the new year, or leap year, sorry. So just then Rish Lakish was thinking, he says, like, you know what, essentially has to be like, needed to have a Shlosha Rabbi Boker, Rabbi Bonan, Achshavinu Samach. So we spoke about this before, because the truth is, there are no word from shepherds that the rabbis relied on their information in order to go ahead and declare the new month. Meaning, there was maybe these two rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yanai, are not really part of the days that make the leap year, but rather they're just sharing information. Pretty sharp. So once I saw Rish Lakish just called these two rabbanim, essentially called them shepherds, right? Roy Bakar, and also called them even violate Shemitah. Hadra Amar Lo Dami Hasam Rabbanon Va'avua Hava Kasher Rishon. The Kasher Rishon in a Danish, like you said, the right in the previous case, on the shepherd nation. But the shepherds were part of the actual base. Here, my concern is that Rabbanim, Rabbi Shimon are part of the base. And these guys are part of the base. It was called a Kesher Rishon. Kesher Rishon sounds like a good name for like a shul, right? You know, okay? Congregation Kesher Rishon. And it's like Kesher Rishon, right? So Nice said the problem over here is that these two Rabbanim, these Yechia and Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately, again, they're part of the base. And if guys like this are part of the base, then a base like that becomes what's called Kesher Rishon, a congregation of Rishon. So it's like Rish Lakish is sharp. Rish Lakish is very sharp in his analysis over here. So look at Rashi in just a moment. Kesher Rishon, Behech Onisal Ninensa, Lasos Kibafilu Ihen Usen Al Kibor Kidin Sasashon Sabras Aiden. They're going to base in Ninen design. I don't understand how this is operating up in the attic, but I don't understand how this is a valid base. So Rabbi Yochanan says, you know what? I think it's a little bit over the top. That you're calling them Rishon. In other words, so Rabbi Yochanan asks, look at Rashi, Da'aka, Kore Osan Rishon. A little bit over the top. In other words, it's interesting. It says, you want to hold them accountable for not objecting to a violation? In other words, if you notice, Rabbi Yochanan doesn't counter, but to call people Rishon, that is already a different level. That level of Yeah, right. That level of diatribe, that's very limited. Rabbi says that I don't think we could do. So Kiyas committed Rabbi Yochanan. So says, now what happened? Rabbanim came down afterwards, right? And again, somehow they want Reish Lakish about it. So Kiyas committed Rabbi Yochanan. Amar lei Karilan Roy Bakar. Below Amar Mab. So listen to this. So what's interesting is they said Rabbi Yochanan now. So Rabbi Chia and Rabbi Shimon come down. And Lakish called us cattle herders. He called us shepherds. And you didn't sin, like you didn't stick up for Rabbi Yochanan. All in the middle of this, right? You didn't stick up for us. So I'm a little the Kari looks so my right? And if he would have called you cattle herders, if he would have called you sheep herders, it would have made a difference. Whereas it's very profound. Rabbi Yochanan is saying what? So it's one of the first lessons that we teach. Just because someone calls your name, yeah, Reish Lakish was upset. You are wrong. So he called you Shon. He called you. If you notice that, right? You're going to count as Reish Lakish. Call him a Rothschild. That I'm going to step. That I want to say. Right, but they saw once you go ahead, in fact, they call you a cattle herder, okay, get over it. Get over it. Say, now, interesting enough, that's what the story ends. That's what the story ends. So listen, this is so much to take out of this story. Right? We're not sure from the story itself, like, who was right. Was Reish Lakish right? Were these other Rabbanim right? Was this Reish Shmita not? So again, the Gemara doesn't really trust that clarity. But for this lesson to be pulled out, what you see from Reish Lakish, you need to go ahead and stand up against that wrong, because if you don't, then by definition you're siding with them. On the other hand, from Rabbi Shimon, so again, life required. What you also see is that just because someone says something to you doesn't get you into response. This is part of one of the lessons that has been lost, especially in social media, right, where it's just so easy to deliver an immediate response. And I say, you don't have to respond. Just because someone says something, you don't have to respond. How often, like, do you respond? Some minutes after it's like, you shouldn't have done that, right? And if you go ahead and then write WhatsApp something, read it, it's that fast, really fast. And they often see it even before you read it. Why? And I just like had enough self-respect, just enough life would be so. Plus, we also see in vehement discussions with debates. Always no matter how justified you may be in your position, no matter how justified you may be in your position, you have to be careful with the words that you use. And also, you see this without reading into it, you know that far one of the most contentious is the issues of the Haredi community. Spend Shavuos night on it. Reading into it. Listen, the moment that someone uses the word Nazi, right, in the context of the debate, you lost. Even if you're right, you lost. You lost because once you are not careful with your words, that you have lost the debate because the ability in the agenda that you're trying to consider. Clearly, you have no ability to measure what it is that you're doing, and when you have no ability to measure what you say, you lack the ability to see things that you also. It's incredibly important. Even if I'm right, being right doesn't allow me to open up the verbal arsenal and say whatever I want. Words always have to be measured. Incredible. All right, let's go weiter. Says the Gemara. Okay.
these friends.
Much like this.
That I have.
Stand
up.
That's so
And everybody that tunes into this podcast.
good. My catcher shot. So what I said was he called it right. And we're going ahead and start this meeting. He called it a catcher shot. What is, you've never heard that expression before. What is that? What is that? An assembly, right? An assembly of catcher shot. What's that? Catcher means like a bond, like a what does that mean? What's that? This is wild. This is wild. My catcher shot. Chef Nahava. Darish between services. What's this? Now we're going to be introduced to a story of if these names of the story don't sound to you at all, it's okay. It's from an esoteric book of dreams. Right? And again, if you have a sister, right, or a member of your family has received the computer, you can ask her about these story legends, right? So let's say, listen to this. So this is incredible story. So listen to this. So this the guy who like chief of staff was a man by the name of Shevna. Shevna ran his and had an immense name. How about Dorish B'Tlibusa? When he would dance, remember 130,000. I mean, when he would give 130,000 people showed up. Okay, listen to this. So, how about Dorish B'Chad Soirabusa? So he was the king of Yehuda, the son of David. He had 110,000 followers. 110,000 Hasidim. Again, not too shabby, but less than Shevna. She also sent Taylor to Sar Alei Yerushalayim. So now I have another famous story. Taylor and raised siege to Yerushalayim. Yeah, just this is the famous story. Just siege of Yerushalayim. I was understand. There was no real way militarily for unsolved in Israel, right? They were outmanned. Sancheriv was a huge army. He had conquered a number of the cities. Well, this is he already conquered part of Israel, as well as other countries around. There was no way to win this war. So what? Because of Shevna, his special idea, Shevna said, "Okay, he's negotiating organized surrender." Maybe if we do this, we have some kind of autonomy. So what did Shevna do? This guy didn't want to surrender. Shevna do. He attacked, voting essentially a letter saying, "I am Shevna." Representing assholes. We are ready to make sure shout it out. And what does it say? The letter said, Shevna v'siyaytu shlimu, shenema kichum arishon b'dichus mikasha senu kitza margasa. So it's what happened? So Shevna literally wrote a letter to him saying, this girl doesn't want peace with you. We, meaning me, Shevna, and my followers want peace with you. Send this letter to Seth. How the Kamistifi was Amar Dilma has to show not to be so Ruba, Kavan Ruba means this started saying this, you know what, maybe Shevna is the majority. He's the leader. But Mishpar often goes by the majority as well. So maybe the Baruch Hu to say that rather he wants me to surrender as well. But Navi Vano, the Navi can Christian. Most someone kasher the Asher Yomara Amazah kasher. So listen to this verse. It's here, it comes over here. The passage from Yeshayahu. Most someone kasher the Asher Yomara Amazah as well. So the Navi comes and says like this. Klomar kasher Shamu. Kasher Shamu. This is not a regular robe. This robe is what we call a kasher Shamu. Like this robe. This robe is a kasher Shamu. This is a of the wicked, and the assembly of the wicked is not called Allah. So someone says, therefore again, therefore the Navi tells no, do not surrender. But when you back to Shevna is to be pretty good about himself. Because Shevna feels that now, so he commands from the judge. He sent this letter to say, craziness that goes on, and now he's going to be installed as the new king. So what does Shevna do? So Shevna comes along and he said, like, but Halach Rash to look Shevna decided to go ahead and bury a place of the city. So Shevna was getting there. He's getting ready to go ahead and see the throne is being installed by some pit. So he decides he also done the time to carry the After the couple together, the Rabbi says to Shevna, what are you doing? Who are you that you're carving up yourself? So essentially, the Rabbi said, Shevna, this life was going to make you a wandering man. The Gemara says, one man is going to keep wandering the whole. What does this mean? In general, people have more rachmanos on a poor woman than they have on a poor man. So whenever you say like a wandering man, no one's going to have rachmanos on you. So what happened? The Itach, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina, Melami Cheparcha Bon Saras. So Shevna gets leprosy. Sid Alcha, Ata, Sid Hasam, the Asafam Yata. So no cover out. Shevna wanted to bring disgrace upon his master's home. Even though Shevna was already right, but Shevna ultimately again turned into degradation. Now Shevna and his followers, so this guy is not surrendering. Shevna, along with his followers, say, we're surrendering. So they get ready to leave, and it's whole family. What happens? You have enough hickeys. So Shevna is at the front of his followers, ready to exit Yerushalayim. Surrender to something. As they're walking out of the gates of Yerushalayim, so what happens? Right as Yerushalayim, so Shevna walks out, and the moment that Shevna walks out, the Malach Gabriel closed the doors on his followers. So he kept the followers in the city. Shevna walked out by himself on the gates. On the legs, now Shevna comes for Sanhedrin. Remember again, what did Shevna's letter say? Shevna's letter said represent 130,000 people in Yerushalayim. He's by himself. So Amalei, Mishar Sir, which is here to Shevna, we're all followers. Shevna says, what now? Shevna didn't realize how happy Rabbi was. He was, and at the end of the day, his followers just decided not to. Right? How should be? They stay in Yerushalayim on the basis that there's an income. So Peter thought, like here, here, so Kevin claims that he represented 100,000 people, and meanwhile, what happened? Because you can imagine, part of the whole delegation ready to Seattle, 130,000 Jews. If I put 130,000, there's 130,000 people who died. So it's supposed to be a delegation. A lot of Jews coming out. And meanwhile, one guy comes out. So we're not going to sell. What did they do? So you want to know how about the Talmud? Rabbi on seven fortunately again in a little bit one descent in general.
And he was drunk.
So it's fascinating to see.
That was a chance.
Such a terrible fall.
No, I
What
think
are
he
the plans? This was the second 19.
I'm sorry.
Let's go last week's shot. As you know, we do though.
I say to her point, this February.
It's like the golden age of Jews. Right? That's everyone knew that. Right?
Structure.
It was a
And
golden
to see if I like
was
color.
good.
So every week I'd be to the valley.
Has everything.
My classmate, a Polish shore sister was the teacher.
It makes such a dramatic.
And I knew
How does that
at the end,
What's
the final show
Another
at the
one,
comedy
sir?
store.
Chef
Right,
no,
so I would do
foul
the class. And
Shevna
from that,
is
after the class, I'd always talk to
Steve
Sandy Shore after this, talk about more comedy. And then I'd always drive by the comedy store and look at it and go, maybe one day I'll perform there. Whenever went in,
so kind of like was by Abishai
no, I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I like baseball. I like baseball. When I got into college, I like Beavis and Butthead. I like wrestling money. Of course, Howard Stern. But I also felt like I didn't want to listen too much to that because I felt like, maybe the brothers
when my whole life just becomes about pleasure,
when his friend said,
everything's enjoyment, everything is about comfort. Those are what kind of like the kind
he was funny.
Right.
Shore.
Is that
Adams. Yeah, I guess I did. I mean, I understand where
life is about service. Life is about service. We are
no, I don't. I knew he was different. I remember him like being on Morgan Mindy.
Allow yourself to contribute to our nation. Life is not about
his big thing was like he went to a psych ward.
not pleasure, but service.
So I kind
The
of
issue is when life comes about pleasure, which I want to say, it is so easy. By the way, not an excess, not even about anything illicit, but just like when my life becomes about want. This is what I want, what I need, what makes me comfortable. When life becomes about those things, and that's an egocentric life. And an egocentric life is and one falls into the clutches of gaiva, arrogance, of self-centeredness, everything falls apart. The story of Shad.
That's why you have to
There's so much protection, so much greatness.
believe in yourself.
Everything
I
comes
don't
out
even put that
themselves,
I just
as opposed to it becomes
stage
life
like in a comedy store
and you
and
take that
there's
wrong
like
turn.
somebody in the crowd. Maybe a celebrity or a friend of mine
So Shevna, who was living a life of pleasure, ultimately again becomes out. And what here
I can be roadie, I can be professional, I can do 3 years in New York, but I also feel
lose
talking
all
about
clarity,
I started
all
94.
perspective. Interesting, right? You would think to yourself,
I got about 2000, like 6 years.
He's marking out his step.
Learning from scratch.
Whereas in these areas, like he's just like, he's going to make you the plan. Forget about my life or anything. I'm going to make you a plan. That's a what if that happens? All reality is lost. All reality is lost. Unfortunately, again, that's again, it's all the one of those guys. The Gemara says, "Yeah, so Sadik not possible." Those are near the pasuk. Those are the pasuk from the no, sorry, from Jerry. Yeah, so Sadik not possible. Again, this is not even that. Yeah, Shassos for the Shassos what Shassos will be destroyed. Not Paul. What is the Sadik?
I did 3 years in Louisiana, found my voice, I learned all about the underground UPDS, Joshua, Gas, back in Seattle, right after
Yo, and you can still follow it with destroyed. What's good with that? This is if Hashem would have signed Shevna over the Piskiyot, good would have happened. If the plans of that Russia, Shevna, were not up and what would have done? So this one, according to the opinion that says that Shassos refers to the to the plans of Shevna makes sense. Shassos destroys the plans of evil people. It's not Evan heißt es schon which is Sia heißt and it says because we call it a was called Sia, the foundation stone. The first piece of matter from which the word was created. Where do we ever find it?
Bring in some energy on guys or new to Seattle, and also and having fun and taking life and yelling at the camera. And I think Lamb uses its own broadcast. Listening, you know, you comedy or you know anything you like, you feel you're in.
Sorry.
Getting laughs on it.
I'll share Sha'olam Ateshes. I'll share Sha'olam Shusach ala Torah.
I can be funny live TV and just
good. Fine. So the nation is called Sha'olam. So it's like perfect. Why is Torah called? Why is Torah called? The partial shot over here is that Torah weakens a person. I was saying that this is
and I said, you know, it's like you were like I made it up.
Shivas
And then I remember Joey Diaz when he said, Brody, you gotta go to New York.
yes.
I told
Torah revives the soul. I
go
will
to
say,
New York, they'll go there. And I went to New York, and my friend was working with the Yankees.
revives my soul is
working with the Yankees. So I knew I'd have a friend out there going to see Yankee games. When I first got there, I stayed in like a week apartment up on like 116th and Broadway up there in Columbia. And much was in here. Oh, it was like I forget. It was like 400 a week. Maybe this is back in 97.
Dancing
And Bushman Live was in the, and his he was in the
dance for hours and hours. house.
went
You
West
come home.
Malibu with
You
my
come home, and how do you feel? How do you feel?
on
Exhausted.
107
Yeah.
and Broadway. Wow. And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was, like weirdos in there. Not that bad.
To that simple. Exhaustion isn't a bad. Exhaustion is a beautiful thing as long as it's exhausted.
Seattle,
Torah, spirituality, exhausted.
I sold t-shirts for the Seattle Supersonic team shop. Just pocket a little money.
And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful.
That's
And
you know,
Torah makes tired. That's right. If Torah makes tired, and ultimately again that is a subversion. On the other hand, if Torah doesn't have secular energy chances are probably just on and not really for the Sonic.
This is beautiful.
Is Koko Shot that he says is a reference to the Yitzhak.
So selling that t-shirts like
you know what the power of Torah is? Torah weakens Yitzhak. It's such a right
and then
there.
I would do halftime, and then I would do the end of the game. So it was fun, and then I lived in the neighborhood.
We all know Yarkin Adam needs to cover
And I also
the
learned
person should
about
try to go ahead and always in sight.
so really
What happens if a overcome the Yitzhak? I don't want to give you what I say, but based on that, bring the joy, come to this message. Allows us to weaken our Yitzhak. You know, listen, when you're running the path, usually you don't have the dramatic need to go out and commit ideas when you're doing the path. Right? Like I said, why? Because when you're speaking definition, beautiful translucent words and fire beats. That is the power of Torah. Which is why by the with the Yitzhak, sometimes all I need to do is just open the safe and read it. Or pull up Safari and just read a post. Just read a post. Just it's fire hydrant of spirituality. There's a fire that's going to just open the hydrant for a couple of moments. And it's amazing what the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, another possibility is by his Torah called you must trying to stop. Okay, fine. Right. More for tomorrow. What I say, again, we always be up in the right place. As I said, it's much shorter than that. Don't walk. Hey, let's say wonderful start to the week. All right, everyone, soon. Have a wonderful day.
Writers from Conan, Dan Cronin, Josh Comer, sometimes, I think, but he was around to see Hellsoul Family Guy, right? Sklar Brothers, Jeff Ross, myself, Liam Mackey, is up here. Just a lot of guys passing through. The key was for Joe was to wanted to get on the lounge. That was the show. So I felt like Surreality was a feeling lounge on Monday. And that's where they had Dave Chappelle, UC, Mark Barrett, Dean Crow, Todd Barry. That was like the spot to be. So once I once I got there, I hired my goal was to come back to LA in 2030. And once I started doing little lounge a few times, I got the host it, and I got to do it. I'm with Dave Chappelle, Todd Barrett, and I'm holding my own. I remember like from my grapefruit
and the calling of a holy soldier should be successful. The call not see again. Let's see what that will also be
I'm on Sunday nights, for example, to work as a waiter at the New York Airport. I was also a tour guide at Renews Health, so I wanted to see
yesterday about
if I could be funny on the street, make these. Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're honest, they're a
two
little
sets of
more.
witnesses now. If you
When
go through
I
this
got
document
used
has
to
a big
leather,
organization.
the way of life is just different.
Two sets of witnesses to support his claim. Okay, so you must be a near suburb. The Americans of Hawaii. So if you're going to claim to be witnesses, there's an opportunity to go ahead and verify this specifically with the facts of testimony. Not just since it's actually right
Yeah,
to
I
us.
did. I did that. Worked at the comedy center. For about a year and a half, I worked out there
I have
because
two sets of not
I
one set
would
of
leave the
witnesses,
stage time.
but two
Because the guy
sets
who
of
was doing it
witnesses to
before was
support
an open mic
claim.
with me. And there's some good
So
open
you want
mics.
to see
Yes, and Brody, Manny, the owner of the club. So for me, spots, like ready to do it. Okay, he says, I think you should do
two
it.
sets of
So I
witnesses.
went
And now
down
what
there,
you have a little drink,
started barking, and I
another
thought it was
person
fast.
comes along and
I
combined
didn't
to
have the
this
confidence. I didn't have necessity to let me, try it there. But also, I wanted some reality, had my own room on Monday night, drinking the expedience up, so I was asked at stand-up in New York, and with Josh was the Josh and Josh show here at Fort Lauderdale. John Thunder, all these guys I started with when they started moving out of hell was another thing. Like I kept in touch with. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back, I had friends working at these TV shows. So right away, I got connected. Right away, I got premium on Filthy Central because
trying to disqualify the very witnesses that are there to testify against him. So now the arson just here
Filthy
is
Central,
maybe the
premium
case
plan.
where
So I got two spots on TV right away. Wow, and they got us at the Improv, Laugh Factory, Comedy
is not in the
Wow.
for why.
Bobby Lee recommend I remember.
There's a
It's,
second set
I
of
was still
witnesses
doing
still there.
open mics.
Something that
What happened
not just to testify against
I did the show Adam Roth that would book it. I think it was like on Thursday nights, one of the first shows. I wanted to go there because people did a good job of bringing it like that. Zach, Laura, maybe Jeff back then. He runs a good day.
She comes along and testifies against the
Bobby
first
Lee
set.
lived in the same building as Adam Roth, right? So Adam
That's how
Roth
I
always
myself.
told me
So
about
the
Bobby
second
Lee.
set back to
Roth
you.
met, I just saw he's a character. He's writes for the LA Weekly now. He ran that 101. It's a fun little an opportunity for me to interact with, Maria Camford and Zach and so Adam Robin did a good job with that. And recommended me to Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee helped me get in at the comedy store. I already had,
And one
you know, like I said, get every I took the workshop at the UCLA on graduation. Comedy store. And growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend over there or Illinois Louisiana. There. And I, from the balcony, I could always see the lights that were. So it was never. It was competing in whoever it was, right? But I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. It's electric. I was just electric. It was crazy.
testimony. Now, I think the only time we must about the cat apathy that got you, it says Kashmir, crocodiles in Maui. So what happens is they come up on the right side. So let's say, again, the Shimon does testify against the first set of witnesses. Then the second set of witnesses, but then actually the second set of witnesses leaving podcast the Rothschild. Otherwise, it's a big crowd. You can even show it. Okay, so it's all testified. And soon, along with another others explain tobacco easily in her show. Okay, so remember, just to understand what it is, there was a spoken over here, very simple. The Mishnah highlighted an interesting quote. It said, we're going to come to, the Mishnah said, we're going to raise witnesses, Shimon could disqualify the witnesses.
Just from a kid in the 80s, so I always had that. The reason why I'm loyal to it, but nothing together for love or anything to that. But
if it turns out that we really have an inherent personalistic disqualification, again, where a thief, something like that, so we're trying to figure out what is that machlokas? For example, it's not just the machlokas is, so let's say, for example, Reuben is Christian, so in that case, Rabbi Meir, that halacha l'maisa, because that he has now the ability to furnish both sets. Therefore, Shimon has the ability to testify about the first set, not conflicted because it's for the second. The Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that even that he has two sets, he's not obligated to furnish two sets, rather he was only furnished one set. Now the direct these Rabbi Shimon and the focus is here that Meir and the Chachamim Mishnah is the same focus between Rabbi and the Shimon and the Sanya. How about we don't, we start the question thinking, let's say, comes along and even Shimon, living on top that everyone agrees that Reuben was.
And then those battles up and have maybe a comment and see it all.
I could produce a
kind of
and also
market. Feeling that again is kind of like actually last night I could show out great on the like
Rabbi says all
Tuesday night I asked
we don't care about the
and I wasn't looking forward to it actually. I had, kind of read, but
Rabbi says, look at the stars. I'm sure you also look at both pillars. Essentially, if you made a dual claim that you have both chazaka and stars to support your belief, ultimately, again, you have to furnish both of those to support this thing. The kind of like the disciple direct to eat. And that's the way I argue about it. So it's actually very interesting. And this in general is a fascinating idea. When you take a legal claim, and your legal claim is more than what you need to say, are you able to support the entire claim, or do you need to just support the bedroom threshold to meet the legal obligations? For example, right? So again, Reuben comes away with shit living in my house. Shouldn't say, really, all Shimon needs to say is what? Either or chazaka. You don't use both. But Shimon says, I have a star and chazaka. So now what's the shayla? That's to furnish of those things in order to support only one of the so that's the fundamental machlokas here. We'll say tremendous has, which is sometimes the less you say, the better. Right? But what's so which is pretty self-explanatory. lesson. Also, sometimes this idea that what's the expression? Under promise, right? The problem is most many of us over promise and under deliver, right? So again, so here James Dillon's like, yeah, shut up, though. All right, calm down. Under promise, and all you need to do is to say you have one of them or bring one of them, and you can deliver. Incredible. Someone says, that's fine. I can't remember the role. You're going to call that one with you. So should be nice and quick if you're on the focus. I mean, that the mayor outside of the mayor, sorry, so that the mayor, the mayor was like that, right? That was like that. And here follows. Colonel Conrad Hassan Elabek Hazaka. Rabbi's only saying this particular condition by Hazaka. Why? Because Hazak itself also is derivative of the Kar of Star. Aber der Heim even not because even Achinikas, but it's the Mishnah, where the second set of witnesses have nothing to do with the first set. I think the Rabbi know their grades are there. Even Rabbi would agree, you don't have to bring forth in both sets. Just so so again, we're just continuing on this mission. I'm trying to explain the first case in this Sunday, where Rabbi Meir says that one litigant could disqualify the witnesses of the other, and that our volunteers don't. Through some type of true inheritance. Of God. So it's a rich shot native swing for their talking about this is our and Diana and Shea. The passing every day. You get all about it. You have to write definition. The witnesses are going to be invalidated as well. Since we invalidated witnesses, the judges will be invalidated as well. The other swing that even the subject of the case, the Diana had not did it, but the agent that they other had been invalidated, but the agent shared. So because the passing the agent was masterful. Like a submarine has was a Kaftan 24A 4 line count. Master for like submarine is a cash out. From the legal capacity and passing I understand that the witnesses had to hang out at Carmine right there on Graham Avenue. The judge had to allow it. So that's how they work there, and that's how I learned honesty, and I just learned about living in New York. So I take the subway, the summer weather, and I got out of it. What I got out of what I wanted to get out of it. I remember breakthrough that I had reality, just talking, and I remember just like ranting about walking down First Avenue. So it's great. And just upset. And I remember like people laughed. And at my just I was talking with some of the fire. I think that's the challenge of it. Each guy has multiple versions as to how to understand the first macro is in Mishnah. But one thing is it's not a case to understand. Remember again, when now over here is Rabbi saying, one that will need to disqualify the witness and the judges of the other religions. And coming saying, no, you can't. What are the parameters of that case? The parameters of this case is Ruben is
you know,
claiming
somebody was
that he
after
has two sets of witnesses.
I
So
have,
Rabbi Meir says
you know,
Shimon had the
I
ability to
maybe
come
do
along
the
and
thing the
discredit
way I
the
do,
first set
try
because
my
he's not
best.
conflicted
And
because
I
there's
do
still a
know, like,
second
every
set.
time at the comedy
The
store,
Chachamim
I'm
say
doing
no.
like
In
11
general, way
spot
to
or whatever,
disqualify
and you,
witnesses
or
is to go
Steve
ahead and
Simone, or
halacha
Aleth, or whoever I'm around at that, they'll always like
inherently
do a little Brody, Brody's like, you know, yelling, and I'll be in the room, and somebody go, yes, you got it. Still, Tony will say stuff. So it's kind of,
remember again.
take it like, I know in their between us, we set the room, but there it is a fine line because some guys can feel like if you don't know me, they'll like, I don't have a relationship with the guy, they do it kind of, it is you know, this guy's yelling, what's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs. So, I don't recognize it. First, between the two of us, and then as you walk out and let the guy do it. So it is a, you're right. That transition's a weird thing is I get stressed with intros. You know, it's not an easy thing. And you set up the guy.
According to this schema,
Do an intros make a, you know, they make a
Smokish is being incredibly deferential to Rabbi Meir. He says Rabbi Meir calls Rabbi Meir a holy guy. Would a holy mouth say something like this? That's one litigant to disqualify the witness. The other litigant, and if I trust this, Rabbi Meir must have meant that one litigant could disqualify the singular witness of another litigant. But the point was seizing another here is Rabbi Meir is incredible.
That's how those like
incredibly deferential.
Rabbi Meir,
That makes it sound like Rabbi Meir was great than Smokish.
whatever you just deal with, you can tell. It's like,
If you walk into the basement, as well as you see you choose Smokish. As well as you see, okay, this is the talk around is that by that. You see someone that was
you know what I feel about the story feels like guys like me and you, these late, we were the, we kept it going. We kept it. I feel like, you know, Don's craziness and hanging out, you know, Jesus and you doing your spots and, you know, even Tony the day doing late night spots, we gotta bridge that gap and made it, I feel like knowledge, like a house, and then you know you have Adam and the new he's missing out. So I keep pride in intellectual that the comedy part is what it is because I'm not a Johnny come lately. I'm just grinding it out. To be honest, it does feel like guys can be intros, but like call me a legend. That's what I mean, I'm not asking for that. Yeah, I don't look at myself, but I guess if you're performing so long enough, you know, they'll do that. So it's just a bit about this process. I started
processing, but if you don't know, it doesn't matter. So you need both. You see how you can just do it, and it's like, yeah, what's he doing? You started talking to see someone real and what? Why are you going to get together? So I say, it's fascinating to understand. What is this mean? Why is
just me, I just like going to the comedy store. It feels like a club. It's like a private. It's like a private that everybody contributes.
contemporary happenings?
And they do a good job with the shows, and it's the negative energy. I know the comedy and a reputation back in the negative energy, and
sometimes we become so
but I kind of rose above it. And then, the guys go after each other. Yeah, but I think that rose and maybe even kill Tony of satisfying that need for these guys. So you want to be negative, go to the road, make it funny. Yeah, like there's a way to do it, whereas what used to be maybe guys make out the whole way, stupid stuff. Now, just in general, there's so many events, whether it be a podcast or reading that roast maps.
So it sounds like it's so different from my life. Nothing going on. Just kind of competition and kind of rushing slowly but surely. Figure out some This idea that they were incredibly respectful to one another.
long time
Rabbi, he's ready to skip to the story.
and it's like
And Rabbi said, you're not going to create something called you had a local Shabbos Hamira, a couple of weeks back. The local is Shabbos called Hatmara. You're not to insulate something. Now, Rabbi came along and said, not only do you insulate something, not only not insulate something,
putting out positive. I mean, I know it
also
sounds like
what are
what
you
I did
concerned
before.
about?
There was never negative towards you.
You come to insulate something hot as somebody was. I'm not a fan of Rabbi Shlomo Yossi Abba. So I'm not a fan of Rabbi
like you see somebody
trying to find my father cold. I'm a late. So that we said provide
and I learned that from the base. Positive, making it fun, complaining, these things were seeing that. And I got over,
See how much
being just baseball, being, they coach me fear. I just turn it into positive. And if I work on that visualization of psychology of coach, and we play great, just knowing there and being the haze, but being picked on, new guy, Jewish guy in Arizona,
heard the movement
but I
of
knew
Rabbi.
it wasn't me. So it was because I got picked on in high school. So all this
One,
that's
two,
how I was
the
when I
other.
showed up at
First thing,
the this
started arguing before. But you see Rich Rutledge being incredible to Rabbi Meir, calling him a pack color to holding us as great as Rabbi Meir. And then see it again, Rabbi being differential to Rabbi Yossi, even though Rabbi Yossi differential to Rabbi. Incredible. I'm going to
next people that
majesty. So what's
right.
you see? So you might take this
It's
beautiful
human
picture.
nature, and on a team, that's where something come
Being
into play.
incredibly
You wonder if the nature
different and respectful to one another. So that's majesty. What's the
you believe in yourself,
possible?
come around, or that comes with, confidence,
I
maturity. I went to Seattle and longevity.
So it's actually very beautiful. This is Pasek and Zachariah. I took from you two stats. This is the perfect vision of Zachariah. One of the stats called Noam.
And also they're making fun of you. They leave some of you that they like,
Damagers. Who's Noam? How to get from It's the first, well, not actually told me something like
you got that out of them. The baseball stuff for me, they picked on me, but I also felt like it wasn't malicious, and then it just okay, Seattle, and then baseball attitude is going to work. That's where the comedians were.
that are just abrasive, contrarian, and almost like abusive to each other in halakha. Those are such a distinction between the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael and the Rabbanim of Rabbi. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael loving kind to each other. The Rabbanim of Rabbi beating each other, not physically, but intellectually beating each other up. They are like, home, which time is in Allah. So let's say, what is this perfection? So again, there's also the Kaya. I'm going to start. Again, it says, these are the sons of the olive oil. The oil. The first two, anytime you come to the Zebaba, Hashem Zayis, is a reference ultimately again to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. That's the olive oil. Olive oil is smooth olive oil. To be sweet to the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, and they go kind to another in halakha. So the verse is, but the Shrines is in the two olive trees. Shemarurin is Zebalacha, Kizayis. The olive tree, the olive leaves on the hand is there. So that refers to me, that refers ultimately to the Rabbanim of Israel who are bitter to one another. The Esa in it looks like it's fascinating. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael ultimately again of Baba. So I just do not have time today. We don't have time today. But there happens to be a piece by the Shem and the Secretary of Rabbi. And the Secretary of Rabbi says, why is this thing between the Rabbanim of Baba? So the Secretary of Rabbi says very simple. It's the power of Eretz Yisrael. The power of Eretz Yisrael. That there's something about it in the land that has a greater connection to the Shalom that fundamentally changes in the Bible side. Any who has ever been Zoka, that force on the Holy Son of Israel knows this. The moment you're on the flight and you see the coastline, you see the coastline of Tel Aviv, there's something that changes inside of you, that fundamentally snaps in a good way inside of you. You come in and you see that like machines over there, right? You see that. And something fundamentally changes with you. I didn't do anything. Right? This is coming from driving or from the personal interactions. But Eretz Yisrael has a soothing effect on the neshama. It does. That's why a person feels in a greater sense. For many of us,